するステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ、キュンとするでしょ。
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。争渡争渡，旌旗叹欧陆。
天师兄，若是你得了不朽面具，可以。
An ominous aura still pervades this place, even though Omnius is no more. If you happen across Sai, you must remember that she is no longer the little sister you once loved.
Don't worry, Father. I'm going to bring her home. No matter what. Sai, this area is perilous. You can't stay here alone. This... Sai! This is too dangerous! Put down your blade!
Enough of your talk, hypocrite!
Your brother! Your kin! Come home!
She's already in hell and she'll meet again soon! Hey, Sai! Sai! Check out what your big bro just made for you. It's a horse. There's a good girl. With me here, you don't need to worry about a thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't keep my promise. Protect you.
No! No!
Sai, I won't make the same mistake twice. This time, I'll keep you safe!
Brother.
It's the hell I must descend to save you. Then so be it! I'll bring you home no matter what! Sai.
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000赏，几曾着眼看后望。
无尘师兄，若是你的不朽面具可以。
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 您现在正在收看的是《永劫无间》职业联赛春季赛第4双周3排的周决现场。大家好，我是你们的班主任，感谢二位解说开场带来的竞技队伍的精彩集锦的介绍。那么接下来，让我们欢迎战队登场。 来到了第4双周的3排周决，所有的竞技队伍的代表也已经来到了我们的台前，重铸暴打荣光，在这周吗？
必须的，
必须的。那感谢小恶魔。同样的话，本周在常规赛表现非常出色的 GoL 晚风，那其实最后一个双周对于 GoL 来说是有一种魅力，并且是有一种信仰的。本周，那么问一下晚风，有什么话送给同场竞技的他们？
冠军是我们的。
说起冠军究竟是不是 GoL 的，还要问一下在他旁边那位前队友，也是现对手。那么这周大满贯有说法吗？
也必须的，
都是必须的。看来第4双周尤为的精彩，究竟谁可以在第4双周拿下3排的周决冠军呢？让我们共同期待，无间进无限，好戏为您送上。
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Severio, alongside with Got Moxie. We are here today presenting Week 4 finals for trios, getting ready to see with teams such as with JL, but mostly with YZG, and if we can see a 4P.
4-for-4 serve. They would be the only team in the history of Nbpl that were able to get every single bi-weekly final on the road to the 2025 Spring Grand Finals, which are going to be held on the 1st of June. Can you believe it's right around the corner? Can you also believe we've had lobbies of 9 Viper teams in some of the games in regular week? And I mean, I'm expecting to see a lot of Viper. I'm not expecting to see as many Viper though, because it being a bi-weekly final does mean that all of our teams, all of our phases are going to be starting with 0 hero points. So only those in phase 1 are going to be able to afford the Viper Tesla, which and we're going to get versatility without having to wait for the second half of the day.
Exactly, and going into consideration, these teams are being preparing for this for days on end. Scrims have been happening back and forth, and considering that the players are understanding where the meta really stands, one thing's for sure, seeing Viper, Wuch, and Tessa at that first and second phase is making its notion. Whether or not in the first 3 rounds, if 4 teams can get it off rip, who knows if the other teams will deficit themselves and looking towards using that later on, because they'll have it available. It's just they're only going to get 1 chance at it, and before we know it, it's going to be before a match point is met. 63 points is what's going to be necessary for the teams. They need to reach that threshold before the following round and hopefully getting that MVP. And just like how the most valuable personnel is on the board, we got the most valuable rewards on the screen. That's right. You got you guys going in the Twitch chat. Make sure you have the binded rewards as well as to your account, to your NARAKA. That way you can get the Eternal Radiance. I was able to pick it up yesterday. Today is another day. You have another chance. If you haven't done so already, just make sure you binded your account, and that way you guys get those goodies on hand. And this is limited time. We're talking, you ain't going to have a chance of getting this ever again, so don't miss out on these.
Yeah, it is that Nbpl precious exclusive that everybody has been checking in to see. Is Radiance up yet? Is Radiance up yet? Yes, Radiance is not up yet. So now, as I've said, make sure that you are checking that your account is bound and you're watching along as we head into what could be potentially a long day. Or potentially a very short day, because, you know, last week's bi-weekly final, it culminated in, what, 5 games, with YZG walking away with the win for a three-peat. And now, YZG, they had a little bit of a rough beginning in day number 2. Obviously, you know, we had the infamous 9 Viper lobby. This was a team that spent 6 hero points to get a total of 2 points so they could run the Viper Tesla Wuchan, but they bounced back in style, Serve. So, you know, they're up there in terms of the leader points with those pre-post points, and you know what? We're getting to see those pre-post points. 63 is the match point threshold, unchanged as always from every single one of our bi-weekly finals so far. Some of these teams a little bit closer than others. JL, the ones this time around to start in prime position.
Yeah, JL's been knocking it out of the park this past week, and especially considering that their opponents, such as Team Bauda, who has been performing admirably, and YZG, who has just been knocking it through. Seeing JL kind of take this lead in terms of the proposed points doesn't really surprise me, considering after Season 16, they've been actually doing a lot better after what we've seen in the first 2 weeks. I mean, even with the interviews with Zhao Zhao, one of the team members inside of the team, he's been able to kind of take in consideration about being in the league and being really appreciative of the support that the fans, as well as his teammates, as well as friends on the other side, that have been cheering him on, and that kind of support kind of comes down to the long stretch. These teams though, JL, Bauda, YZG, DRG, 521, Alliance, SR, SS1, TE, once again our OA, Wolves, and GG, these are all 12 teams playing out to qualify for finals this week. And like we said, this could be ending up going really in a short matter of time between 5 rounds, or it could last all 8 rounds, and just like that, that's included towards our rotation, Moxie.
Yeah, and we're getting to see that map rotation. We're going to be kicking things off incredibly aggressively. Back to back Firefly maps, starting off on the good old Morrow style before we head over to Padoria and then back over towards Holoroth for a game of Dusk. As we've said, all of these teams in those first 3 games are only going to have 0 hero points. So if a composition gets locked out by previous phase, it's going to be unobtainable in the slightest. So we are going to be seeing a little bit more of a variety. And I mean, Viper Tesla Wuchen tends to be the go-to in phase number 1 at the beginning of the bi-weekly finals, purely because of the amount of kills that you can get. It's one of the safest compositions. Now that it's only the last team standing who's receiving their kill score multiplier, you can get a lot more points, even if you don't manage to make it to endgame. But even then, the Viper Tesla Wuchen, not going into the realm of Yang, not having to worry about having to recover from Yang depletion, is still probably one of the safest compositions to play in the current meta.
Yeah, and coming out of it, you know, we've seen fights in the past days where that Viper Wuchen Tessa enters realm, and then they end up going up against other key comps that are in the play. But we had to take a look at the scene about this page. I like this page. I love it to its core, because this is the ranking paint points overall for players into the spring season. This is going to be the thresholds of which teams, which are marked with the red diamond, those are teams playing today. Now, we need to see the teams make it to top 6. Otherwise, if they don't make that threshold where GG is with 15.5 ranking points, every week after every finals, ranking points are earned out. Any team that is within the top 6 enters into grand finals by default, and then with that, any team below that mark goes into playing into pre-finals, or has to play into last chance qualifiers, which is the following week from today. So we have to really take an understanding about where these teams really need to make it out of the woodwork. Some teams in the bottom, like 521, may not have a chance, but teams such as with SS1 as well as with Wolves, they have only a 1-shot opportunity right now to catch as many points as possible into the finals rankings once we enter match point and the MVP is selected.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to today's serve. We've got, you know, the old meta coming through that was established in Jacob. Syra still going incredibly strong, but making that Sand Siphon composition just a little bit harder to pull off, given the fact that her ultimate goes through the Temi wind wall. So you do run into danger from other Sand Siphon compositions, but also now from Siphon, which has started integrating the Syra into it as well. We've got the Taka composition coming through now that the teams are playing on the Taka rework patch. It hasn't found all that much value yet in both the solos and the trios scene, but we did see YZG having an absolute firestorm of a game on their last game number 6 of the second day of play. So maybe this is when we get to see that Taka MVP, because they did an interview. They said that they think he's a very strong hero, but he's a very complex hero, and him never having been in the scene of trios, a lot of these players entirely unaccustomed to actually understanding how to pilot him.
Yeah, and then take into consideration that this new variation with the Tarka into the Tianhai, opting in and seeing about the Tarka with YZG, right? Having opportunity of using the fireball to its full benefit and extending out, gold focus included, means that your teammates can then just follow up with it. And with that knockback off of someone in neutral white state, they can just get caught out with the vulnerability debuff, and then they can just get hammered out with 2 blue focuses in a row. So finding any sort of blow up opportunities really comes to the notion. And this comes into mention about the last year's champions, Wolves, and this year they're having a little bit of that progress update that we need to take a look and see, because with the roster changes coming through, they did swap out for their main line with LJX now included, which was the King previously with OUG, and having the King now into this team, we were looking at seeing if his value was going to add going through for the team's, you know, potential in terms of performance, but nothing has really been keeping them at the top 3 mark, especially in terms of the season.
I do like this composition though. We got to see it there just a little bit. The Zai, Tianhai, Karumi has started doing a little bit of the rise. It's not full meta. It's not a composition that everybody always plays in their rotation of hero points. But it is incredibly strong at being able to take on other Tianhai compositions. Like that Zai, whether it is with that Transformers variant or whether it's with its Zyphon composition, has started in Realm of Yang or like 3 versus 3 fights against Transformers, always applying the F2, that meteor hit of burn damage onto the enemy Tianhai the second that they go for their Vartra state, so that any potential healing that could be pertained from that V2, from that grab slam, is cut by 50%, and it really does limit the effectiveness that that Transformer has, the confidence that they have of being able to stand still and look for those grabs, because suddenly you blink and you've gone from 100% of your health pool to 50%, and you're having to hop and jump around. And obviously, if you're being mobile in your state of V2 for the Tianhai, you don't actually have that grab setup, so it's doing a really good job of limiting the effectiveness of the Transformers. But I mean, speaking about limiting the effectiveness of the Transformers, there's one composition, Serve, that's been dominating the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we've been seeing this ice cream comp make it happen, man. Everything with Justinas. I like seeing Justina in trios, always have been, especially last year when we were seeing it with Yorihime, but then that faltered out. But seeing Justina, seeing with the Fairy Shen specifically, that combination has been making its rounds, with their third being a Syra, and having an ice cream comp being as strong as it is, or having the comp being as strong as it is, it comes through and made another option on the table between the players, where they have the opportunity of going through on a map rotation of utilizing Justina's dash freezes to catch any of opponents in their grasp. Then Fairy Shen just goes ahead and pelts out, and that type of pelt pressure really just stops ground units, right? Tianhai into the Kylan former, you know, having a Kylan on standby to try to catch units when a Fairy Shen is able to stop him in his tracks, that alone just decimates the DPS pressure, and not only to DPS, but the control that that comp would provide, and especially going out against Sand Siphons, right? Seeing about Takeda and having to lock him down, worrying about the Tumult ultimate is one thing, where it lasts for, you know, half, you know, of an old duration, but then having a Justina to then follow up with it really just makes its marks to be known, and just allowing for quick dashes in 1-2. But not only to that, adding that attack buff really conceals how strong a Justina can approach when she starts throwing out those 1.0 blue focuses and there is no health bar to be obtained.
True, and I mean, crucially as well, that composition generally safe in the neutral, because all 3 of those heroes have a combo breaker that you can use while under attack, and that's been something that the Zyphon composition has fallen prey to, especially in the Realm of Yang fights. A lot of the time when we see them lose, it's because they get locked into these extensions that they have no way of being able to free themselves from, other than that Syra with her F1, able to immediately elevate her position and look for a potential drop-down focus hit. Everything else in that composition needs to have the space, the breathing room, to be able to utilize their base F abilities. So a lot of the time we're actually seeing, with really good target focus pressure, the Zyphon compositions, the major components, either the Zai, who's the hyper carry with all of that burst damage, and also the fact that the ultimate lasts for a whopping 30 seconds to keep up continuous pressure of that V2, or the Mitari, which is super important to that composition, given the fact that the cast of her ultimate is the thing that allows the Zai, another cast of her F2, actually go down under that target focus before they have the ability to ult.
Yeah, and there's another thing too coming off from the from the other comp between Ice Cream was where F2 Fairy Shen providing a silence from a distance is a key proponent in stopping someone in the tracks. A Zai would be locked down just because of that silence alone, and then after that, all of this need to be next is that follow-up pressure. I love seeing the Xiphon still being active since last spring, since 2024, and having them to actually still use her. I know one team specifically with 521, they rarely used her coming into the season. I think after even 24 rounds, they decided to choose her on that 24th round of playing her, and it worked out. They got a massive amount of eliminations. So finding them to use that character or using that comp specifically and bringing it out with high success means that they can just start using, using one of the core comps finally to their benefit after fully understanding it to their grasp. But we got our phases. First 3 phases coming through here between the first round selection, allowing for GG, Wolves, OA, and TE to have it going in more Silent Night. Then in the second phase, SS1's SR with Alliance with 521, they'll go through, but with a third phase, you're in a lackluster state of positions of who you can choose. DRG, YZG, Bada, JL, they are taking that third position for this game. And I'm curious, Mox, we've been looking at it, we've been talking about it, whether Viper, Wuch, and Testa shows up, the AOT comp, the Blind Dane comp, if it all shows up here today in the first round, that's going to be what we're going to see in the next 2.
Well, it's always been strong on Firefly days. It's always been strong because things like the Tessa only need 60% of their rage to be able to access their ultimate, as opposed to a lot of these heroes who needed the full 100% bar. As we're going to see, yeah, there's the first Viper Tessa Wei-chan. There's the second Viper Tessa Wei-chan. Let's see if GG third. And OA, I'm expecting to see the same 3 heroes get locked in for Meng, Tutik, and PP. There's a little bit of a debate, which is something that I was not expecting. Viper Tessa Wei-chan does get stronger the more of them there are in the lobby, but when you have, there we go. When you have 9 of them running around, you run out of opportunities, other compositions to be able to third party. However, as we said, all of these teams, 0 hero points. So everyone in the second phase is going to be now playing the second safest option in reaction to the Vipers coming on through, which is the Xiphon composition, since Matari is going to be able to shield you. If she's able to cast her ultimate, she will be able to escape the Viper tether for all of her team. As 521 go for a mix-up, and we get to see the Tarka Transformers variant coming through from their end. They're not going to be going for Xiphon just yet. That are going to be locking 2025 Transformers, DRG locking 2025 Transformers. YZG read that a lot of these teams are going to be playing that Zip, and they're going to put the Tarka into play so that they can have the burn damage absolutely brutalize the Zip's heal effectiveness. The same thing that 521 are banking on, I'd wager.
Yeah, and I think 521 was actually anticipating that third phase to include some Tarka former teams, and having only one other one being the key players in the finals really is going to work in terms of the benefit of just being able to lock it down and fighting out the zipping squads. Now, finding out the Kylan formers, 3 of them in the game, this is going to be where into more Silent Night, those off drops are going to be the dictation of how fast they can start going for first round Yang with a full set of gear. But we still have to take a look and seeing what are the skill selections, what are the players going to be choosing with their comps. Since there is 4 Viper, Wuch, and Tessa's off rip for the first 4 phases, that is going to be consideration for what the teams are going to study over for the next round, and that way we can see what the following choices can be. But having 4 of the same comp definitely puts a dent in terms of who you know and who you can see of being one of the key proprietary comps, but also the key players that are playing them such.
Let's see the Viper loadouts. That's the most interesting one. We tend to know what the Transformers are going to be playing. The monks all on that V2. But the Viper is the one where it can have just a little bit of debate between whether you take the V1 or the V2. I'm guessing that we're going to be seeing a lot of the F2 in anticipation of needing to go for the heal cut and also shotgun blast. So early in the game, and already, yeah, we see the mix-up GG V2, Wolves V1. So 1 going for the long silence, 1 going for the stun. I mean, that V2, the extension of the silence after the tether ends, that's one of the really brutal aspects of the Viper rework. The extension of not being able to use your abilities is absolutely lethal, and it seems like a lot of these teams are actually veering towards the V2. They've understood, okay, there's Mataris in the lobby, there's Transformers in the lobby. If they can get that V2 to connect onto either of them, they will not be able to utilize the ultimate. Matari has to break LOS to be able to use hers and stealth everybody out of it. And Tianhai can't iframe out of his ultimate without having to worry about that silence effect either.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's going to be where obviously, you know, spacing out is going to be the most important aspect in terms of utilizing which ultimates at which point, but it's going to be a response timing. Now, looking at the spawns, a lot of times we'd like to see these pocketed spawns. Council Courtyard, that's where we're seeing YZG and 521. Ironically, both of them being on the same comp, so they're going to be right next to each other. We got Firefly play in towards the northeast with GG and SR. We're going to have the Noble start coming through here for Wolves, and they decided to take a fight up against SS1, which will be a great standpoint in seeing how aggressive these teams can just start this one off. Shadow Jade mined by Bauda. They're going to have all the loot over there for themselves. Game one begins. My name is Severio alongside with God Moxie. We're starting off action between SS1 Wolves, like I said, who's going to be able to pick up the Fireflies first, and who's going to be able to activate those ultimates. Shuan is going to be having that though on the Zai, but as long as his Viper ultimate comes out here, this could be a big upset for the teams when the separation comes through.
Yeah, this is the V1. SS1 have been able to see that they haven't been silenced, so everyone breaks LOS. Juan was able to get the ultimate online, so already has a weapon. Zai gets it automatically if she gets the ultimate online, and now gets to go in for with that V2 burn damage. Wolves trying to live and sustain through it with the Wuchen Windles, but it is not going to be enough this early on in the game. SS1 absolutely tearing through the first team. They have to worry, though, about a potential timing attack coming on through from the likes of JL, who've shown up a little bit later. Xiao Zhao comes on through with that Kylan V2, takes the 2 versus 1, chasing down the Zai once she's out of that ultimate, and this is impeccable stuff from JL. They were more than happy to let the Viper team actually instigate the fight before they came in with the assassination.
And they pick up 3 eliminations, and they have enough Darkside coins to start making their way towards the shop, hopefully for a Moonbane Charm that's available for them. Otherwise, they can look towards saving it for those purple armors that are going to be available at a certain point. Now, obviously, Blue Armor 2, double down onto it, makes the travel towards Sunwing's Rest a lot easier. We're switching on down towards the southern end of the map. YZG actually opting in to head further south past the Graveyard. From what we saw, they were spawning on top of 521 in terms of the Firefly Cave, but then they made their way further south, most likely just trying to, you know, attest towards getting more resources for their engagement. We're switching on over to Bauda though, with YZG having a slight skirmish with some range shots over to his ends. And for CZZT, Sleepy T, he doesn't have ultimate just yet. He's at 43% for that rage bar. Having to look towards getting a Firefly here would be a miracle. But YZG have all their ultimate, well, at least towards CXJ. He has the ultimate. I'm pretty sure QGG and CXZ will then start going to the front lines and trying to set up some hits and trying to burn up some rage. There is the first early onset ultimate from TXJ. Hoping to see if his team can lock down Bauda.
Yeah, QGG also got a purple Hong Sword as TXJ isolates a lot of the space that Bauda could potentially reposition into. You either take the 2 versus 1 or you go out into the open and get yoinked. TXJ is able to find XEM, holds him in position, the Tarka Fireball applying that burn damage so that the Zip can't peel properly, and that's going to be CXZ managing to track down ZZT, catching him on the wake up with the LMB from those flying knives. Bauda already down one of their players, will be able to pull off the Tianhai transformation themselves. QGG inside that Tarka ultimate is going to start frying down the legs. There's the Fireball application too, starting to have that lack of healing efficiency coming on through as this poor monk down a Zip, down a Kylan has absolutely zero follow-up. What he might do though, Serve, is grief YZG into taking a little bit too long a fight, because here comes Alliance with all of their ultimates intact.
Absolutely going to go through here with some purple weapons, and now the Zai ultimate's active. TXJ does get caught through for a double parry, and he connects it towards Revenge, but the combo breaker out from Syra means that we could see her looking for some poke in the back line. NY7 getting a manual reset while Yuma is taking some blunt force trauma from CXC, but look at QGG looking for a level 3 swing. I see the vision, my man. We're looking for a release it, and we hit all the armor points off of NY7. Nice chance here to chip damage, and having ultimate back up again means that he could just go in and go straight into aggressive mode. But with that Syra ultimate active from Revenge, TXJ goes into ult format for the Vajra and having the high ground right now to try to break the line of sight so that Revenge does not appear to be a threat. And now towards CXZ being cornered off into the corner, QGG will be there for the backup, looking for some blue focuses, finds a nice fireball for Yuma to get potentially obliterated off the rooftop, but still finds a way of getting out of harm's way. But QGG is the hunter, he's the predator, and he's looking to try to get her out of the game.
Oh, he's trying to get the hit so he can lengthen out this ultimate. The damage, unfortunately, doesn't come through quite in time, but he has bought enough space for his Kurumi to get a little bit of an armor heal on off as Alliance come back in converging. They saw YZG a little bit split. Revenge so fast with the LMBs on the flying knives. One sets up the parry, one goes for the focus, and YZG in the blink of an eye in neutral are reduced to running back to the Soul Altar as we have just a little bit of a lull in action.
You're gonna have to rebuild that foundation now, considering that all the Shadow Jade mine could have potentially been taken down through the loop pattern. If they get lucky and picking up some of those, boxes that are left behind, they'll be able to get some gold here and there. We're switching on over to Wolves, who currently have nearly 15,000 Darkside coins in circulation, or actually 17,000. Purple armor is on standby for one of them, but the shop is about to open up. Cuckoo's already on it. He's looking to try to get some purchases, hopefully soonish. JL's One Fong also going to be right there. For Zhao Zhao being on a blue armor doesn't really mean that much of a deficit right now. Kylan having his ultimate to be an active state means that he could get sustained regardless. And with Zipping on the mix, that's going to be where she's able to kind of work off of healing him over time. And having a Moonbane right now for Cuckoo, having a Moonbane for JL in general means that once they head towards one of the realm of Yangs, they'll have that locked down for themselves. And then having that to be a pressure holder for other teams that want to try to be in the nearby vicinity. Over by the Crow's Nest, though, GG approaching throughout this, actually losing out that first fight, putting themselves at without any sort of rebirths, meaning that with this one elimination for LXM, they are still looking for that recovery while TE is making their approach.
What's interesting is that no one's used a Moonbane just yet. Sometimes, like you said, we do see them covering the Realm of Yang entrances. Other times we see them invested very early on in the round so you can get that immediate advantage. But I think a lot of these teams are really cautious about getting third-partied. No Forbidden Seals have been popped. No Moonbanes have been put into play. Everyone is hyper-vigilant of a potential Viper Tessa Wu Chen composition rolling up as they're halfway through a fight. Even the Tianhai teams, like actually taking the fight against each other, is not something we would usually see because they want as many Tianhai players to make it to the end game as possible so that there's a bigger target to paint when another Transformer ults is probably when the Vipers are going to use their ultimate, because once the Tianhai has activated his ultimate, the only way he can iframe out of that CC is if he cancels his ultimate early, which would then allow the second Tianhai to iframe with the activation of his ultimate and live the entirety of it without having to worry about getting stunned on up. But we can see this early in the day, with so many teams a little bit further down the leaderboard than they would like, all bets are off serve, and every composition is a fight that you're willing to take.
Absolute. And then we look into seeing about which teams are going to take the first Realm of Yang slot if they can. I'm looking out over towards the pool of cleansing, and there's a lot of teams just making their way throughout there. DRG as well as 521 having the farthest direction from it. But obviously looking at JL, they're going to be looking to Moonbane one Realm of Yang that's in the distance that no other team could be ending up going through. Obviously, if they want to head down south, they can make the time. But with 45 seconds on the line right now, that's just going to be the time frame before our Realm of Yang starts to really open up those gates. Seeing over towards the Shadow Jade Mine, Alliance, Bauda, all looking to try to loot this one out here. And as much as they love to take the time of being here, there is a Realm of Yang onto the northwestern end of that. So having to make their ways around that, Bauda will have to make that rush down very clear. XCM being right in front of their opponents. But for Wolves over by Servants Grounds, they still got time to make their way towards it. They are burning and churning through all of their grapples to try to make time while passing by GG, who is in the distance.
Yeah, they're gonna have to pass by GG. Potentially. Just do a little bit of poke pressure with something like a flyby Viper F2. Something to note as well is that a lot of these Tianhai teams lost not the first fight that they took, but the second afterwards. And Morris Isle is not as forgiving on the recovery as some of other maps. Padoria has the floating piles, Holorov has the weather effect, where all of those saves manage to immediately reopen again. And you can see that YZG, despite going for the slow roll approach that they usually do, because they lost that fight, are down the purple armor and down the purple weapons, which is now going to significantly impact the scaling that they have access with these ultimates too. SR are a little bit ahead of them. TXJ already burning out both the F1 and now the V2 as well, is going to try and put pressure. The Kurumi tether was already invested to keep the Taka up and alive, as SR just go for a little bit of pillar LOS breakage to try and hide from the grabs. One player gets snapped into the fireball, follow up with the repeating crossbow, and Essa's June, it's a magician's trick. 1 second he's there, the next second he's gone. Xiao might be following sick as TXJ's got him in his hand yet again, and Riku is not able to stagger the Tianhai out before the slam can come on down. Kurumi ultimate now going to be invested. TXJ stun dazzled right in the center of it, is not going to care a jot because of that shield all regrowing with his Kurumi, and now it's just going to be a matter of putting up the pressure and trying to stagger out this side from her V2. There's the fireball, TXJ forcing the uppercut, and that is going to be Zai removed. It's just a matter of playing with their food so they can kite the buff for as long as they can.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to make sure they get right into the field of battle, picking up a purple armor as well as a gold weapon. Looking at the see about the J that might be able to go through, it's going to be an assassin's lunge, and that is going to be a gold flying knives and purple flying knives. Having both flying knives on the team upgraded already from purple and greater, that's an upgrade and a half. That's going to be putting them in snowballing through with their vermilions, and is hoping to go off of just spamming out the purple, the blue focus, I should say, against a single target. DRG though on the approach, I believe in soul form. SR actually on a standby over towards Eventide Temple. We still see teams waiting out for this Spirit Well. OA and TE just both kiting this out here and seeing who's going to be striking the first bullet. But of course, looking at the winners of the Roman Yang battle actually being the last team to enter into that victory round, gold longsword to be accrued, and then seeing about them making their way out of the Shadow Jade Mine. Now, Sun Cave having to be a prime spot for Fireflies could be an opportunity for them to retreat towards if it's still available. There are a plentiful amount of Fireflies for those teams to make it towards that area and then come back towards with ultimates down. But then again, other teams have been making their way around from the Shadow Jade region. DRG though taking the chances here and looking at towards YZG with the Vermilion buffs themselves. 5 eliminations on the board for them, but with YZG at 6, this is going to be a chance right now to pick up a couple throughout this whole area at the Windmill Gorge, while they may potentially cross paths with 521 and with SR just staying in so forth, waiting for the time.
They're taking the fight yet again. YZG with the Taka Transformers understand that the zip healing is going to be limited significantly more on DRG's side. Kakaishi does manage to find the first grab, and that is going to refresh his health bar. Finds the second as well, but the Kurumi Tether is going to be there to limit some of the damage that CXE receives. And Kakaishi already down to 50%. Force a reposition onto the high ground with the jump. TXJ manages to stay alive for as long as he possibly can. Unfortunately, CXE gets grabbed again, but the slam is not in time. The V2 is gone. SR also showing up on the minimap now for a potential third-party opportunity. Going to be rolling into the midst with all of their ultimates as well as Yang depletion, which is going to force a desperation fight coming through. Cavalry Bloom is going to be revealed. QGG overholds, goes for the fireball, bird's eye position to peel for his players, but CXE is getting obliterated by a Sire ultimate followed up by its flying knives. And this time around it's TXJ who's going to be on the receiving end of that stun dazzle coming on through. The Transformer is about to get taken down, as it looks like SR might be able to cleanly cleanse the Yang depletion, but I don't know if they're going to be able to cleanly recover that game, because they're not the only team in the area. Everyone spotted that fight going down, and 5-1 more than happy to see if they can shark out a couple of eliminations after.
A stupendous effort coming from SR, being able to stay in soul form and realizing when that fight was going down, having the ample opportunity to get rid of that Roman depletion, and then being able to get out of that situation and theoretically scot-free. Now, switching on over, we do know that with Alliance making its way outside of the Roman Yang loss, they do have under 2 minutes to make their approach here for many teams, such as with OA with that Valiant Challenger, or even TE. I see a whole plethora of players all in one group making their way in a convoy with all the players next door to one another. They're going to be making, okay.
This is the vibe the team serve. It's the vibe the stack.
Extended family. Hey. Everything comes down towards where Alliance won't make that approach, because if anything, they may know that there's going to be another team that could just look into taking advantage of themselves with a Tesla ultimate and or Viper ultimate instead. But with that Mystic Might in active use right now, for once again, they do have this chance of just being able to have the mitigation. The Wu Chen shield walls coming in clutch from PP as that grabs going from one Fong, and with JL having SR right next door to one another, since this Tianhai ultimate is going to expire in just a couple of seconds, one Fong's going to cancel it early regardless and make it straightly known that he is not going to be going to stay in Vajra State for easy pickings. But 2Tick, look, I'm looking at this Viper ultimate. I'm feeling it come through here in just a moment with a shotgun blast miss. It might be 2Tick's opportunity right now to look at Cuckoo with that enchant and looking at extending past once this Kylan ultimate expires, unless he is forced to use it defensively.
Yeah, really good dashes, peeling, coming through from JL. So that 2Tick was not able to follow up on that 3-second Tesla V1 enchantment window, as everyone is going to be repositioning JL down both at Tianhai and their Zip and their Kylan, all being invested on that rotation, seeing that they were potentially coming under fire from the Viper team just a little bit too close, which would mean another Viper team following up afterwards. Unfortunately, they run from one threat directly into the second. TE more than happy to scoop them up once they're out of those ultimates. And this is what we talked about, right? This Viper stack is absolutely lethal. Even if you're a Xiphon composition, you've only got one Matari ultimate. You could only dodge one Viper ultimate. The next Viper just gets to come in through once yours is done. Ironically, the safest place for these Transformers and Xiphon compositions, it's the realm of Yang.
Actually is, and now we're going to see double Tianhai again once more into the fray. TXJ, with everything coming into mindset right throughout Kakaxi's position, he's trying to look for a knockback and trying to deny him from looking for a grab. This is exactly that zero lump sum game that it plays between Tianhais, and looking at the high ground, the pillar is going to be one spot that TXJ looks to try to use to his advantage, and he finds a position right now with Kakaxi being as low as he is. Once that ultimate depletes, he's still going to have armor to stay himself on the ground. The zipping F comes into clutch, but with the grab on their DPS right there, Dongqing still has a saving grace with the Tianhai ultimate ending out early. Now for Dongqing, look at the charge up, releases the blue focus, gets caught by the flying knives, and still with the Tarka ultimate at half a rage bar. There is the elimination. QGG throwing all the blue focuses out here and looking for that impact with the overheated state and looking for the reset potentially. Kakaxi finds a nice uppercut, but he misses it due to the grapple. I think they're just going to extend that for
just stay in the realm of Yang. There's no Vipers in the realm of Yang. Just stay in this area for as long as you possibly can. It is the safest place for you, as we talked about. Looks like Bowder and Essa also going to be trying to last this one for as long as they possibly can, as both compositions understand if you go outside, you do not want to run into one Viper team because they're not going to be alone. Both of our Transformers teams looking really, really good on the far, but why does he do that coordination? It's so clean. Like, we cut back and we saw that Kylan had used his ultimate, but he just got absolutely decimated. He didn't get to pull off a single one of those dashes because he was just held by the Tianhai into the Tarka Fireball follow-up. And I mean, YZG, they're going to be around 10 eliminations by now. We could very well get to see our first Tarka formers MVP for the day, as you can see Wolves just running around, camping the exit of this realm of Yang. Whoever comes outside, they've both picked up Mystic Might. They need the information of where the Viper teams are around them so they can reposition away.
Yeah, and that way they don't get blown up by a Viper if she comes out for the F2. And taking into Mystic Might, I know that's a conversation that Duncan was thinking about. I was like, yeah, Draco Storm got nerfed. We understand that, but even White Tiger's Prowess is an option. The thing is not knowing where your enemy is just one fight, one battle of its own. So having vision is definitely one benefit that the teams can take every 10 seconds. But having that mitigation is just like little extra insurance policy. So that way, once an enemy Tianhai looks to grab and goes to the slam down, at least you won't be at that store. At least, you know, if they just go for immediate slam down. But then when the Viper Wooch and TS teams come out, they can show up as a shadow. They can drop down from the sky and you're looking upwards and not seeing them until it's too late. And then all of a sudden, you'll be able to get blown up for 5 seconds. But all these teams are rotating around here, making their way slowly but surely, but not taking any aggression yet. And this is that end game circle. I love seeing how often these teams take this opportunity of just making it to that end game and looking to try to play it out for those final moments in the finals week.
And I mean, every team is so far making it to end game. We've got 12 teams all alive. JL down a zip, unfortunate. Actually, JL might just be going out. One Fong gets caught, 2Tick pops that F2 and follows up with the fan damage directly to the spine. and that is going to be JL. Looks like they had their players split. The Tianhai going deeper into the zone, trying to distract long enough for the Kylan to be able to make his disengagement unspotted, unseen. We'll have to wait and see if we get an overhead map POV where exactly he's scampered on off to. But no, a lot of these teams, actually no team fully eliminated. However, full teams, every single Viper composition is currently fully intact, which is not what the Transformers want. When we head towards those Spirit Wells, Forbidden Seal also comes into play. SR absolutely no hope of avoiding a fight. They've got 3 minutes to be able to pick up some of these soul blooms and cleanse that Yang depletion. Looks like they wanted to get a little bit of information, but Forbidden Seal got popped. There were too many teams stacked on top. They do not want to take their chances, and instead it's going to be an all-out kite to see if a team is going to get a little bit too unlucky and play a little bit too close to a Viper or a Tesla enchantment, catching them in the back as they run.
You can see the rotation. SR are taking both Forbidden Seals, one from the Crow's Nest all the way to this location. And we saw how Matari from Junks activated ultimate past the Forbidden Seal, and then having that active really forces them to want to make sure that there is no ultimates coming up from any comps. But look at Rico. Wants to look to try to get some engagement going on here. All the teams are making their approach. GG in the distance, as well as with SR at Bauda. Everything's going to be made up for the Met. If Skatoxi can go down, there it is. So Bloom number 1 picked up potentially, and it is stolen, unfortunately. But I think in this case scenario for Rico, getting 1 heal will be enough before he can go right back into the fight, maybe even 2 if he decides to take that chance. Zhao still has that Zai ultimate. He's trying to make his way to the edge of the circle for the Forbidden Seal in order to get that pop of the ultimate under insurance policy. But obviously all the teams are keeping eyes into the zone, and this is a dangerous position for SR. Obviously with Zhao with no armor, more time spent in the zone means more time of that weakness escalation will start to build up, and then the healing efficiency goes down in a massive amount of fashion. And SR still has a Sire ult to go through for Rico, so if he decides to pop ultimate here, the teams are leaving this alone. But OA, they look to want to make sure they can get some extra eliminations off the end of the zone at 12th place.
Yeah, OA saw that SR played in that zone a little bit too long. Viper and Tessa both committing ultimate, so that SR are forced into that zone damage just a little bit longer. Rico losing a lot of his uptime in this Sire V1. Can't even commit the stun to stop the Wuchan from teleporting them away. They've got to try and turn out onto another team in their vicinity, and it's going to be GG coming back into the mix with this Viper ultimate. Zhao getting fried by the follow-up RMB on that fan, and that is SR fully eliminated from this lobby. Yang depletion. Actually, I think that Matari was able to pick up a Soul Bloom and disengage with either the ultimate or just the blink dashes. We can see that YZG talk for this Moonshot Storm. Yeah, no team is going to be wanting to contest this one. As TXJ is just having a little bit of a hop skip for joy, waiting out for White Tiger's prowess to pop.
He's like a kid in a ball pit, bro. He just go, going crazy. Got a meteor on QGG and an engraving, and looking at the Assassin's Lunge, CXJ actually having that dagger on standby with double quick charges. That Moonshark Storm on CXE as it should be, and just kiting out this buff as it is a White Tiger's prowess and just trying to delay the inevitable. But for TXJ, having his ultimate burned early, just, you know, it was just a show of force, really, for everyone to try to not take any consideration on clearing out this Spirit Well. For all the teams right now, the shops are opening up for some more gear to be given, as well as for weapons, for Jades. Yuma actually at 1 HP in a dream with this white health, but I think with NY7 getting caught by that Tessa enchant, all the teams can just look to delete them. Yeah, there's a musket shot. LJX picks up the elimination. Yuma in the distance, just looking to try to get out of here and survive replacement. Otherwise, all the teams are going crazy. Armor Pierce on LJX with a repair roll, Sunwing slow shot, advanced group heal, and then switching over to ZK with explosive armor, rupture gale orb, a swift cut. A focus light on their Tessa means that they can just go off with the bolt sword strikes. Yuma goes down as once it gets PP, goes ahead, picks up another elimination for the team in this mix.
Yeah, OA managing to absorb a lot of their loot. Purple armors on the board for every single one of them. These Viper teams have been absolutely merciless in picking off any player that they see off on their own. That's another reason why YZG are trying to kite out this buff for as long as they possibly can. The longer they can sit in that Spirit Well, the longer they have that bubble of safety, the longer they'll have the buff as well to get them a better position when we head towards the last Spirit Well in play. Forbidden Seal's also a potential, as we see GG rotate alongside all of the Viper teams, moving as one to see piranhas in the Amazon River. If they can spot out any scent of blood, any scent of when slight weakness, and YZG having popped those ultimates. QGG moving into prime position. Taka ult and that cannon keeping up the damage, keep refreshing that ultimate's duration, as well as just pushing every single Viper team in having to stack one on top of the other, forcing the Wuchen Wind Walls early to see if someone is going to betray when they spot those cooldowns are down.
That's a beautiful play. I like seeing the cannon with the with Tarka just because of the mobility aspect, but how fast you can start moving and splashing out damage from a distance, and having that meteor definitely makes that possible. For QGG though, looking to try to pick up the gear and the loot that was left behind by that Spearwell, and still having another 2 minutes before that White Tiger's prowess expires. We do have that 80% Moonbane active within the moon courtyard for this Moonshard Sword from TE Speak. No one wants to contest that, at least not yet. We still have 6 minutes under the clock right now. Palm Lightning being spammed out here from SR's Junks. A little bit of a spooky mode, but he is going to be going ahead, and I believe being one of the only, he is the only teammate for SR. He's living vivaciously right now with doing that. But with 25 players in the lobby, having to decide upon who is by themselves and who isn't, it's going to be the dictation, because now that with that Spearwell being a Draco Storm, that could disrupt all of this extended family going through, because SR Junks gets caught out. There's elimination. TXJ being able to pick up a +1 for the team.
11 eliminations for YZG, and they're still keeping up this pressure too. TXJ a little bit too close to the action, but Batter is the one who are under so much fire from every single team. The Karumi Tether gets put onto QGG so he can get aggressive and try and use that fireball to continue that fight, continue stirring the pot to see if someone would overcommit and look for that kill. But the Spiritwell is going to be the greater prize. YZG not wanting to be the first team in position. As we talked about, Viper teams still mobilizing, wanting to see whether or not they can punish Tianhai for going for that B2 transformation early. No ultimates invested just yet. It's just the Soul Jade spams coming on through. TE's Peak showcasing that Moonshard Storm. Xiaonan managing to back-to-back the Palm Lightning. And off of the back of that, I don't think anyone is really going to want to contest. Tesla ultimate comes on through from GG, catching a potential YZG as the zone rotates. And TXJ is forced to go for the Tianhai transformation, but QGG is already down.
Yeah, he's gone down with the Viper ultimate, and now all the Tianhais are going to be focused down here. One Fong going to be the next target. The V2 coming through from a Viper from behind. TE Xiaonan is going to have this Palm Lightning for free for the silence, and then looking to try to hit those proximity shots. Of course, for TXJ, all he needs to do is just create distance and maybe push out CXC from his spotlight. The V2 coming through for Xiaonan, looking to try to close gap into this building, and the Draco Storm for TE is making this possible. Moonshard Storm out of the woodworks, knocks it down with a teleport. Hopefully, they try to lock down where YZG is right now, but for Peak, he's going to space Wolves into that building, and it's gonna be a broil right now inside of there. Looking at the shield walls, the players know that there's some team in there. For Canon gamers, they'll take any proximity shot in order to eliminate them. GG's LXM finding elimination against YZG CXZ, knocking that team down one peg at a time, and then looking at the Tianhai for it. If he can survive, TXJ could make it happen. But of course, looking at the mix-ups, Team Bauda's ZZZT gonna have that Tianhai ultimate ready to go and gets right on that rooftop for prime positioning.
Yeah, ZZT with the Tianhai V2 has to be careful that he doesn't make himself too big a target though. For this lobby, he's looking for the grabs. TE with the cannon pressure going to be forcing him out off of that high ground a little bit further back. Still looking, try and get anything that he can. Once his ultimate is done, he is going to be incredibly vulnerable. And he's getting absolutely shredded. Yeah, there it is. They wait out the transformation cancel, and out comes the Tesser ultimate. TE pounds, but it's Wolves who walk away with the elimination. Xiaonan now coming under fire. TE's Peak having to reposition, wanting to find an opportunity potentially of throwing out that Palm Lightning yet again, as bad as XEM with that Column V2 looking to carve out space literally for his team to be able to recover on the backside of this building. The after effects of those dashes interrupting any player, allowing the full reset opportunity to come on through into the spam down of that dreadful whale. As Wolves spot out, their potential opportunity has been removed, and we go back into this horrible standoff. TE's Peak managed to find the elimination onto Jing though, as they've got that high ground, and Peak is relentless in casting the Tesser ultimate, confirming that elimination with the Tesser F1 managing to fill the frame of the door so they can't escape the catch of the Viper, and TE pick up kill after kill.
And now it's going to be a chance for that other Tessa Chet to come out here. There it is. Strikes down with Fury. Of course, TXJ, look at him, looting on the body and keeping himself alive on the rooftop. But meanwhile, on the ground floor, it is a Hellfire Storm. And for GG, looking at the pop, looking at the Tianhai, One Fong is an active use. Oh, TXJ actually finding a massive kill in the midst of all this. Seeing TE getting caught by these grabs. One Fong looking to try to go for a double grab here if he potentially could, but he finds one slam. He gets the reset for the HP, and he looks for another grab, and he finds it. TEP can immediately get eliminated because of this. And now for One Fong, for JL, still with two teammates alive. Zhao Zhao still has himself with a Kylan ultimate and working it down for the last minute or so. It is going to be a mention if whether or not this team can make it through. But once that Tianhai deforms, all ears are on the table. Every single one of these teams can look towards it. And finding one grapple staggers, Jiao Nan looks to try to get the shotgun blast. He successfully gets it. And then looking at TXJ, finding the Soul Bloom, denying it for any other teams with the low cost for the rage investment like the Viper Wuchen Tessas, and finding TXJ and looking to try to space out as often as possible while TE are just running amok. Peak is down. Two teammates still left alive for Zhao Zhao. As of course, with One Fong going down, is by himself and hoping to get the placement for his team that he needs.
Yeah, but these kills, they're all being split by the remaining teams. YZG, TXJ, he's still got his ultimate. As long as he wins the heal situation, as long as his ultimate doesn't force, he can still win this for YZG off of that kill score multiplier. The difference is going to be potentially if he gets caught, but no, he is max distance away, playing full on the skybox, waiting for that zone to close before he goes for the cast of that V2 and tries to live. ZK's about to come through with a massive Viper V1, stunning absolutely every single player into that zone tick damage, and it's followed up by TE Xiaonan with the Palm Lightning and the Fan. This is TXJ trying to find his moment, though. He hasn't been able to find a grab. He's got one player. He will be able to potentially find the slam into the heal. He can't interact with the Soul Blooms if he's in his ultimate. No! There were two Soul Blooms at his feet, and he wasn't able to grab a single one of them because he was in the Tianhai Vajra state. And he gets outlived by a Wu Chen instead.
I can't believe it. Wu Chen, the true HP king, the one who really resets his ultimate. This is crazy. Coming through here, OA looks to go ahead and be one of the teams to survive, but Wolves takes it out here for MVP, getting all the placement points, getting as much they could in terms of making it through in that endgame circle. And while TXJ, the survivor, you know, survivor's guilt or not, he survived, bro. He went to the skybox and he chilled out, and everything with all those grapples and extensions just keep going through. I was scared for him when that Viper
I was so scared.
I was
he got
like,
hit by a Tessa enchantment.
Exactly. And they were waiting. They were like, they used the Tessa enchantment, but I think they used it exactly at the wrong moment because once he was starting the iframe animation, they threw it. And I'm like, no, you messed up. Now he's looking for melee grabs, and he got
he got hit by one before that. He got hit when he was on the rooftop, when the other Tianhai was in his ultimate. He actually got hit by the full 3-second enchantment. Zombie walked, didn't zombie walk off the roof. Unfortunately for him, though, like, his position was given away because the other Tianhai, when he dropped his ultimate, went to the rooftop to try to recover. And poor TXJ just turns to see this other Tianhai, and he's like, oh no, they're gonna think that I'm the one that just used my ultimate. I've got to reposition and get out of here. And that's why he immediately went for the dagger swap to be able to skirmish off of the trees and then set up the max distance grapple up on the skybox.
Man had a Chimera's wing in his back pocket to teleport to the sky. Everything was mad, though. It's crazy. You saw how much that really came down to that round. The survivability of, you know, being able to see which team comps are still alive and having 4 Viper Witch and Tessa teams in that mix into the final circle makes it a horror game for real. And I think that one is exactly what Alliance actually saw when they went past in Celestia. We saw 2 Viper Witch and Tessa teams back to back moving in one convoy. We have in the Valiant Challenger. They didn't want to impress upon themselves there, but. Question for y'all keeping track about the prize money. This happens in the beginning of the round for you guys, by the way. But what was the prize money for game 1? Was it A, 1,600, B, 1,800, C, 2,000, or D, 2,200 yuan? This is going to be for the Twitch chat gamers. Anyone on YouTube, make sure you guys Twitch on over. I'll stop. Going through in the Twitch chat to make sure you get your UID ready to go for the reward. And that does bring us a point, right? Every single round comes out with an increase into rewards pool for the MVP. And the longer the day goes, the higher that reward pool increases for the team members. And going into that round, obviously with Wolves taking into MVP, a lot of scatter moments of the points being spread across all the teams, right? Which allows for not a single team to just go crazy with like 18 kill first, place game, having that multiplier active. The most I think we saw that round was 12 eliminations. Just having that to kite throughout the first game means that the second round will be a testament when we enter the Cordoria midnight.
Yeah, I mean, crucially as well, JL weren't one of those teams who made it all the way to the end, so they're going to be a little bit stagnating their position at the top of that leaderboard, unless YZG might actually have been able to eclipse them entirely. We'll have to wait and see, as we can see how the points were attributed. No, Wolves actually came away with 13 eliminations, 15.5. We were so close to getting a Taka for this MVP composition, but denied it by the Wuchen I-living TXJ. He came so close. He came so close. If he'd been able to pick up the Soul Blooms, but he had to use his ultimate to get the full health reset, as well as I promoted the Tessa ultimate enchantment cast. So he did everything that he possibly could in his power. Wolves really showcasing though the damage that this Viper composition has, having so many of those ultimates, the space that everyone was forced to take when that zone was collapsing because of that Viper V1 coming on through, and everyone understanding, oh, this isn't us still being able to move with the VT variation, we just can't grapple and can't use our ultimates. No, this is the V1, which means that if we get hit by this, we're gonna be stuck eating all of that corruption tick damage, which goes directly to your health bar. It ignores your shielding entirely. So once that pops, you are dead in the water. As I believe LJX is probably going to be walking away with an MVP, given the fact that he had probably got advanced heal and group heal in that Soul Jade stash, given the numbers, 26,000 heals coming on through from the Wuchen, as we can have a look and see how the numbers on the leaderboard were affected and whether YZG were able to, with that game, overtake JL and begin game number 2 in first place position yet again. And yet there it is. JL have been leapfrogged over by both YZG and by Wolves.
There's a good chance of seeing about these teams making it back through, especially Wolves, and seeing how even with JL's 10 points earned that game, the 14 points superseded that, and we are within the bracket of 3 points for the first 3 slots. OA having 4th place with 24.7 and TE with 23.8 overall, and with Bauta 23.6. This is tying up to be very closely tied into whether or not these teams can just have the separation of being between a couple points versus a massive amount of points. And going into round 2, we'll have a chance of seeing if that's going to be the case, but we still have to understand that off of that choice pick a selection for YZG, being one of the few target teams with Kylan or with the Transformers with Tianhai, seeing that comp do as well as it did in Morris Isle, the teams have the option to see about it in phase 3 or 2 for that choice. But then again, clips and highlights, we're going to look in terms of that game brought to you by China Unicom, with Moxie having the comms for the players in live service.
Lovely musket shots coming on through. We're getting the LJX POV. Wuchen getting to track down all of those players, the tether from that Tessa enchantment, giving away someone hiding behind that hut. Getting the pressure to, forcing the Tianhai F1 out early. This is the moment that Kylan tries to utilize his ultimate and peel. As we can see that LJX has actually set up a safety plan. He's got the Wuchen teleport ready to cut everybody out of the way if it gets a little bit too dangerous and they go into that zone because of either the dashes or if one of his players gets grabbed out by a late Tianhai ultimate. So Wolves very much ahead of the rest of everybody in terms of guaranteeing and denying both that win condition and the other teams. Here's the moment that we get ZK coming on through with that Viper V1. There's going to be an enchantment managing to hit onto Wolves, but the Soul Bloom grabs come on through. And NiHQ and ZK both able to live a little bit longer as one of their players does get grabbed. ZK, unfortunately, though, not getting slammed. He's able to wriggle his way out of the Tianhai's hand. Looks like TXJ was looking for a double grab rather than just that one punch. And it is going to be, as we prophesized, LJX with the MVP, having an absolute horde of Soul Jades. And there's the group heal advanced heal that we knew was coming out.
Yeah, we were mentioning in terms of seeing about the builds of the Jades, and this team was one of the few, but one of the more impactful ones, and having that advanced group heal seals the deal. We had that armor piercer and repair roll, and the nice shots that were coming from LJX to try to connect off of those, and that was his main weapon. Look at it, 6,700 damage off the musket alone. Something to review over and seeing how he's been able to look towards those shots and finding the opportunity, because Blind Knight's secondary, having that as his melee weapon really comes to showcase with it that it is going to be that great pocket weapon. He had none. He's probably most likely in the early game just off off rip, off the spawn, and then switching on over to Flying Knives the moment that he had acquired it. And that's just a testament about how strong the weapon is, not only to the solos, but also to the trios. And then again, having the range jades to prove free towards the matches, it's really going to give Wolves that victory. Then again, seeing about the cannons, right? We saw how much the cannons were coming into play off of the players. I know that once again had that going off for their Wu Chen, having that Rupture Gale really working off of that. QGG though from the YZG was really pelting it out with that Meteor, and that was that case scenario. The weapon selections to come out from range are also to consider for the players. Some of them even having a bow with the scatter shots or just pocketing it in between, and having those range weapons completely into mid-range weapons really makes this a showcase in terms of what the priority listing is for the players. I mean, even with an engraving, we didn't see as much of that longsword to come out, but the players still had level 3 greatsword swings up their pocket. Listen, I saw the level 3 greatsword swing coming out from Bowder off rip, and with YZG doing it return to sender off the first match.
Dunk's happy. Like somewhere there is a Dunkin' Donuts. He's just clapping his hands like a kid on Christmas because he got to see Taka with a greatsword in Nbpl in trios. Didn't get to see it win, but did get to see a little bit of that Taka greatsword representation. But returning back to that point that you were talking about in terms of weapon identity, it very much feels like the musket has started being picked up a lot more frequently from all kinds of teams, including the Viper Tesla Wu Chen ones, because they understand there's going to be Transformers in the lobby. Musket being able to pinpoint accurate, get those back-to-back shots, those headshots as well when someone is being held in that monk grab, also being able to catch them as they're in the flop state once they've been slammed out, is really, really good at potentially confirming an elimination if a player is a little bit lower but not necessarily low enough to kill when that slam does come down. And then with Flying Knives replacing Longsword, they have range. So all of the teams, if they're running things like the Viper or the Tessa, they can still use their melee weapons, but they don't have to be directly on top of somebody. So they actually have way less distance to be able to cover, which means that that stun window and the damage that you can do within it is actually going to be much more than it was if you have, say, a fan or a dagger.
Yeah, and finding the usage of like between the Flying Knives as well is that it does have that multi-stagger as mentioned. So having to catch somebody off that range means that your close proximity target or your teammate with like a heavy weapon can then just chunk out for a little bit, and then you can reset for that re-stagger. Now, one thing is for certain is that with the fan and having to catch those RMBs, a little bit of a risky situation when someone is able to anticipate that, seeing a you from a mile away. But when the Flying Knives come into play, you have two options, whether they're throwing out a single blue focus range attack, or they're throwing 3 range attack that are blue focus, or they're throwing 2, and you have to distinguish between all 3 of those in a manner of a split second. Some players would just magically parry behind them before they realize it, and that usually happens just because of the intuition about where those drop down blues can happen. Rowan Yang fights that we saw, having players to decide in catching one target to the next. Tianhai's dominating the forces, Kylan's not really knowing what to do besides dash around and protecting themselves. But once that Kylan ultimate ends, finding any sort of attrition towards using like a heavy weapon comes into play before it's met with a blue focus in the back. And that's just a Flying Knife dagger that's just being thrown across the field by one of the supports or the third positions.
What was, I think, the most interesting in that game, other than the fact that so many teams did make it to endgame, was the fact that the Xiphon compositions all lost their first Realm of Yang fight. The Transformer teams were the ones that all came out on top. We didn't really get to follow along because like a lot of the Realm of Yang fights that we actually saw for the full way through was, well, fights like this! Transformers versus Transformers, as we can have a look and see JL's Wanfeng going head-to-head against DOG's Kakashi. Kakashi has been able to find one player, and immediately Wanfeng transitions to jumping on top of him so that he doesn't find that grab, and his player is able to squirm out of the hand, mashing the interaction, that struggle key, before the slam comes down. Cavalry Blim also going to be coming on for, peeled out by the Tianhai F1. As we can see, the fan RMB setting on up for the Kylan after dash follow-throughs. Lovely usage there of the first stage LMB from those Flying Knives to interrupt before the Cavalry Blim could actually start to get going and slam into their target, as Xiao Xiao is getting all of the sustenance coming on through from QQ, throwing out those Zip F1s to keep the Kylan's health bar topped on up so he can keep throwing out those V2 dashes, and outside of the ultimate, he's got that spear to try and set up the Dragon Slayers into Nessa's, looking for the RMB slam downs. There's the first cleave coming on through, but it is not enough. DRG will be able to come out on top.
Gotta be honest, man. Zhao Zhao, he's that secret weapon in JL's pocket, at least in terms of that position one going through. And I think one thing is for certain is that when he is able to give prominence and using his weapon skill set, I think he's got that in the bag. It's just ultimates and skills alone. Once they start wiping off your teammates off the map, you won't be able to have much to offer your team besides, you know, being in a 2v3 where it's a stagger fest. Very rare occasions where certain team comps would succeed in that 2v3 situation, whether because of the range blues, but when it's the time to staggers, the only thing that would really come out on top is if you had an offensive skill. In that case, usually key team comps like Zypin would be the ones that really purposely come out on top, because both Zai and Matari have a skill that passes through team enemies or in a group setting of hitting them in proximity hits and it's sustaining out. And for JL, I'm curious in seeing what their chances are in terms of this next round. They have the opportunity to come through and backing themselves up to the first place slot. Whether they can pass Wolves or YZG, time will tell.
Yeah, and it is going to be another team, another 4 teams rather, in phase number 1 shuffled on over. So another team probably going to get to insta-lock that Viper Tessa Wuchen as we head on over to Padoria. Also going to be a Fireflies map of Padoria, so the aggression is not going to be stopping anytime soon. But given the fact that we saw 2 teams go for Tarka formers, I wonder, are we going to see more teams invest in it? Because like YZG have been on top of this Tarka composition. They've been trying to run it as frequently as they possibly can to be able to get as much laps, as much practice on it as they can. They look the strongest that they've been on the composition in game number 1. However, other than YZG, I don't think there's really been another team that's come close enough to piloting it to the level that we've seen.
Yeah, I think one team that's been trying to make its rounds too and practicing it has also been GG. Just trying to get its works into, you know, to find that niche and hoping that it just comes through for them. They are going to enter into phase 3 next, so we'll have to see how YZG decides to offer themselves out. But for YZG and with GG, 2 teams that could potentially come through with the Tarka comp as being their premier pick that could just echo chamber out, and all the teams can then start using that as a 3 or 4 round pick in their selected phase. But obviously, this next round will be determination for YZG making it through. They still have that Viper Witch and Tessa pick available now coming through off of, to that. In terms of it, I don't think we're gonna see an off pick for first phase for the consideration that we just saw 4 Viper Witch and Tessas making it happen as long as they did. No other team would want to have that happen against them again.
Yeah, I mean, Viper Tessa Wuchen, it's such a strong composition. It still hasn't found a counter. Like, no one's really been able to figure out how to play properly against that Viper V2, especially if there's multiple Viper V2s that you have to be concerned about. And I think like that's going to be the direction that we see a lot of these teams try and head towards as the meta extends into the next part of 2025, like whether it's going to be established within grand finals, whether a team has already figured out the strategy but doesn't want to reveal it because we have, you know, a little bit of downtime. Pre-finals and LCQs next week immediately. However, that's not immediately followed by the grand finals. We've got a little bit of downtime first, and the 31st and the 1st, when we have the grand finals for solos and trios respectively. So you don't want to reveal your game strategy to the point where these teams have the opportunity to download it and figure it out themselves.
Exactly, and that's something that comes into play where some teams are like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and that's 5-2-1 for instance. Southeast Asia has been kind of that team, or has that region for teams that bring out something that they believe in, and then they decide to kind of harness its power in their playstyle. Now, for them was Farius Shen coming from last in 2 years prior, and then bringing her back into the mix right now would be a great chance of seeing if the ice cream comp or even a different variation with the Farius Shen can really just make themselves to be known. But having a comp that would be without any admissible counter makes it really difficult in considering any sort of option other than itself. So coming off of this, SS1, SR, Alliance, and 5-2-1 have that in the table for Padoria Midnight. For second round for selection, DRG, YZG, Bowda, and JL are taking it. And then for the last round selection, GG, Wolves, once again, or OA and TE are taken into that third phase. Having to see about that second phase is really going to be that notion, because we saw how 5-2-1 decided to take that chance of playing up that Tarka former. If YZG wants to double down on having Tarka former for that second pick of that comp, this will be the last time they can without any point deficit for that comp.
We'll have to wait and see. Is it going to be more of the same? I mean, phase 1, yeah, there we go. S up, no pause, no dart. Just immediately, 3 teams interlocking in Viper Test Lieutenant Alliance. A little bit late to the plate, but come on, don't tease us. We know that the Test of Viper Wuchan is coming on out. Let's just look at Phase 2, because that's where it's going to get really interesting. We saw in game number 1, teams immediately reverted to that Matari composition so that they could avoid play as safe as possible against that Viper. But it looks like this time around, there's a little bit more split decision making. YZG going to be playing it safe into the Viper composition using the Tumult as a cover, but Bowder of visiting the ice cream parlor.
JL wants to take it to, as well as DRG. See, this is what I was talking about before. I'm like, the Firefly maps and being able to have the ice cream comp available was definitely an option on the table for the teams, and they're going for it into Padoria for round 2. But having Kylan Informers to come through here, the Wolves is going to be the first one on the board for it. GG is going to be the second one on board for it. TE, and once again, having their options, one for the Tarka former with TE, once again, having a chance right now to be that third Kylan Informer squad or just to mix it up, and they are definitely going to take it to be the third one. So having only one target team on the mix for TE is going to be the notion. Sandsife and Syra, though, seeing that to be picked up by YZG, that is one of their higher points earning comp. They actually won 2, I believe, by weeklies with the set comp to kind of earn it out. And since it's going to be, you know, if it's tried and true, bringing it into the second phase off of that means that they still have that availability for that first round pick for the next round phase. But for Padoria Midnight, this is an easy peasy comp that they can just snowball into it if they can be successful both off drop into the first round, and is hoping to see that no teams take advantage of the location if they're at a deficit.
What I am worried about, though, is that they're the only Sand Siphon composition.
Yeah.
So, again, you can take cover from a Viper team inside your Tumult Ultimate, but you can only take cover from one Viper team inside your Nbpl. You've got to worry about the other 3 Vipers instantly knocking on your doorstep the second that's done. And even then, like, if it's a multi-way fight and you're having to take on compositions like the ice cream composition, you've got to worry about the Syra ultimate being able to cut through it. It does limit the effectiveness of the Justina V1 a significant amount in terms of the space that she has to be able to complete those dashes. So we'll have to see whether or not it has the advantage matching into a position like a realm of Yang fighters. We can see F2, F2, F1 for all of the ice cream compositions. So for combo breaks, as well as that sounds effect that we talked about for that Farrier, F2, V1 coming on for SS1. We'll have to see whether 521 and SR are going to be opting for the V1 or the V2 variant. No, V2. Woo! TE! F1 V2! We've got a non-fireball Tarka Former's composition.
Going to be a really nice one to see. I know that this F1 usage in trios, especially with the right click, is able to grab a lot of those players in one grouping and then just able to launch them out. And that gives Zhao Nan, the Tianhai, free real estate for the grab. But then again, having the F1 also means that he's able to get stamina regen. So for the Tarka there, that's going to be their reset that he could potentially use to turn the fight around, especially with the V2 active. We're seeing a lot of pocketed spawns here. Obviously, SR wants to take Arcadia for the Vulpine's Essence, the Red Jade, also known as the Cow's Elixir. I don't know. See in translation, I'm trying to figure that one out, but that Jade is going to be something that SR has off rip. Mystic Blade, though, for TE as well as GG. They're getting the Fireflies off of Twilight's Pass, while JL is over by the Tincture Woods, if I'm not mistaken. Now, switching into the Alliance's position, they do have Imperium. The Hall of Eternity could be their looting path. Otherwise, they go to the Purity Chamber off to the western end. And then onto the eastern board of the Sword Tomb, we have Wolves. We have Team Bowder. They are hot dropping against one another. 521 taking Skygaze Cove, which is a really prominent spawn point for them. They've been taking that spot quite a while now. But YZG, tried and true, they love taking the south side of this map to look for that macro gameplay. We are entering into game 2. We do have this to be for finals, and we do have to see where these teams end up, Moxie, before round 3.
Oh, OA trying to converge onto SS1's Water, who's a little bit away from the rest of his team, already having to take a 1 versus 2 fight, and he is being locked down by both players with spears. Does the elimination come through, or can his teammates peel for him? No, he is going to fall. The Ballista has come into the play, though. Not sure which team is currently running that one, and it punishes OA going a little bit too aggressively after SS1's players. Water has been traded for PP and potentially for Mung, as well as Zuan tries to go for the scale rushes, but the Buttery Rock's making it a little bit harder to be able to stick into those melee hits. And it does look like a lot of those players who are on the low ground have been traded, as because with the ballista, everything went into overdrive. Every single player who wasn't in control of that having to scatter on out, and that leaves them vulnerable to the Tesla enchantment that poor Zuan is about to get afflicted by. The 3-second enchantment window is going to be more than enough to take him down, and Alliance will be able to grab a tasty 3 eliminations off the rip.
Taking all the Dark Tide coins included into that, SR is going to be able to pick up that Volpine's essence in the north of Arcadia. But we switch on over to JL, taking their time over by the Twice Pass, not taking any engagements whatsoever so far. Hall of Eternity inside the heart of Imperium, 5-2-1 and Bowda. They are next door to one another, and they're taking an engagement. 5-2-1's Ivan having the opportunity as a Tessa, looking to see where that Justina is going to be ending up. She finds a nice freeze opportunity and then dashes away within the gold focus frame. Now Bowda's XCM procs out that combo breaker for Syra. No ultimate just ready just yet, and CPT finds a nice dash. That might have been a refresh, to be honest, and for him to go right back in here might be the best benefit. Flying knives from Jing, making this a little bit of a difficult opportunity for Ivan to find any sort of value of staying put, especially when XCM had found that Syra ultimate at just the right time, knocking down Campy. Looking for elimination number 2, XCM exits the building, looking towards the fire position for Ivan to get locked down with 1 dazzle, but with his position right now, all he needs is 1 stagger, and for him and his teammates to get this elimination for count number 2.
Oh, yeah, XEM, purple weapon off the rip in the form of that epic dagger, scales up the ultimate's level of damage that it does. We do see the Farrier mech, that V2 being invested to split the playing field. Bowda's Jing hops directly into it. They know that Yuma's going to have a second Tessa enchantment coming on through. The combo breaker is invested over the urn so that ZZT isn't able to interact and cancel it out, and that's going to provide the opportunity for Yuma to take him down with the nunchucks follow-up. Moonbane has also been invested. I believe this is from Alliance, as it's now just Jing inside that Farrier mech, forced to burn both of the boosters to reposition up to the high ground, as the Moonbane being dropped on to the map has drawn the attention and ire of 521, but they turn not onto the full team of Alliance, but onto the Farrier that they just saw exit that mech, and poor Jing has to utilize the F2 to buy himself just a little bit of safety, but it's gonna be absolutely tiny of a window as he's being chased down by 2 Viper Tessa teams.
And now with Ivan investing that Tessa enchant, he's looking towards revenge, hoping to see if that Wuche port had been set up, but that enchant is not going to be a worry state. Ivan is getting focused so hard by NY7 that there's no offensive pressure that won't be necessary to get them out of there. Now, Yuma's down, port is out, revenge is going to be having that beacon of light, but they are going to be looking for that res as soon as possible. In the meanwhile, 521 exit the premises, going to the northwest. I'm not even sure if anyone got that portal for the sword. I would be really surprised, but the second chance that we see that Moonbane is going to be from SR's hands. Now for JL, finding elimination for Wolves, getting in a +1 off rip. We see SS1 in their fight. Viper Wuche and Tessa are going to be coming through between one to the other, and SR are looking to ambush SS1 from the backside. Now, for all these grapples, making it to Azoth Peak is one thing. The kiting path could be made, an ambush with the Tessa enchant could be had, but for Junks, he's looking to Tessa. Nice prior target selection right here. And even with the Tessa enchant coming out here, I'm pretty sure this team has it down to the woodworks to catch Xuan out of here.
Yeah, Zuan just has to run a little bit further away from his team in the hopes that it gives them that disengagement window. Rico and Water going to be kiting around each other. There's a bounty on the field as well, which is going to be giving one of these players positions. I believe it's actually on SS1's Water's head, which is really unfortunate, as this Wuchen is just having to utilize these flying knives for stamina and scale rushes around the walls of Azov to try and keep himself up for as long as possible, but Jun will be able to corner him. The Tessa enchantment is going to hold him in position. It's not the 3-second enchantment, it's that immediate soul grab where you get sucked up into the sky that allows SR to be able to close down onto him. And we can see that SR have been able to get their hands on that Volpine's essence, which is a composition that doesn't go into Realm of Yanks. They're going to be utilizing that late into endgame to be able to survive a potential foray over one of those spirit wells.
Yeah, but look at YZG. Look at them. 3 eliminations, purple armors, and purple soul jades all across the board. And they have it to make it to a Realm of Yang, and then in time, just at the moment, to be able to fight and contest any of the other teams. And like we said, is the only Sand Siphon Syra in the lobby right now. But looking at how they've been able to successfully be able to take part for a single fight against a team, succeed, and take the looting path off of the southern end of the map means that they have this down to, you know, brass tacks. So for right now, we'll have to see how the gear really stacks up against them. For Bowda, though, they are on their second set of lives. With only one elimination from Jing, they actually make it to Skygaze Cove, just trying to break some boxes here and there before they make their way possibly even further north. They could go the Tranquil Courtyard. They could have that looting path made, but Verdant Chasm could be another option for them because of that deep well of loot. Now for Alliance, they do have this motion to be successfully able to take those first fights, getting eliminations, utilizing the Moonbane. But for SR, they are, like I mentioned, the second Moonbane wielders, and being able to not even need to take the Realm of Yang, they can take any fight outside, just like how they are taking out Cuckoo from Team JL.
Oh, the Viper V2 means that Cuckoo wasn't able to utilize that Syra V1. He gets intercepted and annihilated. That silence is so impactful. He's also got just before he can make it behind the rock face to be able to break LOS and potentially burn that V1 to keep himself alive and turn on his pursuers with a stun dazzle setup. But it is not to be a really good job coming in through with that target selection, directly catching the Syra before she can escape, punishing the isolation. As both of the Moonbanes have been invested not to be able to clear a pathway to one of those Realm of Yang. So there is a potential that we're going to see a team get griefed out of having all three of their members pass safely into that portal. As we can see that SR and GG were both thinking about holding the position around this Realm of Yang.
Yeah, and looking at GG being the Valiant challengers for the next 3 minutes means that they have all eyes in the lobby to look towards in this direction. GG LXM looking to be in that front line a little bit. The supplies are looking a little bit medium too, with the 4-4 ratio for the healing berries to the armor powders. But the moment that Test Enchant catches 3, this could be a deletion right now. The V2 from the Viper ultimate is not ready for junk, so there's not going to be much value as 521 looks to try to ambush this themselves. ZJS finds a nice timing for that CN High ultimate just to deny that enchant and be able to provide a defensive measure. LXM still has that Kylo ultimate ready to go, but with this enchant process still going off, we're at half health for this Vajra state. CJS gets caught by an explosion from Junks, and this is going to be the deletion right then and there. There's a deletion from Ivan for 1 elimination on the board. Clink comes out, Soul Bloom is picked up, and for 521, not having grapples right now for Ivan, it's a little bit of a Warrior War moment, but they still have that Sessa ultimate to come out for second stage. And then with this Realm of Yang, all the teams are ready to go and are earnestly waiting. YZG making their approach to the northeastern end, hoping to see that Dazzle's going to work out. YZG make the approach. Want to see they're going up against Team Bowda. Now, looking at the Soothing Boon, the one key Jade that's coming through here is the Sap Jade from QGG, as well as that Blistering Edge from CXZ, as well as with him having a Sap Jade. So this fight is going to be very, very quick or very, very far into between, because with the Sand Siphon Syra, this is the only comp in the game that could potentially succeed as a dominating force.
Bowda already burning that Farrier mech out early, putting the pressure. Tumultuous ultimate is also going to be extended from YZG. TXJ having to play around the Syra V1 though. It can still proc through the wind. Jing losing a lot of his armor of that mech, burning one of those boosters to get into a better position over the top of those pillars, keeping up the pressure, making sure that YZG weren't able to consolidate safely inside the bunker of the Tumultuous ultimate. Now that it's done though, out comes the Syra V1 from YZG side. Justina ultimate is going to be burned. QGG also going for his one. Really good turn from the Farrier, the F2, stopping QGG from going for those Furin shoves just to stop the potential Justina dash from catching one of his players. CXC gets put under pressure to force out the combo breakers. QGG throws out the LNB, connects onto Jing before turning the follow-up so that he doesn't get anticipation parried. He's got no more Furin shoves to his name, but he has been able to find an isolation, which leads to the 2 versus 1. The Tumult and the Takeda working in tandem to remove ZZT before they turn onto the last player from Bowda, and the coordination from YZG allows them to win yet again inside Yang.
Ice Cream comp though versus Kylan Former, and Tutik is going to be the one without the Vajra state. But with the Syra ultimate down, this could be a chance right now for once again to catch this. LMB does get caught. Jaja burns his combo breaker, and Cuckoo's looking to throw these flying knives with the whole check. There's the R&B release. Tutik gets elimination. Blind kick coming through here from Long as it comes out. JL's piece by piece, layer by layer, getting removed from the equation. And this is going to be where they look for a quick set of eliminations. They're not waiting this out. They want to get outside of the Realm of Yang. Picking up another gold weapon. This is going to be the third team winning the Realm of Yang, the latest one, and having a cold flying knives again, Vajra's grip, purple pulse sword, and with purple armor. Man, flying knives is making its appearance, man, every single time.
Oh boy, yeah, the ice cream comp unfortunately melting a little bit under the pressure coming over from both of our Transformers teams. Just looking, or rather the Sand Siphon composition and the Transformers. just looking incredibly strong. As we get to see Sand Siphon in the neutral, still as dominant as it was previously, just holding onto those ultimates for the perfect timing cycle, waiting for that Justina ultimate to be forced before the Takeda really gets to go on for it and keep up the pressure so that the Ice Cream composition isn't able to set up chain stagger after chain stagger to lead to an immediate elimination of one of those specific members. As we can see, DRG instantly starting off this fight. They know that they have to finish it quickly. There's too many Viper teams in the lobby. They can't afford it to last a little bit too long. 2Tick is coming under pressure right now. They're trying to force out that Tian High state so they can reposition out of this fight or potentially look for a Justina ultimate freeze. As we can see the Fry coming on through the cannon, managing to blitz 2Tick into 3 frames of stagger, so he doesn't get to find that slam down onto 2Tick, which have replenished his health bar. And YZG, fresh outside of the realm of Yang, are here with their ultimates, and here with the better loot scaling. DRG trying to turn things around. 2 of the players of YZG getting caught up into the same stun dazzle, but YZG with the damage that they can output, still holding on to these ultimates. Going to be an insane problem for DRG to try and recover from.
9 eliminations for YZG. Looking to try to catch her out. 10th elimination right then and there. Might be kill stolen here, but there's going to be the dash coming through, and if QGG finds a 10th elimination, we're at double digits right now. TXG having that ultimate ready to go, uses the combo breaker preemptive, gets caught by the 3-second silence from the background. TXJ not really wanting to use ultimate here is going to cost the team to burn those Vermilion Birds, man. That's okay. There's so much fights happening right now that even with an ultimate investment at that point in time would have been a waste. All the teams would have been able to focus them down, and since so many teams are making this approach here, we noticed that with JL here at Vermilion's Birds, without any sort of Rowan Yang depletion except for one teammate, that they were quick to succeed in picking those ones up. For One Fang being the only teammate left alive for the next 2 minutes, they made to even decide upon looking past it and getting some money here or there to get the free res. But then again, obviously all the teams are in the vicinity looking for that position as well. TE on the cusp over in the southern end of the Tincture Woods where we are right now. They have a chance right now to spot this out. Replay is going to be made. DRG are up against TE. This is going to be where we actually see off the rip in the terms of the first fight, with Xiaonan being locked down here with those RMBs. The Justina ultimate, right, not being used just yet. We see how much the melting potential comes out from a Justina as she's able to get a quick freeze off of the Tian Hai, and while that Kurumi ult comes out here, not having a chance of refreezing the Tian Hai really just comes out to notion that this is going to be a delayed fight for that Tarko ultimate, because once that Tarko ult comes through, he's going to be the dominating force in the ground units.
Yeah, WX98 getting this position too inside this Kurumi ultimate. So many targets, fish in the barrel for this Justina to get those dash resets, way inside the frame of the Tian Hai F1 before casting into the Dragon Slayers to build into that Nessus. And this is DRG showcasing this Ice Cream composition and how dominant it can potentially be with the RMV slam downs, mixing up the timing, sometimes going for the immediate cast, sometimes going for the overhold. WX98 really playing into the mind games that you can carry with the spear, the insane overhold timing of that RMB. That's how DRG are able to win their Realm of Yang. They're gonna actually decide to go for a Soul Altar right opposite YZG's positioning, given the fact that YZG won the last time those two teams met. Might be a little bit risky, but unfortunately for some of these other teams, it does look like we're going to be seeing Yang Depletion taking down more than a couple of split members, as both Bowder and TE were not able to fully cleanse their entire teams. Bowder, though, were prepared. They immediately burn a Rebirth Charm, managing to take advantage of the fact that some of these other teams are going to be looking to position into the next iteration of the Realm of Yangs, rather than trying to jump onto some of these teams mid-recovery.
King on the block, they got the Rebirth Charm, now we're in the realm. QGG, okay, I was about to say, my man will get caught out. We have a chance here. I'm looking at the Jades, hopefully to see if anything has been upgraded. Now, there is another team that's been massively stacked out here. Sap Jade still on QGG, of course. Seeing a Tempest Kick on TXJ could be a surprise, but of course, nothing has really been upgraded besides seeing about the Overlord, as well as the Sky Punch. 2Tick, though, making his approach here, having purple armor, having purple halberds, catches QGG in this extension. Oh my goodness, in the jump RMB. We're looking for the grab hook. Oh my goodness, we're looking for the hits in midair. We're not gonna get it. We're so close, but 2Tick missed his chance. He still has an opportunity. He's looking for the RMBs in the backline, and with QGG having no help to his name, he gets knocked out, and now it's up to 2 members of YGG to make this Roman Yang a turnaround fight. One man, Perry coming out here from 2Tick. He's making massive work for this team, and as much as TXZ looks to pick up the weapon again, all TXG needs to do is make sure he survives before this Tian Hai ultimate makes it a pressure hold.
Yeah, 2Tick's gonna have the later ultimate. TXJ manages to just dash away before he can get grabbed in that Syra V1 animation. Biweek now just running around that pillar, denying any potential break of LOS for the players of YZG. TXJ, he's gonna be without a combo break. He's gonna be without teammates to stop this Tian Hai from grabbing and slamming. Hold on a minute. Alliance are up to their familiar tricks. Viper tests the Lucian composition. They don't care, they're going into Realm of Yang regardless. NY7 comes on through. Lovely Skirmishes sets up the follow-up into that F2 confirmation. And he's just running from pillar to pillar, dropping down with the cavalry bloom. Finds the 2 versus 1 against Bowders Cheng. Forces the combo break from XEM. He does get hit by the stun dazzle, but it sets the opportunity up for Yuma to come through with that Tesser enchantment cast. And they've been able to pick up another one with Cav Bloom. CZT is the last one left. He's about to get fried. He's held into stone form against the Pulswood, but there's nothing he can do. As Alliance are just gonna last this Realm of Yang out as long as they possibly can to keep that buff going for as long as they can get it. What a play from Alliance. It's been such a long time since we've seen a Wuchen team go Realm of Yang.
Yeah, it's a great power move when you Wuchen port to get away and then pop the Viper ultimate. I mean, you can't do nothing. And keeping them locked down was a mass play coming through from the Alliance. They get the elimination, they get the buff, and there's another set of Mystic Mice to be picked up here. And now for TE actually going down in 12th place, this means that we still have 11 teams on board, but with 2 teams on that Realm of Yang depletion, could not cut those numbers down drastically in a short amount of time. SR with their Mystic Might for the next couple of seconds, 45 seconds to be exact, waiting out with SS1 as SS1's on standby. For this build though, for obvious reasons, right? The Viper Wuchen Tessas have great strengths in numbers, and then looking to try to like see about whether or not they can find a team to isolate away. This is gonna be that approach. OA, once again, they have themselves gold nunnies, gold armor, and for the gear to be held, this is gonna be a great upgrade if this team decides to run this set down over by the waterfall.
We do have one team in Yang depletion currently still in a soul form. In fact, both teams who have Yang depletion currently in soul form, they're waiting. They know that the Viper, Tesla, Wuchen teams are looking for a fight, and they're actually going to try and come through with a timing attack once those ultimates have been burned through. Really smart adjustment coming tonight that they're not at the fight's beginning and a potential target for the third parties, that they're actually the people third partying. Instead, SS1Z1 has gone down 2 tick with this Tian Hai, getting so much space for the rest of his team, but it paints a target on his team's back. He gets stunned up by the Viper V1 into the Tesser enchantment follow through. An Alliance with the Mystic Might and the ult cycle get to come through a little bit later. YZG also starting to pick up a couple of the eliminations, draining them away from the fight that had been taking place before they came through. And this is what we were talking about. YZG, one of the teams with Yang depletion, one of the teams that were watching like a hawk from the cliffs above, waiting for that opportunity to be able to res and enter into that fight, have been able to pick themselves up 1 kill, but they still need 2 more before they're away from Yang depletion.
3 minutes left on the timer right now for the Yang depletion. TXJ just trying to land a single blue focus vertical bow. I hear an ultimate in the background. Rico goes down. Soblin picked up for one of them. They only need one last one, and that's for TXJ. He still has ultimate ready to go. He's the only one grappled to his hand, and having to find these targets at the right moment and trying to disengage at the same time is going to be the play, because Alliance has been smacking it out of the park. They got Kabloom, they got Benthic Descent. They are really building this one out with an armor pierce. They land those shots, but of course, this is all going to be made to the testament whether the teams are making their approach and ambushing them outright. Bowders CPT has Justine ult active to go through. He finds one hit. He's looking for another one there. He attempts it. The slash comes out with the silence coming out from the Fairy Shen, but with gold flying knives in the distance, no one wants to take those massive blows coming up from those blue focuses. For XEM, he knows to kite this area around. N-7 finds a port south of where the players are. That beam of light is so high that all players make their way towards this escape route that Alliance was hoping that wasn't going to be taken into consideration, but they don't care. Tumult ultimate comes out, double hit on the Tessa enchant in the distance, and for DRG, all it's going to be needed to see is about a quick 1-2 action. For XEM, he finds Alliance's Yuma. He's looking to try to kite away here. 2.5 minutes left for Bowder, and they all need 3 soul blooms. Nice kick coming out from QGG, but with the Syra ultimate active, this is going to be that separation anxiety that comes out from the teams and saying, where is my teammates? How can I get away from this Syra?
Well, the Syra's going to be trying to find the stun dazzles. YZG not getting the opportunity that they're looking for. QGG getting fried by 2 Syra ults coming on through from either side of him. Bowder have not been able to cleanse this Yang depletion though. XEM now outside of that ultimate will be able to interact with the bodies and pick up those soul blooms. YGG also going to be missing one of those soul blooms still for TXJ out of his ultimate. He's going to be vulnerable. He's having to keep himself moving. Can't go too close to the jellyfish. Doesn't want to get poisoned when he's mid-rotation. The F1 gets utilized so he can put himself onto that cliff. Scale rush back to his team and keep trying to set up these rotations, but CXZ has fallen and gets caught by the stuns coming on out from Alliance's end. NY7 interrupted before he can find the follow-up from his V1 off of the stun dazzle. Will be able to start replenishing some of that health bar though. Goes over to the body, picks up the soul bloom. 5-1 now, trying to keep themselves stacked up over the side of this cliff. Will be able to find an elimination onto Gigi's Fury for starting to loot some of these bodies and absorb some of that loot. As YGG were able to pick up a soul bloom for TXJ, but it cost them. They traded out a Temi, and that Temi ultimate is the thing that's needed to stop the Vipers from full committing onto your team. So they're going to be playing as quiet as a mouse in the hopes that they don't get spotted. Luckily for them, all of the attention is currently on poor LXM, who's just having to try and run as fast as he possibly can, but Palm Lightning will take him down.
Junks with 45,000 dark tide coins, and I was about to make mention this shop rotation is going to be impeccable. Gold armors and jades to be picked up by these teams if they have it. And there's been so many fights with so much drops on gold that all of these players can try to make the rotation, even if it's outside of the zone by a couple of meters. They want to make sure they can get those purchases because there is a lot of blue armors around. Majority of the players around here have a lot of blue armors, especially with 5-2-1. All three of them actually having that, and Wolves having two members of the team playing King of the Hill right now in the mountain. This is mine. Everything you see the light touches is yours. This is good. This is going to be...
Does that mean that the corruption tick is just what Elephant Graveyard is?
Yes, yes. Who's the hyenas, though, at that point? All right, listen. We have a chance right now for LJX just to hide out. They find a shop Alliance making all the purchases that they can. They got all the bandos in the mix. I'm looking at a lot. Skyforce on NY7 having a focus slide in the Cap Bloom. Having the Repair on Yuma with the Benthic Descent switching with an advanced group key on the Sap Jade. Revenge having an Armor Pierce alongside with a Starfall in the Sap Jade. Alongside with a Quick Charge, Thunder Call, and a Twin Shot or a Bar Bolt, with the Venom Tip. It's a lot of J's that Alliance can just utilize in one quick motion and deleting somebody from the lobby. All it needs to do is just be in an isolated position, but they are coincidentally the most stacked team in this game.
I don't think we're going to have hyenas, but we're probably going to have some vultures, as everybody is circling to see who oversteps the boundaries of the Spirit World setup. We've still got Viper teams. They don't like starting the fight, but they definitely like finishing it. As OA, we're going to be following along their POV for a little bit of time. Two-Tick, with one of those purple armor sets, is going to be looking a particularly juicy target. The way that the blue armor, the Viper teams, absorb and upgrade their loot isn't with grabs from Realm of Younglings. It's off of dead bodies, scavenging off all of those armor upgrades from foes that you have felled. And that means that those Transformer teams that scale, that rely on having those higher tier weapons and armor, are really good targets that just so happen to falter under the focus fire of all of the Tether CCs. You can't iframe every single one of them, as we can see these Tiana Hides really start to get pressured, everyone trying to force them into using their ultimate just a split second too early.
Cramped spaces in Twilight's Pass, forcing out teams to make sure they make the right decision on the position. Just because of those adult jellyfish that are just floating around, makes it a very apparent motion about what's going to be revealed at the last possible moment. And in this case, I think one thing is for certain, that Draco Storm is going to be a motion to be passed, because everyone wants to make that play just because of this buff. Once they hit one Thunderbolt, one blue focus, that's all that's needed. Now with Palm Lightning, Alliance want to make sure they can have that just thrown out here. Revenge to be the one that makes it happen. But at the same time, if they need to back off, they still have that advanced group heal on standby. This Spirit Well, though, does drop down. No range hits can be coming through unless any team wants to contest this. And I don't think any team can take the opportunity of doing so. We have to understand that even with the Wu-Chen port to be used here, with so many line of sights that can be broken with the cave systems, once the chances is made and you burning that Wu-Chen port early, all you're going to need to do is just try to build that one up. The only problem is this peak right here, this mountain. This is going to be just open area, open season for all players to midst in the sky.
Someone's gonna have to reach and teleport to the top of that rock, and then we're gonna have the Mufasa moment. At the moment, it is gonna be the Transformer teams that are taking safe haven inside of it. They know that the Viper teams are currently in control of the Spirit Well, which means that the Tessa isn't gonna have 2 ultimates to cast, she's gonna have 4. DRG's Kakaishi gets hit by that enchantment window right in the corruption takes damage. He takes his chances with the corruption rather than all of the players swarming around him, and it's smart. It statistically does less damage than every single person turning and looking at him. He's been able to hide the fact that he was hit by that CC, as Alliance are not hiding the fact that they picked up Draco Storm. They are going to be that immediate fuse, burning everybody into action. Zonquing forced into the Ferrier mech. WX98 unfortunately already removed from DRG's team. As we can see that Kakaishi is trying to take the opportunity. The fact that the Ferrier mech is in play gives a smoke screen for him to be able to disengage away from the rest of his players from the team, as Alliance put the pressure now onto Wolves Night HQ, forcing that Kylan ultimate. Healing guard has been broken, and Night HQ is going to have to run. LOS manages to pick him up into that zip. The F1 from ZK is good enough to keep him intact, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough. Alliance, with that additional damage coming through from the lightning hits of Draco Storm, will be able to take the Kylan down. But crucially, those 2 fights were isolated, so now they have to turn them to another team and force another ult rotation from yet another Kylan. Meng this time is the one. He's not dashing away from the rest of his players, though. He's sticking real close to Tutik, using the threat of that Tianhai V2 as an umbrella to keep himself safe from the damage which could be raining on him if he gets too far from the rest of his team.
He gets to the peak, he gets himself some slashes, he avoids the flying knives, shotgun blast. He does get poisoned, so this is going to be a motion right now for him to have a chance to heal, and he isn't going to have it. That's going to be 2 members down. 5-2-1 making works out here, having all the opportunities of picking up 1 kill elimination to the next at 8 eliminations total. The last 2.5 minutes is going to be met with Virtue. Whether or not Tutik goes down here again, this time from Alliance, this is going to be where that Tianhai ultimate on the high ground can work in his favor. But with all the players noticing that the Tianhai is in the play, 1 grab could be kill stolen to the next, and then for everything to be considered, 1 player could just be right next to him throwing blue focuses left and right, which could be the case with Darn Ching off of DRG. 1 grab was had though. Yuma being caught, getting slammed, not going to be repeated. But of course, for Tutik to fall down slowly will give his motion to be made for him to find an armor swap on the ground if there was any. But of course, there's not going to be enough time. JL goes down here. ZK finds elimination against Xiao Xiao. The Test enchant is avoided. My man did a 360, but NY7 having the V1 active ultimate, looking for the stun. Tutik for it once again goes down, finding a 5-man stun, but getting stunned by himself with a V2 from 521's Pampy. For the next 100 seconds right now, all it's going to be coming down to is who's going to be able to sustain out. All the hits are going to be made right for YZG. TXJ, he's going to be the last remaining teammate left alive, and he's making it happen for that Syra. But as long as the players don't take focus into him, if he can find Soul Blooms off the ground, off into the zone even, he can keep the games going for his team to make a replacement.
Well, he's now getting focus fired by the entire team of Alliance, so I don't know how long this Syra is going to be able to live. The answer is not long. Combo Breaker gets burned. Wolves LJX, though, has seen that Tianhai transformation from OA painted a target on the Transformer's back. He thinks he's free now to go for his ultimate. He gets hit by the Tester enchantment and does get pushed into the walk forward, but he keeps himself in his Tianhai state to have the bigger health pool and survive the follow-through damage. Gets frozen now, though, wasn't able to iframe cancel out of the ultimate to avoid that Viper V1 from Alliance's NY7. Shotgun blasts 521's Fat Milk, who places a little bit too close to that Viper, forcing them out into the zone for fear of the CC setup and follow-through of the legendary dual blades that would come afterwards. Bowder, DRG, everyone just trying to play as far away from Alliance as they can to outlive the other. Who is going to get sent tumbling down to the ground? What goes up must inevitably come down, and revenge takes to the sky to force them just to fall a little bit faster. Exium's gone out of the corruption tick damage. He knows that he's fried. He's not going to give a potential kill away, but Kakaishi gets to turn onto Exium with the Syra ultimate, and it's down to a 1 versus 1. And neither wins, and Alliance have denied the kill score multiplier.
unfortunate. They were up to near 20 plus, and now coming through here, not having that 1.2 multiplier, even then still getting the MVP and earning themselves that rightful spot. I love seeing Viper, Wuch, and Tessa coming out from Alliance. Seeing it in the past is definitely a pleasure, and then seeing it now performing as well as it is definitely granted, you know, it's an honor. And seeing how it works out for Alliance, they've been working this comp out since the beginning, even with YZG doing as well as they are with the Viper, Wuch, and Tessa comp. This time around, working Sandsife and Syra, doing predominantly really well, 14 eliminations, and then being able to survive as long as CXJ did. It's definitely no easy feat. He's been one of the core fundamentals in that team of surviving when all is necessary, and he makes it happen. Alliance just found every fight to work in their favor, not only from the jump, but also into the end game.
We're just living in the matter of the Tessa Viper Wuchan. We really are. I think this is the most successful this composition has been. Even like when it first got founded by JL, like not this year, but last year when Tessa was released. And it's just been absolutely dominating. That's back-to-back now wins coming through from this composition. And I mean, the fact that we see 9 Viper Tessa Wuchen teams in regular week goes to show how dominant it is. This early in the day with like you're behind on points, it's a really good way of picking up those eliminations early in the game so you don't have to worry about living to the end game situation. We've already discussed it doesn't put you into the panic state of having Yang depletion and having to take a fight when you really don't want to because everyone is looking to punish. And it has really good potential in the final zone too, because that space has been so closed off that all of these teams are just forced into a very, very thin amount of spacing, which means if there's another Viper Tessa Wuchen composition, you're always going to be actually adding more value to each other because everyone's going to get hit by back-to-back just CC after CC, which is going to be able to lead into follow-up kills.
Yeah, it's like a behave, take care. Viper, Wuch, and Tessa is here, and there's nothing that makes them more of a threat than just having that end game just spacing. And now it comes to the question, y'all, in the Twitch chat: how many players chose Viper Ning in game 2? A2, B3, C4, or D5? Make sure you guys have that answer ready to go. Sign out the initial, and that way you can get your reward and have your UID ready to go because that's going to be the second case. So you guys have that on standby. But like I mentioned, right, seeing how the first fights hadn't ended up in Alliance's favor, they automatically were able to find that first movement in full usage before that first Roman King to make it happen in that Hall of Eternity entrance. And then lurking into the midst of looking outside of it, they were finding themselves pocketed fights off of that cliff side. We were having all the teams with Rebellions looking into that area, and they started stockpiling in. YZG successfully winning up that first Roman Yang kind of came out there with the notion about making that aggression to be known. Then activating themselves off of that point, they looked in terms of just spacing out. The moment they noticed there was too many teams to be there, they opted to burn out the Vermilions instead of investing those ultimates in the last ditch effort to survive. But then having the opportunity to see how Alliance has kind of been able to take parts of these fights with the, you know, the notion that at the end of the day, once they start eliminating teams piece by piece, so they know that there's going to be more eliminations to be had later on with better gear. They had that to make it to look like it's classwork, and this is going to be that grade A homework that they've been earning themselves with 22.5 points so far, Mox.
I mean, every other team in this lobby is going to be saying a big old thank you to DRG for the fact that that Syra lived and took it to a 1 versus 1 before the zone closed, because 20 eliminations, if Alliance had had that kill score multiplier and the ranking points for being the last team standing, that scoreline would have been so massive. They would have absolutely rocketed up the leaderboard even more than they're already going through, having scooped a 22.5 game score. And I mean, it's so instrumental that all of these teams, like when they come into a bi-weekly final, they've got 2 objectives: do good, but prevent strong teams from doing better. You don't want them to get to that MVP eligibility position, especially because when we break into game number 4 and everyone gets 9 hero points, that's probably when we see the 9 Viper teams come out into the mix. You do not want a team to be on MVP eligibility in that round because it's going to be so difficult to oust them before you hit into the end game, in which case MVP is right there for the taking.
Exactly. Now it's going to be a chance here to look at the standings. I need to see what's going on. Bottom 6 has SS1 with 19 points and 12th. GG in 11th with 22.6, 25.8 for TE, 521 in 9th right now with 27.3, earning 11.5 that game, 27.3 for SR in 8th place, then 28.6 for Bada in 7th. Our top 6 right now, we're not at match point yet, obviously, but looking at how closely guarded these points were from last game, now 30 points for DRG, 30.3 for Wolves in 5th, then JL's 32.1 in 4th, OA with 35.2 in 3rd, Alliance pushing up a little bit with 38.3 in 2nd, YZG pushing up a little bit further with 44.2 in 1st. Now, obviously, we were wondering if JL was going to be making a motion back towards 1st. They didn't go from 3rd from the last round afterwards to 4th from post round 2. So looking at 44.2 points, that's just going to be, you know, where we have to see whether YZG is going to be allowed to get that 19-point game coming through next round. That way they can earn themselves match point, and then we know it's a matter of time at that point to see if they can earn themselves that 4P.
I mean, they are going to be on the Viper Tesla Wu-Chan. They're phase 1 as we head into game number 3, and that is the composition that they've looked strongest on this season. But we can have a look and see how game number 2 went on with our replay system brought to you by China Unicorn. This is GG back-to-back parries coming in for CJS, getting to turn the tides of that fight against TE. Youth getting absolutely frightful. He's trying to turn around with those dual halberds himself. The RMB just absolutely chunking for those health bars at an absolute breakneck pace. As you can see, SS1's Zuanda with the Tessa combo breaker being invested, allowing Alliance to go for the full commitment. Once that one's been burnt out, this is the moment that we got to see the Fairy and that get invested. Yuma doing a really good job of just managing with that Tessa F1, covering the urn before they turn onto the Fairy once she's alone. There's YZG, TXJ playing on the sidelines, understanding that there's a little too many teams. They don't want to commit that ultimate. It will paint a target on their back, deciding to just come on through with the flying knives instead.
Yeah, and then looking into these final moments here, I love seeing that stagger rotation that NY7 was able to pull off to make sure he can get that Soul Bloom, denying it for LJX and especially for a Tian High at that point. Then finding the last 8 confirmations here, it looks like 521 Pampy goes down, NY7 surviving on Death's Door against Kakaxi. Post Syro Ultimate, Kakaxi still has HP to burn throughout, but with Tide's position in 2nd, that's where DRG took 2nd as well for it with Alliance, not gaining that multiplier. But then again, they got 20 kills. They were able to get 22.5 points. Tesla comes out for MVP. This is going to be towards Yuma and getting himself in terms of that forward line. He's going to have that repair row as mentioned. He had the advanced group heal with that Sap Soul Jade and the Vent Descent. And Assault Smolder as well, just to go for some little bit chip damage. But Flying Knives, man, look at the damage, bro. 14,000 damage. And then even with the case of having, you know, the Jades necessary, he still walked into using those. And that's just the strength of the weapon. 10 assists means that he was active, looking for those RMBs, looking for those vertical throwing knife hits to just ensure that he's able to give his team those necessary follow-ups. And then having that Tesla to be the option for this team, Yuma's been doing a dominating force for it. And then even though this is his 3rd MVP, he just had that, you know, longevity of being on that role. But obviously NY7 being in the team, I think Alliance has been kind of that notion. When we were in J Cup and looking at with Alliance, NY7 has always been that case scenario of what I've seen in spring season, summer season last year, just having the Viper Witch and Tessa and refining it up to this point. Being their biggest competitors, why, you know, YZG have that pick to be a little bit stronger. But I think with Alliance, they've been being able to refine it over the course of time to nearly to that same level.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance have always looked really, really strong on the Tesla Viper Wu-Chan. Even last year, they looked incredibly strong on the Tesla Viper Wu-Chan. Very aggressive team, able to make very aggressive plays. And we got to see that Yuma coming in for 10 assists on the Tesla, going to show just how coordinated they are on that composition. And coordination is absolutely key. We got to see in the replays, those players, the second that they picked someone out, dead within seconds. And that's how you have to play. This composition is very much a hidden run style, and Alliance have been able to perfect it. Before we head into game number 3, though, we'll be taking a short interval.
キラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. It's the last bi-weekly finals of the spring 2025 season. And I mean, YZG, given the momentum that they have behind them, Serve, are definitely looking like they're ready and raring to grab the four-peat, the back-to-back bi-weekly finals win, having the golden stage as we head into the grand finals.
Yeah, looking at them in the limelight, they've been performing at, going through like on top of everything, has been knocking out of the park. Now they're only 19 points away from match point. They are now allowed to be in that first phase, giving themselves that Viper Witch and Tessa pick, one of the premier picks. And it's meaning that we're going to Holleroth Dust. This means that we are going to be enabling the fights to be had, whether off rip at the Salvation Podium or even in terms of any sort of pocketed spawns that are gold rarity, just because their macro gameplay is not, it's a macro. But going off of in terms of 19 points, that doesn't really mean that much for them in the long run, as much as they can go off of rip for first eliminations, and then they just start going off in that end. Gold weapon aside from the Salvation Podium, that means more teams could just want to phase out there. They could also play themselves in trying to contest a team when one team drops for those Fireflies specifically. But let's take a look and see about this position, right? Because with Jaya going down in terms of the ringers, Wolves is still letting themselves to be on top. DRG had a great game going through there in terms of survivability, and we see a little bit of that notion, a little bit of drive from 5-2-1, getting themselves out from the bottom six. That's going to be their next goal for the players in the bottom six, especially because if anything happens to those players or those teams in the top four placements, as long as those teams are able to get stalled, any of the bottom six can then start ambushing with points and then start to make this day go very quickly, very far, with more of an average mean between all 12 teams.
I mean, I'm just interested to see the drop locations because, like, OUG have always frequented Salvation Podium, but OUG aren't here today. So Salvation Podium, Serve, suddenly it's up for the taking. And I mean, there's Fireflies as well on the left side of Salvation Podium. So we potentially see a bunch of teams try and drop there, either for a timing attack onto Salvation Podium with the Ballista, or it's just an all-out brawl immediately for control possession of those Fireflies coming on through. But either way, this next map, this Holleroth, ooh, it's gonna be spicy. especially because a lot of these teams are going to be looking to try and put the pressure onto YZG. But how do you pressure out YZG if they're already on that Viper Tesla Wuchen composition? That's not a team that you want to take a drop fight against.
Exactly. I was actually looking at the past map drop spawns and seeing how the teams would want to operate on Hollow Rock Dusk. And in normal terms, they're kind of more about going through YZG specifically by the Fireflies in the west side of Plume Castle. But if JL, they usually take the Firefly. They not that's just a Firefly. They usually take the Salvation podium fight if OEG is there. And since, like you said, they're not here, JL could look to try to contest with no contest and then having the gear off rip. Now, obviously, when we look in terms of these on-drop spawns for certain teams like GG who are playing today, Imperial Village would be a notable contender for that. Either the teams want to try to contest a team that they know exactly how their playstyle is, they have to go up against the experience and the time put in for those teams that just drop their continuously back to back to back to back, whether in the live games for the Nbpl or during scrimmages or even off of their off time during their ranked matches, just getting back into it and knowing how well to to move fluidly through that area and at an even pace that then sets them up with gold, with gear, and with all the loot that comes out from it. But YZG, if they want to go off against a team and wanted to start contesting, I think JL would be their first team. And if JL doesn't want to take Salvation Podium, another drop would be that Yushan Ruins region.
I mean, YZG, it was the Viper Tesla Wuchen composition, which was the jewel in their crown of the bi-weekly Final 2 win. Absolutely the best Viper Tesla Wuchen composition team game I've ever seen in the entire history of NARAKA, both Nbpl and Jacob. It was insane what they were able to do with that composition, and they've just looked absolutely insane on it ever since. So we could very well see the repeat where they're able to pick up, above 20 kills. Last team standing, instantly elevate above that 63 points necessary to close into MVP eligibility. And if they do it, I don't know if another team would be able to. Like, that's the concern that I have going into this next game. If they have that composition and they got to play it on Hollow Rock Dusk, then if they find those kills, if they find that multiplier score, they deny it from all of the teams close to them.
Exactly. Now for Alliance, well, my contemplation for them, they are second place overall. They do have a point deficit of 6.9, right behind with YZG. And one thing is for certain, Alliance, all what we can consider for Alliance right now is just how they're positioned in terms of their phase. If they want to do something that's out of pocket pick, and the thing that comes out is they were able to pick the Kyle Informer comp last round. They could still decide upon getting a Xiphon going through here for phase 2. And if that Xiphon really comes through, it's not even just a Siphon, a Sand Siphon Syra. It could be also towards a Xiphon in general, where the Syra can come through if they want to. Obviously, the only thing is going to be met is with the Vipers out in the game. If they will go for first phase selection, that Matari can only do so much when there's so many Vipers. So if we see them take the chances here and looking towards YZG's path, a plan of Sand Siphon Syra here, that's mostly a comp that really can just depend on its own self. Like the sustain from its, from the direction of the ultimate duration, where a Syra can be using her ultimate at a later point in the fight, or even Takeda to be a reaction ultimate towards even the Zais as well as towards a Syra. The only thing that's going to be made is how fast can they start getting that aggression going to try to mimic their competitors just go off of this. Because I know for a certainty that even if Alliance decides to work that Sand Siphon Syra, that first round pick going through, or the second phase going through, that following round for round 4, they have to make that notion that now there's going to be more mono pick comps that could be making its rounds for greater than 4 due to the points now being allocated after this one.
Yeah, Alliance, like you said, very close behind YTG, but denied access to the Tesla Viper Wuchen because they just used it. They just MVP'd with it. They're not going to be able to use it again until we go into game number 4. I mean, going into game number 4, whoever is the top 4 teams, they all get pushed down into the third phase. So it's going to be pricey if they do want to go for the Tesla Viper Wuchen. But we've seen YTG more than willing to spend 6 hero points in one go to be able to pick up that composition. So if I'm heading into game number 4, like, I've got 2 objectives in mind. I want to do well, but I need to deny YZG from managing to pick themselves up MVP eligibility before we head into game number 4. It's going to be very hard to be able to do that, though, because, I mean, DRG, very strong team. Bowder, very strong team. JL, insanely strong team. And YZG, undeniably the strongest team currently in the NARAKA esports scene when it comes to trios.
Yeah, I'm looking at Alliance, bro. you guys better play Tarka. I'll stop. We have to see. We have to see. We have to notice that this first phase is gonna be what we expect, and that Viper Witch and Tessa ain't gonna shift over. I'm really, like we said last round, I'm curious about phase 2 because phase 2 can allow for options to be split, and if they all open the door to split the comps, then we can have you know, an onslaught for that third phase, what's available. But
it's Holoruff. Takeda is really strong on Holoruff because of the amount of buildings and enclosed spaces that you're going to be taking fights in. But we've seen that Sand Siphon, there was one Sand Siphon composition in the previous lobby. And that was the first time that we got to see it so far this day. Yeah, no surprises. Let's see it. Come on, DRG. Let's finish full house. There we go. Viper, Tessa, Luchan. All phased out for everyone in Group 2 and 3.
And then it's going to be the ice cream comps coming out. Wolves and TE are taking it to Notion. Third case going to be coming from GG, and OA have this to be the fourth squad to be bringing this comp out. OA once again waiting it out. They really want to make sure they can lock this choice in. I mean, are you sure? Are you double sure? Did you double check? Okay, that's gonna be it. Ice cream comp for rounds for phase 2 means that our third phase can be Xiphons and Sand Siphons. No Sirens though can be chosen at this point though. So either Kylan Formers make their approach. That's gonna be the case with the target coming up from SR. Alliance playing it with the Kylan, and then for 5-2-1 as well. 3 Kylan Formers, 1 target former. This is gonna be the case where with the one individual comp of being that Tarka, having success can only be made so far. Obviously, when we saw in the first round, YZG was able to kind of work off of that comp, but then now we're going into the round 3, having only 1 comp for SR to be the only target former versus 3 Kylans with their Tian highs. It's definitely going to be a tough battle, uphill battle from that point on, especially since ice cream comps are more apparent.
Yeah, no show on the Xiphon composition. Very interesting. I don't think it's the fact that like Zai has been power crept by some of the new heroes in the meta. I think it's more a case of like these teams understanding if they have the Matari, they're going to be the biggest target in the lobby for the Viper teams.
Yeah.
Because like Viper can deny Transformers. This was a composition designed to take Transformers down in Transformers' heyday all the way back in like 2021, 2022. But the Matari is the thing that's probably the most problematic to the Viper teams, especially if they're going up against multiple Viper teams. Like if 2 Vipers are using their ultimate at the same time, Matari is going to be able to sell for both of them. As we can have a look and see what loadouts are going to be coming through. V1F2 for XEM, so full stagger rather than the silence effect on that V2, which was previously the V3. Given the shuffle around of Viper's abilities. No surprises, F1, V2, F1, V2 for the Tian highs and the Kylans, V2 and V2 for DRG and JL, V1 for YZG. So we have a 50-50 split on these teams anticipating which kind of ultimate that they want, but every single one of these Viper teams is banking on that F2, that absolute annihilation shotgun blast on drop, which can decimate your health bar.
Absolutely no mitigation, no gear. I mean, you're going to be taking all your armor away with the new common armor drop. F1 for Tarka for this time from Junks from SR. They're going to be trying to see how that skill can work out. We've seen Fireball in the round 1 so far today, but 2 F1 Tarkas to make its rounds. Duncan's happy. We do have to look at these off drops though. Looking at GG, right? We know that Imperial Village is going through. SR actually taking the approach on the Salvation podium with YZG and JL going contested head for head over by each other. Okay, that's what I was looking to wait for, and it looks like they're going to be mirroring each other out. But Imperial Village has GG, has Alliance, all nearby to one another. Beast Pen definitely going to be the one contested spot, but all the boxes in the east is what GG is going to be looking for, especially with all the tents. Our spotlight for TE in DRG 521 trenches down to City of Tong. That's going to be the range between all of these players, and making sure that if TT can get as the gold, the gold to come through from City of Tong, they can get to the shop and they can immediately get towards that Moonbane. But for Bauda, they're by the lonesome at Med Top. Temple of Light and Shadow, all 4 levels of this area. This gives enough chances for Bauda to start this loop pattern and going straight in. But round 3 is going to be coming out here, guys. My name is Averia alongside with God Moxie. We're looking at finals for week 4 and seeing how this Holoruff Dust rotation will end up for our players.
So what's peculiar is that Wolves aren't dropping the top, because that's normally where they go. Yes, we're going to be following YZG and JL. We said that YZG needs to get denied early on. They're having to take a fight against their mirror composition, which is not how this comp wants to be able to play. QQ losing almost all of that grey armor that you get automatically on drop to that Viper F2 as the slaps start to come on through looking for those daggers. THD without a weapon though, doesn't have a means of parrying, and he doesn't have the F-up either to buy himself the space back. QQ was able to live, get the damage onto YZG, and that is the start that JL needed, and the start that YZG did not. They immediately lose the off-drop fight, and we can see that SR, without any contest, have been able to get their hands on a legendary weapon, legendary pole sword, that is going to be left behind for SR's Xiao, the Teddy Tianhai. Gonna be feeling absolute field day ready when he heads into that first realm of Yang, provided he doesn't lose it to a pesky parry or a potential kill before they're ready to take the portal.
Gonna have to feel real cozy after that one, but once again, I'll stop. We have them going over here in terms of the waterfall. The loot pattern right now for purple armor and the blue armor and the money to be gained right now is to make ways towards the shop, because that Moonbane charm that has to be purchased is only a limited amount of time right now. They don't have anything to go for it. So with that being said, they make their way towards the western end of the northeast. Now towards, in terms of the Jin Armory, Bauda, like I said, they spawned over towards Medtop by themselves and are still making that approach. They got Purple Jay, they got 2 Purple Jays to be on standby for Jing. I'm not sure if anything is going to be successful like Palm Lightning, but we do have a fight over by the Grizzly Rise and the Frittered Ice Pools. Kakashi looking to operate off of a V2 and looking to try to capture out with a pop. There it is. Nice hits, nice double releases. And for Kakashi, looking at 2 kills in a row, looking for 3. The Stina ultimates will come out from CGS as he's looking to do a 1v3 essentially. Picking up 1 Soblum. He's making it happen to be that 1v2. The Tesla ultimate comes out here. And with Kakashi having these with the flying knives to be thrown out, he's just trying to catch a Syra while CGS can get locked down. Once this ultimate comes through, there's going to be 1 chance for the combo breaker, but after that, the Syra sustain is going to be the only thing to keep him alive.
Kakashi manages as well to get the hit of the F2 as that Justina comes out of her inanimate state. CS does find a parry, but it's not going to be enough to turn the fight. DRG will be able to see it done, and our Viper Tesla Wuchen compositions continue to be an absolute powerhouse on these drop fights, as we can see that SR have kited over and are potentially looking to take a fight against SS1. But here's the thing, both of these teams are on Transformers. Seems again though, no holds up barred. They're going to commit to this engagement. They're so far out of the way of the rest of the lobby that I guess they think that they don't have to worry about being third-partied. Xiao though is not the one with the legendary weapon. It's on the Tarka instead. With that pulse, he's looking to try and find these scale rush hits onto the players from SS1. But Xiao hasn't been able to get anything done so far inside this Tianhai ultimate, and that is having a major deficit on his health pool. He's going to be dropping out of his ultimate. Now he's potentially going to get intercepted by the Kylan ultimate dashes, but the Kurumi is going to be able to keep himself healed on through as Zulan comes on through with those dashes, but gets taken down. SSR1 losing water to Jun with a legendary pulse sword and the skill rush, absolutely evaporating him in the Tarka's hands.
And now going into Stone Form release, only a matter of time for that overheated state to keep it going. Finds a Soul Bloom so he can extend his ultimate, but he cancels it just at the right time. Now we have 3 eliminations for SR coming out to the 10 courtyard. SS1 now having to make that rotation outwards. For TE though, they are actually right approaching towards this area and at the Windy Stones, if I'm not mistaken, because now JL having their chances up against TE with the active Justina ultimate means that it's only a matter of time for that stagger. There it is, a combo breaker first. Now it's the time for the second dash. The Tessa enchant comes through. Cuckoo looking to try to space out, stay alive, so that way he doesn't burn the enchant timer, and looking towards it, finds the pop for his teammates for Xiao Nan, who has that Fairy Shen beacon on standby, and this isn't going to work out in JL's favor, at least for the majority. Looking at that Wu Chen port, this is going to give JL a little bit of time for respite to kind of get that reset going, but I don't think this team, I don't think TE wants to chase this down, and considering that we see all these fights happening, we still have DRG on a standby. The Tessa is still at 100% for that rage bar, and looking at how she is going to be rushing down with the Viper, this is going to be that lockdown they're looking for. 1 hit onto the Zhao Zhao.
DRG, sure, the Witch and teleport. They know that JL are down that disengagement operation, and they catch Xiao Xiao before he can make it into City of Tang and break ankles alongside the rest of his team. Looks like Kakashi swaps over to that bow, potentially wanting to hit the bell to get the information of where the rest of those teammates are off into. He's gonna be grappling over the door. Doesn't spot out Cuckoo, who's currently in the doorframe, looking to backtrack over to the body of his teammate and tap onto the body. Unfortunately, he's been spotted by Bowder. This is such a tragedy for him. He was able to bypass one team, but Bowder spotted that rotation, saw the body, saw Cuckoo making his way to it, and now they're going to be directly on top of him. Cuckoo commits the R&B on that fan. XEM comes on through with the overhaul, just pushing Cuckoo into holding his space long enough for the Tester enchantment from ZZT to catch him through the wall. And that is JL down one player, down two. As we can see that, hold on a minute. DRG!
Hey, cousin, let's go bowling. I can't, bro.
We just had the family fallout as one Viper team just gets minced by two.
He's like, yo, we saw that on IMAX, man. We got the 40mm film on standby. You gotta pull up. That's unfortunate for what we saw, but for SR, look at this, man. Gold, great sword to be swapped out. This is what I was hoping for, because I know this is something that Duncan loves to bring up. The full sword versus great sword. And I like seeing great sword, how it operates completely differently on Tarka, especially considering the animation cancels, what you can catch with it, and how fast you can melt opponents like the Tianhais in the mix. So seeing that great sword, the full sword that we saw initially swap over to a great sword, thumbs up. But now it's up to whether or not it can get stolen from them. You see, one thing is for certain is that SR having their chances right now are hiding out towards his Roman Yang. There's a Viper which can test the team over by winning these stones, and for Team Bauda, the blow up its potential is immaculate.
Oh, there's two.
Yeah, there's two going through
and Bauda are hunting together. They're on the prowl.
And I'm wondering whether or not one can go back before the other and just rotate the ultimates before it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, SR, they've got a Yang portal right next to them. It's not going to be clean, though. I don't think they've got a moon. No, they don't have a Moonbane to be able to cover this entrance. Juna's getting hit onto. This is the worst possible thing to happen to SR. He's the one with the pulse, or the greatsword rather, and he's the one getting CC'd. He was left behind to the wolves, and the pack is hungry. SR having to burn their ultimates to be able to peel for him, but Xiao, with the activation of that ultimate, is having to now get out of dodge. He used it to dodge away from the Tester enchantment, but that opens himself up to getting caught out by the Viper follow-up, and SR's target is down. Legendary Greatsword denied, and unfortunately, Xiao might not be long for this world either. There's the F2. There's Xiao's armor. Absolutely obliterated the Tester enchantment. He's just got to try and run away with the charge arrow beyond the pole sword. And SR are gone.
Tragedy, bro. Tragedy struck in short moments. Two Viper Wuchen test teams making it look easier every single day. We have to look at this Rumyang though. Alliance up against OA, and this time Alliance is on blue rarity, everything. And this is nasty right now for Alliance to be in, because everything is going to be met out for this Tianhai ultimate off rib. NY7 looking to try to proc it off against once again the Justina on F2 state, means that she is waiting her timing to go ahead for the proc ultimate. She gets grabbed. Wait a second, we look for the hits off of here for the Kylans, look for the resets, since she has no combo breaker. She can't be saved unless she gets sustained from Messiah from PP. Now looking at Yuma, looking for the reset on the grab again. The barrier Shen cannon shots are going to be met in time. Two Tick is going to get caught again and again, but the sustain from the Cyrus keeping alive for just a little bit longer for the F2 to come back up. I was just about to say that. B1 for the Viper, or for the Justina ultimate isn't going to be necessary just yet, but with Mon getting immediately grabbed after cancellation of the ultimate, this is going to be the chance right now for Alliance if they can survive with the Justina active ultimate.
Turek, he's still got that Justina V1. He's holding on to it, so you can try and utilize the knockback or potentially dash onto one of those players in an isolated fight. Yuma's doing a good job, though, of chasing him down, but he doesn't have his ultimate to be able to fully stagger out the Justina, and two players from Alliance get frozen up in the same dash. Tutik has another F2 to fall back into. He's getting chased down, though, by Alliance, who were doing a very good job of keeping up the pressure on these targets, forcing everyone to have to space away and go for those heal opportunities, which is allowing Revenge and NY7 to consolidate the damage with these gray flying knives onto everyone as they disengage in those downtime windows. And Alliance turn it around. They forced out so many resources with that first Tianhai ultimate, with Yuma being able to go for the Kylan dashes, Revenge even committing gray flying knives in the back pocket that he had to keep using the verticality that is afforded to that weapon so they could keep up the pressure whenever one of those players was nabbed. As now outside of that realm of Yang, Alliance are immediately checked by JL, who picked up Draco Storm instead. Then the Viper Test Wu Chen team, they've got the additional damage, and i7's having to break LOS so that he doesn't get hit by this Viper, and he's got to utilize the detransformation window to frame through the stagger as YZG for a third-party opportunity, rolling up with jabbing.
The combo platter disaster with the stanchion Sky Pillar and a jabbing TXJ, getting that Soul Bloom. Still at a 0 elimination thread for YCG, but with Alliance burning their Vermilions as fast as they came out of the realm of Yang, means that they have enough time to try to reposition out of that. It's impeccable that JL with Draco Storm was right there waiting for them at all this time. We're going to the trenches though. We are looking past this area to go for the shop and look what we can purchase. Now, like I said, the purple armors could be gone through. Zhao Zhao finds one, and then that's going to be the case probably for a replay where we look at towards TE and Wolves. Now, look at the Justina ult against the Fairy Shen. This is kind of a no-brainer where the freezes can be as easily as it comes through as 1, 2, 3. For Youth, looking for the bow shots, denying the Fairy Shen ultimate to go in active state. She finds a freeze. Youth goes ahead, gets elimination number 1, and knowing that he can't really do anything about that Syra and active ult state for freezes, he's looking towards LJX the King. Now for Youth, all he has to do is wait this one out here for a free knock into a freeze once that Syra beam comes out. He doesn't anticipate it just yet, unfortunately, but he does find a pair. Ooh, wait a second. LJX gets the chance of getting dazzled, unfortunate, and the nunchucks to get it re-picked up here. And for Youth to burn his combo breaker on an accident, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, all it's needed to go is knocking out that Justina on the other enemy team while Syra ultimate has been burned out.
You know, we call it ice cream comp because it gives you brain freeze. That's easy. There's just nothing you can do if you get hit by it. LJX is down. The Syra combo breaker has been burned. And TE will be able to find the realm of Yang winners. We can have a look and see poor GG getting chased down now by a team of Wolves that we know has Yang depletion over at the bottom levels of Matab, as it might just be 6 feet on the CJS goes. GG, thankfully, do still have a couple of moments left on the Vermilion Birds. Might LXM and Furfy are going to be joining their teammate running to that next soul altar. Furfy has to be careful. Yeah, he's just going to die as quickly as he can to make sure that the buff is guaranteed on his body when he falls. Taking a little bit too long would have been disastrous for this team, as Wolves now will be able to pick through the dealers with the absolute bank of money that they have for those coins. So we can have a look and see how GG were able to pick themselves up the realm of Yang win. Oh my goodness. Uppercut into RMB, follow up on those flying knives, goes for the overhold, keeps up the pressure. SS1's Water tries to find the opening with the Hong Sword, but CGS now gets that dash, looks for the freeze, finds it onto SS1's D1, keeps up the pressure into the zip so that he can't utilize the F1s of trying to keep the Kyla's ultimate going for as long as possible. And then he just keeps getting to move, utilizes the F2 to make sure that he doesn't get interrupted by the Kylan dash daggers into a follow-up grab from the Tianhai. Does get scooped, does get slammed, but immediately covered for with LXM throwing out the stun dazzle, getting the heal onto the Justina, getting the CC onto the blitz from SS1 to follow up into the flying knives damage, and the LMB forcing out the Tianhai F1 is going to be the cherry on top of the ice cream sundae, as that's going to be GG walking away with the win.
Chocolate syrup all around. We know XCM is about to go ahead and drop it down with a stun on one target. Oh my goodness, he got griefed by the tree. One tree versus a god's power. It's incredible. You can see nature wins out overall, but of course with OA going down here, Bout is going to be the only ones left to go through and avoiding all these players with ZZT on towards a chant. Now YZG chilling out for a second here. Remember TXJ from YZG has that stanchion jabbing, so once one hit confirmed, we're going to see that connection to come through. It's a mind game really though, because they either could be a long held blue focus or it could be an immediate 800 damage to your health bar. Choose your option. But Fortress of Kaviani, GG are looking to just kind of kite through. I wanted to talk about CGS there as a Justina. Impeccable work, right? You know how the resets came through. He found the line of sight to catch 2 targets for the refresh, canceling an ultimate. at the right amount of time for that Tian High grab not to come through, just to keep himself surviving a little bit longer. And not only to that, the Syra ultimate to be delayed as long as it did, giving the team a necessary amount of time. We do see a Cyan Fang on ZK, a Focus Light on LJX, but a Roger's Grip, a Sunwing Shot, and a Palm Lightning on NiHQ. Now you know NiHQ is going to be the one Fairy Shen that's going to be a threat to any of the other guys. But for GG right now, they are the more stacked team in terms of armor and weaponry. If they take this Rummy Aim, their first opponents are going to be Wolves. They only have a Tempest Kick, a Juggernaut, and a Cyan Fang on 3-3-0. That's the only special TJs that we have so far. Their ultimates are still going to be churned out here for Rage per second. They could take the chance of entering round 2, and they definitely will. They're up against TE and the Ice Cream Comp mirror pick. This is going to be a peak moment right now with all of these guys in the Rummy Aim, because this is the teams that we need to see, especially Alliance on the other side, but definitely for GG to get themselves back onto the leaderboard.
Yeah, GG do have the upper hand in terms of overall late scaling. Peak does have a legendary fan though to scale on up that Syra V1 laser beam damage, as well as follow through any potential staggers set up by a Justina Freeze or a Feria Cannon Shot, but he gets hit into the R&B Staff Scoop, has to immediately opt into that V1 ultimate to give himself that extra health, turns onto GG Frou outside of that mech. TE Xiaonan now looking to take his opportunity, but the Justina ultimate is out on the side of both of these teams trying to find those freeze opportunities. Frou and you've both put on standstill at the moment from the CC coming on from both of these sides, but it's CJS who's coming under all of that focus fight. He's got the legendary armor though to be able to live. That parry sets on up the dash into the RMB follow through from that purple Hong Sword. Will be able to take Xiaonan down. And GG, we talked about that loot, that armor giving them the edge. They're able to come out on top yet again.
And picking up a Heartstopper Kick and a Palm Lightning themselves with a gold spear to boot with a gold purple fan. Now it's going to be the chance right now. Mystic might. Yeah, we're going to look for Draco Summer. I figure this team is pretty stacked right now to look for this Ice Cream comp with this buff specifically, just because of how active the Justina can be, and as the wielder, she'll definitely take full advantage of being able to turn out damage, but also get a little bit sustained for herself. Now, obviously, the nerf to Draco Storm, where there's no armor regen, still means that if any burns come her way, she is still going to get that white health regen coming out. But we delve into JL's position now. Mystic Might active. They have that purple Blind Eyes on standby. I'm looking at Bowda in the background, and they're looking a little bit fiending right now. DRG on the same boat as well. And then you look at this landing, the leaderboard right now, 10 eliminations for DRG. They are in 3rd place overall. They're the highest kill leader right now. All it needs to take is one false step.
Oh, Wolves. Wolves use the Soul Altar and res right next to Alliance with Mystic Might. It's not going to be a fight that Alliance take, though. I do think they spotted that Wolves took that, but it looks like they're prioritizing heading on over to this dealers instead and picking themselves up some nice upgrades. Wolves, though, yeah, they have no such drawbacks. They have Yang Depletion. They spotted Alliance, probably scouted them before they decided to res on up. This is pretty removed as well for where the rest of the zone is headed. So Jin's Armory is likely a space where we're not going to be seeing all that many teams looking to third party through. It can be a double-edged blade, though. In terms of that sense of safety, it can actually betray you, thinking that you're far enough away from the action. Ironically, is where a lot of these teams now start rotating over to see if they can figure out teams that are trying to take a Yang Depletion engagement 1 versus 1 uninterrupted away from everybody else's eyes. And you can see TE shadowing the convoy that we currently have going. Wolves, though, not going to have all that much time. TE in a very similar state. No fight has currently broken out, which is the worst of both worlds for all of these teams, though. As if they go a little bit too far central, they're going to open themselves up to the third party, since YZG still in this lobby, DRG, JL, all of our Viper teams still in the mix. As we can head over and have a look at Plumed, which is where the rest of all of our players are left.
It's going to be a Plume Castle, Aquila's Gateway entrance fight. Obviously, once this circle starts to close in, once these buffs run out, the engagement's on the books right now. Alliance, so with that gold armor on Yuma, means that the teams would want to take out this Kylan as first and foremost. We've seen that before, where the Kylan gets focused out for his ultimate. You know, we're getting really picky on this shop right now. For TE, 2.5 minutes, they have to be the instigators here at a certain point, at least once the Rumyang portal gets opened up for the spawn of the map. For the players right now, in terms, not the Spirit Well, I should say. One thing is now to be shifted over to Cinnabar Valley. JL actually coming here and picking up a kill against 521's Yen, and that's actually interesting considering that all these teams are now making their approach onto this area, looking for some pot shops, looking to get some HP checks towards them. Using the crossbow that was actually really strong, and you know, in the case instance that all they need is one crossbow bolt in order to get the HP, and seeing who is at what point.
I thought for sure we were going to get someone bounced back by the cacti, but it is not to be. Instead, we're bouncing over to Ballista POV. I hear a shot go off, someone sitting in the hot seat, as it is going to be Wolves coming under direct focus fire right now. Kakaishi with this Viper. V2 does go a little bit too low for the team's cool, and immediately gets spotted on out by that Wuchen teleport so that they don't have to rotate all the way through the cross as the potential danger coming through from a stray ballista hit. As over to Forbidden Seal we go. TE gonna be Wuchen porting back into that zone, backtracking away from the rest of the teams in front of them to go unnoticed because of how low their health bars were starting to go. As we can have a look and see all of those teams rotating from Plume to Salvation, now over here trying to find safe sanctuary in the arms of the Forbidden Seal, hoping that they don't come under focus fire. But unfortunately for them, this staving off of a fight means that all of the teams of Yang Depletion, which is still the entirety of Wolves and TE, have not been able to find the openings that they're looking for. And with 1 minute left, an Alliance posted up to take the Spirit Well with NY7 already in the Tianhai state. It's looking dicey for a recovery.
Absolutely, and then considering it's 30 seconds now for TE, they only have a moment in time to be captured. LJX on active usage ultimate, and it's actually both of these teams between them and Wolves, so finding them out really is going to be made apparent when one of them immediately dies. Now looking at this immediate elimination spread for TE's Peak, if he finds 9HQ in one dash situation, there would be nothing left for him to escape as a Furious Shen. But with Peak looking to try to sustain out inside of this Moonbane, a dicey roll. Peak slowly backs up, doesn't get caught, but he sees Youth is getting pelted onto the corner, and Youth can't get any sort of space for himself. One hit, one last hit, making sure to pick up that Soul Bloom. It does become to be known, and with Youth going out immediately, I believe all of TE nearly gets immediately eliminated, and that's going to be the case. Alliance picks up all the loot behind them, and with Wolves 9HQ, 10 seconds left on the clock, he is the only one left remaining, and most likely going to be the last one going through this team. This means that we are not going to be living out here with 21 players left alive off this end once Wolves gets eliminated here as one of the 18. That means 7 teams are going to be left in terms of the next 8 minutes or so. For Alliance, 9 kills, 48.3. YZG, 3 kills, 48.2. We're talking 0.1 decimal point between each of these teams for first place, and they are going to contest this until the ends of this match.
Sure, but Alliance do currently have Draco Storm backing them right now. YZG trying to turn on to GG. TXJ, we know, has jabbing and stanchion, the silence that is going to be able to afford, but goes a little bit too far forward. The focus fire from so many teams is there. Stanchion is used, but it doesn't shield him from the Storm Dazzle. Oh my goodness! TXJ is the one put on ice, and immediately YZG are forced to use the Wuchen teleport, trying to pick TXJ up behind the Wuchen walls, but that decision might have been the undoing. They stayed in there a little bit too long. QGG, a sliver of HP, is going to go down to the musket shots from JL, tracking down that low health Tessa, and YZG are diminished to just the lone Wuchen, which even that is not going to last long. I am so surprised they didn't just Wuchen teleport and run for it. Trying to stick that revive left them way too far forward.
Yeah. DRG was there quickly to go with the blow up, and now it's going to be the reciprocation for first place. YCG completely knocked out for this round. JL, they're creeping up as well. We mentioned how they were going down to 4th. Now they're back to 3rd, and they have the gear necessary to kind of hold this down. We saw how fast they were quick to loot at the bodies and hoping to try to see if they can learn into endgame. I'm looking at a Meteor at NY7. He has a marked Octa/Blade as well as a Desperation. I'm seeing a Sapjade on Revenge to be had, a Palm Lightning, and a Tuna that is being swapped out for a group heal. It looks like these guys are really just want to make sure they get the sustain necessary. A Focus Slide on one of their teammates with Yuma would be a really great setup, considering he also has an erudition. That purple focus can come into clutch, and I know that purple staff is really, or purple spear I should say, is going to come in through for the damage spike. GG back out of their mind. I'm talking like double gold armor. They got a hard stopper kick in the Rampage onto CJS. We're looking at that jabbing for LXM with the Palm Lightning, as well as that Cyan Fang for 330, who's also stacking the Juggernaut, which is interesting, considering that we usually see that Juggernaut be built out for Cyrus. But in this comp with Ice Cream, since the Fairy Shen has a lot more damage multiplier to come through and from a certain range, that really is going to be the notion that they have, especially in the success that they're having in this game so far.
Not gonna be feeling all that successful right now. Forced to take cover inside the Moonbane Storm. They do have the Karumi to have a try and live the duration of it, but they're a little bit too close to Alliance. NY7 goes for the immediate transformation, but that is Viper V2. He doesn't have the opportunity unless he breaks LOS of dropping the form early, and Alliance is now down that trump card to be able to hold that spacing. SRC in absence of Tianhai, and now Zhao believes it's his turn. He's already found one grab, but Tester Enchantment knocks him back into yet another cycle of that V2, and both of these Transformer teams pay for that hubris of thinking that Spirit Well is theirs to control. Zhao's out of his ultimate. He's trying to get back to his team. The Karumi Armor Circle will buy him the space to be able to recover as DRG prioritized sticking the landing of this Dragon's Roar to hold on to that Spirit Well and grab it for themselves. As Bida with the third cycle of a Viper ultimate, this time the V1, trying to come on through and clear up that spacing, but Alliance waited. They are the ones to come through with the third ultimate cycle, and Juma on this Kylan now has the means of tracking these teams down into the sidelines of that Spirit World to make sure that no team is going to stay close enough to contest Alliance when the rest of his team go to pick up that buff.
Going to be a dangerous game right now. There's a lot of cover, there's a lot of range to be coming through here. Once the Spirit Well shield wall falls, everything's gonna be pelted out here. I like to see how Bowd is gonna be able to contest this. They've just burned their Tesla ultimate off in the distance, and while CGS is going into cannon mode, he's gonna deny any sort of grounding that's on nearby status. He is the Justina, by the way, so the Fairy Shen 330 still able to continue on hitting those F2 shots. The Spirit Well shield is down. We are contesting this 99% threshold for the Spirit Well for any of the teams, and now for GG, they get knocked back. The Vipers are gonna be making this very difficult, and Bowd was able to pick it up at the last possible second, potentially actually going ahead and seeing about whether that reset for that Viper ultimate will come into clutch for XCM to lock these enemies away. He finds the armor swap. That's gold armor. That's 1500 health that just comes into his hands. Zhao looking to try to get Zhao out of the game, but for it, that's going to be that teddy bear going down here, man. This is tough because JL, look at their eliminations. They're picking up around 11 so far and eliminating a team from the lobby right now. SR's Junk's going to be knocked down from DRG. We're at under the 3-minute mark. Bowdo with that Mystic Might means that vision is going to be had, and for XCM still holding on towards that V1, he's making his way to that shop and getting supplies, because once this ends up going to these buildings, it's only gonna be a matter of time before those range shots really start pelting around the HP thresholds.
Yeah, these Teddy Bear Tianhais are getting the absolute stuffing knocked out of them right now. As it is just going to be one Transformers team left in the lobby. Alliance, 10 eliminations. JL and DRG both on 11. All to play for as NY7 gets one zip F1, which is going to be enough to keep himself up. He survives the activation of the V2. Does get Tessa Enchanted. Will be able to turn his character around to walk back to the safety of the rest of his team, though. Isn't going to go for the castle of his ultimate early either. He's going to just try and hold on to it for as long as possible to have the safe spacing and keep everybody else away from his team. Now that that window has passed, it's up to Yuma to patrol perimeter check on through with the charged RMB on the pole sword, looking to interrupt, but Bida have spotted their opportunity. Drop down with the Viper V1 in XEM's hands, and Alliance are split, separated, and sentenced to absolute death as Yuma running from one team runs directly into another. These Viper teams have split the space, and there is no place of safety unless you're on the same comp as them.
Prisoners of the decision making leads them out to have only one teammate left alive, and that's a zipping in a world of pain right now. Obviously for Alliance right now on the top floor, we are still looking to see how well they can hold their position for one player. But for GG right now, man, we look at whether or not GG can actually hold this down and just making sure they don't get pelted. I just seen LXM take 3 Viper F2s to the face, and he's just not having it right now. He does get a heal off for just a basic amount with a weakened heal, but he's still looking to try to get that melee heal off while DRG taking the high for it. Now, looking at this play, right, we know how high the proximity of these cannon shots will work out, but when those drop downs start happening, I mean, whoever has the higher HP Jades, or whoever has the HP Jades in general, will be the ones last and final out. But if one team wants to start, aggressing off of this is going to be the point. Last 40 seconds, this is going to be the chance of whether or not the Tessas can latch on towards multiple targets with the Tessa enchant, or whether or not maybe a GG with LXM with the Fairy Shen can knock them into the zone, because zone take damage at this point is going to be a death sentence. And for LXM, he's making sure he can get that height gain. Cuckoo on 1 HP in a dream, having that Tessa ultimate, still holding on to it, about to have their V1 Viper coming out. Zhao Zhao finds a kill against 3-3-0 for GG. We're looking at the +1, now it's going to be the +13. JL making sure that multiplier can be had here. XCM is on that Viper ultimate for a couple of seconds here, looking for the stun. One Fong getting the F2 shot, spacing out here for the stuns. Who's going to be going down? JL is going to be one of the first ones. Cuckoo looking to try to go ahead, but dies out due to the HP. LXM goes down. DRG, Bauda, and such are going to be tied together. Another tied game into today's games, and I think JL had that in the back for MVP.
Oh, that was so close. But JL are going to be the ones to take the MVP. I think if there had been a kill skill multiplier in play, it would have swung away from JL's side. But no, yet again, 3 times in a row so far today, Viper Tessa Luchan yet again sits on top of the meta compositions. You have to feel for GG too, because they tried to do everything they possibly could. Frufrio donated the Farrier mech to LXM so that he could try and just build that Syra ultimate as quickly as he possibly could. However, we got to see that hit, that 300 decrease in Syra shield and Trio's gone now from 1,800 to 1,500. It vanished in just the blink of an eye. It was up, and then it wasn't. As I think he tried to get the kill. He cancelled his ultimate early so that when he did get the kill, he would be able to get the Soul Bloom. But his health bar was so low at that point, he just instantly topples over to the Corruption Tick damage coming on through. And we got to see JL just doing a really good job of catching all of the eliminations that Alliance sent the lobby. When they picked up that buff, all of the Tianhai teams, all of the ice cream compositions had to go into overdrive, committing their ultimates, making sure that they use those to buy themselves the zoning opportunities. And once that cycle had been burnt through, they were just easy for the taking. And they ran from the Lions directly into JL, who were more than happy to just intercept.
Yeah. And knowing how strong that Spirit Well was going to play into the mindset of just holding it down for a gear reset, supply checks to be had. I know that Alliance was really early in terms of having that Kylan ultimate invested with the Tianhai, but then once that came down, they wanted to try to kite for the buff for a little bit, but the team started ambushing that. Bauda was susceptible in being there at the right time, at the right moment, even when GG had CJS to look towards trying to stay put inside of that circle. Once he got knocked out of it, that's all Bauda needed. One little minuscule second in there just to get the buff. They got the Mystic Mate, they got the gold armor refresh, and that gave them enough time to kind of work out the kinks of that end game circle. But JL, man, getting those eliminations last minute seconds, everything kind of came down where the cycling of those Tessa ultimates were just pushing all the teams around the corners. Looking at how that structure is in that building, there's a lot of window sills, a lot of corners that could be cut, but the players know that from the get-go, so they just flank around and they cut that side line with a quick R&B blue focus. And we saw how strong the spears were in that game, specifically just looking to pelt out those single R&B or vertical blue focuses, and then seeing some with the ultimates to be making it to be the final blow. And most importantly, those Viper F2s, such a massive shotgun blast that got hit every single 5 seconds.
Yeah, I really do feel for GG. I really do feel for GG. 3 F2s in under 10 seconds that you're getting assailed by. They thought that they were safe on that high ground position. No, Vipers grapple up an F2 shotgun blast immediately off of the rip, and unfortunately that did open up GG for losing some of those key components of that composition. As we can have a look and see, JL's 17.5 that they're going to be able to scoop on up for their overall game score coming in from game number 3. 16 eliminations coming on out, but crucially, YZG lagging behind the rest of the pack. 3 eliminations and not even a top 5 finish. So that's going to have significantly shuffled around our overall standings, as we can probably see Xiao Liu coming on through with an MVP, given the fact that 27,000 damage was done by the Viper. I cannot wait to see the split of skills and ultimates, because all of that had seriously big connotations for the F2. He must have been hitting those off the rip.
Yeah, he was standardized, skill user. You can't complain though. We have to look at the standings, because now it's that tied moment of seeing about where the players in the bottom 6 stand. And for Wolves, they're at 7th place with 33.8, 33.6 in 8th for GG, SR at 31.3 in 9th, and then TE at 29.3 in 10th, while 521 is 11th, and SS1 is in 12th. SS1's not having a great day. Let's be transparent going through there. You got to see about whether or not one round could really set them up to go back into the average mean. But of course, looking at first place, 49.8 for Alliance, 49.6 for JL, pumping up to 2nd place, knocking YZG down from 1st to 3rd. Just one game, one lagged moment is going to be what's necessary for these teams just to push the Kings out of that crown position. But then again, anything can happen next round. We are entering hero points. 45.5 for DRG and 38.1 for Bout. It means that any pop-off game for those guys could skyrocket them up as well. But for once again, 37.2, the top 6 is so evenly matched right now that making it to 63 could happen in a flick of a second. We thought that was going to happen potentially last game, but for when we go from games 4 through potentially 8, that's now going to be the case between now until then.
Oh, hero selections in game 4 are going to be so spicy, because all of our top 4 teams are all going to be now in phase 3 from now until the rest of the day. So they're going to have the most expensive, the priciest of the compositions. So if they want to go for, the caviar pick of that Tesla Viper, which is potentially going to cost them 6 hero points. As we're going to have a look and see the Tesla Viper, where it all started with our replays. Brought to you by China Unicom. This is where it all went horribly wrong for YZG. It started with a grapple combo and a slap. And unfortunately for YZG, it finished with a whimper.
Yep, looking at 521's demise here, you can see how that early game chase down came through. That was the on-drop spawn location for DRG, which then led them towards the Rigid Ice Pools, fighting against GG. And this was an honest fight between GG and DRG. CJS was really holding the fort down, especially with LXM on the Active Syra ultimate. But then once it just came down to the duration, once they were over, that was going to be the death sentence coming through here. And then giving that DRG their first set of 6 eliminations, which meant that all the Dark Tide coins they're able to gain. And look at that, Junk's playing it out. Clean, swift with it. LNB, F1, double shift punch coming through here, looking for the hits off the overheated mode, and then making sure we can lock down somebody. Now, that shunt was one misstep coming through that was going to potentially put Junks in a bad position, but his team was there, his support line fire. And of course, looking at YZG getting chased down here from JL, that's the moment that they got knocked out here with one musket shot from Xiao, who then followed up against CXC.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. Like, QGG just goes a little bit too close to the sun, and Icarus gets immediately shot down. The Witch-Hunt teleport gets pulled into play. They try and revive him rather than just running immediately away, and they all get tracked down because the location's just a little bit too static. And I mean, it's smart macro. For the first time, we got to see the Viper Tesla Wuchen teams turning on their own because they understood YZG were one of them. They were in phase 1. The only composition they possibly could have been was the Viper Tesla Wuchen. So we actually got to see it didn't happen in game 1. It didn't happen in game 2. But the betrayal was immediate in this lobby because everyone understands this is YZG we're potentially fighting. If we can knock them out of this lobby, we're off to a stunner of a start, and we're stopping them from picking up MVP eligibility when hero points get refreshed, as it is going to be Xiao Liu coming on for the MVP. 16,000 damage done with flying knives, 5.6k coming on for with the F2 connections.
Yeah, and I know that everything comes into consideration. I see the Starfall. It was never used, I'm pretty sure. Jade of Destiny that never gets properly operated on, but that's okay. I want to make sure, though, in seeing about what happens for Xiao after this game, because, he's been able to kind of pump out these numbers for JL, and such a fantastic addition towards the team, making sure that he can fill that role in. I know that VVV being on standby to make sure the recovery period for himself. We need to see how the players are going to be interacting with one another, and we're going to go into an interview with it afterwards. Game 4, we will return and see you guys after that.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have DRG Kakashi come to our team. please say hello to our audience first. 请卡西跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是第二季的卡西。
Okay, welcome. So consider to the environment so far, what's your strategy for the final circle, like filled of a lot of Tessa combination? 那其实对于目前的这种环境来看啊，你们的策略对于充满红湖阵容的决赛圈是怎么选择？
就是第一就是看地脉嘛，因为如果地脉一旦让别的阵容拿到，可能就会压缩红湖的生存空间，然后就围绕地脉打。
Okay, I think the most important thing is to focus on the spirit well, because if other combo get the spirit well, it will like not very good for our Tessa combinations. So we just focus on the spirit well at first, and so that will going smoothly after that. Okay. Also, after your team find out, like now, like for the first 3 games, always like there's a lot of Tessa combinations. What kind of adjustment you did? Including like strategy, including cooperation for this environment. 那其实，在你们发现现在的这个比赛，尤其是前3把已经是定局的这种情况下，这么多红湖的情况下，你们对于这样的环境做出了哪些方面的调整呢？对于队伍来说，
就是打法方面嘛，如果没选红湖的话，就稍微躲着点，然后尽量活到决赛圈，然后。选红湖的话，就前期尽量多找人打架嘛。
Okay. So I think we changed the style of our team. If we didn't use like Tessa combinations, we will trying to hide ourselves during the game. But if we use Tessa combo, and we will try to fight with others, like get any opportunity we can. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did DRG Kakashi use in Game 3? 那这次我们的问题是，卡卡西在第3把用了哪一个英雄呢？ A 是宁红叶 ，B 是季颖颖 ，C 是季沧海 ，D 是张起灵。So please count down time， 也是请卡卡西跟我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. Well, we are getting closer and closer to the finals, but for now, do you have any advice for maybe Nbpl is there any solution to deal with the environment now? 那其实我们也是离决赛越来越近了嘛。假如说让你来提一点小小的意见，你觉得在哪方面可以改进一下现在的这种环境呢？
在无尘这个点嘛，因为我感觉如果把无尘搬掉的话，因为他这个英雄跑的实在太快了，就算被劝也不怕被切入。然后其他阵容相对于其他阵容的话，他们就被劝他可能会死，但是无尘就不一样，他有传，然后就不容易死，一直能活到决赛圈。
I think maybe we can ban Wu Chen in the competition, because I think this hero has a really high fault toleration. Like if you fight with other team, you can use your ult to keep the ult team survive. But if for other combo, maybe it's not easy to survive from a fight. So if we can ban Wu Chen, maybe we'll get better. Okay, 那也是非常感谢卡卡西来到我们的赛后采访。Then Kakashi come to our interview. That's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
Waku するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Going through here, my name is Severio. Alongside, we got Moxie. We are here for that Week 4 finals action for trios, and we're actually getting ourselves set up for that 4th round. Now, allowing to a quick recap in terms of that scoreline, if you guys had missed out, if you guys are just arriving towards this, Alliance is now taking the lead with that first place position. They are now the closest towards match point, which means that if they reach 63 points, they enter into that match point threshold. The following round, they must MVP in order to win. Their only other competitors includes with JL, who are in 2nd place. They have 49.6. Then for YZG, they are in 3rd or 48.2. And Moxie, this is kind of that point in time where this is going to be allowing for us to see where these teams really come through with not either their comfort picks, but more about the more optimal picks, since we are now getting hero points enabled for the players.
Give me 9 Vipers. I don't think we'll see the 9 Vipers. It would be very optimistic of the teams in Phase 3 to pick Viper as a composition, but I can definitely see the teams in Phase 1 and Phase 2 going for the Viper Tesla Wuchen, giving the grind that they have to be able to make up for. Because, yeah, 9 hero points, that composition is going to be very pricey indeed.
And you got to understand that we've been through 3 rounds already so far. All teams have been able to use Viper, Wuchen, Tessa once. One of the more stronger comps to come out from this season, especially. But more into the case scenarios that some of the other comps are kind of making their strides here and there. So whether or not a comfort pick is going to be made, it may or may not happen in that first phase. It may happen in Phase 2, just to allow for an extension of usage for other comps to be made through the remaining potentially 4 rounds. Because once we enter into rounds 7 and 8, things get a little bit more swifty with the phases. The teams have to keep that in consideration if we go for that long today, because we just saw YZG go down for 4 points, and they'd kind of been killing it throughout the first 2 rounds. But then once we have a 4-point lagging in sense of a round, all the other teams noticed that. They noticed and seen what was their fault, and we saw what happened. One of the members, overextended. How the Viper ends up getting caught out like that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, once she gets caught out, she gets eliminated. Wuchen poured aside, instead of running out like you mentioned, they stayed to try to go for a res. Highly risky when there was 17 players right around you looking to see where you've gone, and then noticing how low you guys are with no abilities to set you up for success.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredibly risky. I can definitely see why they did it. He was the most kitted out of that team, and he has the Viper ultimate, which is like the thing that is the killing potential on that composition when we go into those endgame situations. But instead of just, cutting the fat and just sacrificing one of your teammates, your entire team went down with so little eliminations and no good ranking points either. So, like, it really did put a significant stall into YZG's momentum and allowed them to be leapfrogged over by the likes of Alliance, who had a really good performance when we had a look at them running a composition, which, yeah, did get shocked down by the amount of Viper teams left in play. JL also doing a very good job of being able to turn what started off as a really rough day for them. They started in #1 position. They then dropped down to like 3rd or 4th, and have been able to since make an inroad back to those podium finishes because of their performance with the Viper Tesla Wuchen in the game previous. That does mean that they're going to be sticking in that 3rd phasing. So, like, now I want to see, do we see Phase 1 and Phase 2 go for the Viper Tesla Wuchen, and then everyone in Phase 3 have to go for something like the Siphon composition or potentially a Transformers composition? 1, because it's cheap, and 2, it has power into places like the Realm of Yang, which have become the safest position when you're taking that fight 3 versus 3, when you're guaranteed not to have to worry about those 3rd parties. Yang depletion, that's a whole other story. Yeah, that's probably the most dangerous position that you can have if you have that debuff. But in the actual Yang fight itself, you're not as safe as a house. You're safe as a house with questionable building structure.
The big bad wolf, it's like a blow your house down, and it's like, no, this is a 4x4 pylon structure building out this foundation. Like, okay, Mr. Piggy. But one thing comes out is 3 teams have attempted to try to use Tarka, right? First round, we saw YZG attempt to bring out the Tarka former, which doesn't just involve Tarka, right? With the Tianhai, it's also the Kurumi, the support line, and not having to burn your Zipping because you have that Kurumi on standby means that you still deal out the points to be thresholded for the Tianhai, but not at the cost that you would normally do, which even with Kurumi being in the mix there, we saw how SR attempted to try to pull that out last game. We saw the value that they earned themselves with winning out the Salvation podium, but they never really got that stride they're looking for. And then we saw the untimely demise. The untimely demise when DRG are showing up with Viper squad number 1 and Viper squad number 2, and this worked the works in succession.
Yeah, that poor Taka.
Literally.
That poor Taka gets just like walks down a dark alleyway at night, gets jumped not just by 1 Viper team, but 2.
Game.com.
He had the legendary greatsword too. Like they were setting up for that Realm of Yang fight. We didn't get to see them take that Realm of Yang fight. They had to play full recovery afterwards. We got to see a fraction of a moment with the Taka when we followed them along with that last spirit wall that Bider eventually are able to dig themselves into. But even like then, it goes horribly wrong for SR. The Taka is in position, gets forced out. The Tianhai goes for the ultimate, gets forced out. Like, we just have to see that rotation of ultimates. Whoever goes for that first rotation has to be that one moment and then cancel the ultimate early and just disengage fully away, swapping to things which will regenerate that rage, because someone will have seen the absence of that space and they'll try to take it over, but because you showed your position first and you used those ultimates first, the hackles of every other team in that lobby are already up and turning and pivoting with the Viper and Teslas to throw that CC chain onto an unsuspecting Tianhai, and you better pray that it's not a Tianhai belonging to your team.
Yep, and then coming through there, it's just like it's a cycle of destruction that really comes down. And even with a little bit of poke here and there, the teams will just chip away at your health bar one way or another. And then that comes not even into consideration just skills, but just little RMBs here and there from weapons such as Flying Knives, which is Spear, with even to the case scenario of looking at maybe even looking at seeing the fan RMBs come through here, but not getting parried. But at the end of the day, one thing is for certain, we enter into this next round with no Fireflies. And one thing is made that with no Fireflies being in effect for these next 3 rounds, the players and teams and their coaches, they know exactly in terms of what's going to be their best canary for that option, but also to like locate where the drop for the full benefit of the team without any sort of competition off rip. And if the team wants to contest, they're prepared for it. But like I said, all depends on which comps want to take which drop and where and when. That's going to be round 4 for what we kind of hope to see, since we do have to keep in consideration that when the chances of the players are to be met, one thing we haven't really gotten a chance of talking about are like the builds. I noticed that we saw some questline builds to come through from some of the players, which is usually a trope in trios where the luck side really comes into motion, where they are able to get more points, more dark side coins from a single questline, that it affects towards the team if all of them are building that out. And even then, usually with the first questline to be completed, they'll get a Jade, a purple rarity if they go down that glyph board path. Now, picking up a purple Jade, with how strong certain purple Jades are, I'm looking at you, Palm Lightning, I'm looking at you, Engraving, things like that can really just turn around a fight in the beginning where a player or a team may not be able to react towards it. And if they do react to it, it's a heavy investment. It's a combo breaker or it's an ultimate cast. And either way, it's still going to be something that has to be invested to try to save them a little bit more time for the team to try to settle up. 5-2-1 having their chances here to make it out of the bottom 6 is still up for grabs. Like I said, any of the top 4 teams could end up in a staggered state and having to not have as much value that they would hope for game 4. Then 5-2-1 could come in and swoop. We saw 5-2-1 perform this season off the weeks 3 and 4 really great, really strong, in fact, coming out from the gates from Worlds previously. But we have in the first phase, that means that they have Padoria, Morning Dew, Viper Wu and Test is available for them. They can start popping off with SS1 and TE and SR. Our second phase teams include GG, Wolves, OA, and Bauda, while DRG, YZG, JL, and Alliance, they are all in phase 3. The picks are up in the air, Moxie. I know we're looking for 9 Vipers. Are you wearing the cosplay for it right now? You want this to happen. You want violence to be ensued and for all the points to be burned.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I don't think it's going to be quite the levels of 9, but I definitely think it's about to be a top-heavy Viper lobby, even though it's not Fireflies. Regular week performance has showed that these players do not care if it's Fireflies or not, and Padoria having really good locations like the floating piles to be able to timing attack into does lend itself to the Viper Tesla Wuchen. But we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a split. 2 teams locking in the Tesla Viper Wuchen. One team going for 2025 Transformers with the Kylan and the Zip sustainability option. Another team going for the Xiphon, and since those compositions were as split as they were, no composition has been made more expensive. So everyone in phase 2 now sees Viper Tessa Wuchen very much still up for grabs. GG gonna be picking it up. Wolves gonna be picking it up. Spider and Oe though, there's a little bit more debate coming on for about what they decide to pick. There's one Viper Tessa Wuchen. There we go. We got 6.
Can't believe it. Who's gonna burn 6 points right now? No. Listen, JL, YCG, if they do it right now, that's gonna be the case. I'm still thinking about the cost of going for the Xiphons, or in that case, Alliance will. But even with the Kylan Formers still be available, the Transformers is still an option on the table for third phase for them to not burn any extra points and to kind of conserve those for later on. DRG might be the next one to choose out since they're kind of the faster of the 3. Yeah, and it's going to be the Xiphon coming through for them for that chance. But for JL and YCG, these two, I'm still head over heels and seeing if they want to do it. I'm seeing a Xiphon from JL, YCG. We've been waiting long enough, man. Release the sequel. Where's the trailer?
Oh, ice cream.
Only ice cream.
You scream, ice cream. We all scream for ice cream, but they are the only ice cream composition, like you said, in this lobby. But they're not the only Sire team in this lobby. No Sand Siphon compositions coming in through. A Siphon, one lonely TNI is not gonna have a fun time against 6 Vipers.
Never will be. Never has been. And then all of a sudden the Neapolitan comp comes out. I can't. We have to see what these skills are looking like for the Vipers. Like we mentioned, V1 F2s have been pretty strong in their sense, but the V2s, when they show up, they go crazy. And especially now that there's 6 Viper comps in the mix, that means we can chain back and forth. We could, I mean, I'm not gonna say it, but you know, we're gonna see DRG doing little hippy hoppity scoops against another Viper Wuchen and said, apes together strong. We have this in the book.
Gooble gobble, gooble gobble, one of us. See, I feel so bad for TE because I feel like they tried to do like a 5,000 IQ play of going for a Transformers team, anticipating that to be the composition that people turned into in either phase 2 or phase 3, and that there would be more Transformers to try and match up against these Vipers. But they've just thrown themselves to the wolves. The only compositions that aren't Viper Tessa Wuchen are the Xiphon with the Meteor Ultimate and the Ice Cream composition, which YCG is going to be trying to get off the ground. Like, this first fight for this Transformers team, when they don't have gear, when, like, even if they go for their ultimate, the Viper teams have no reason to respect them, is going to be so rough. Like, they need to scale really quickly if they want to be able to challenge. Like, you either go for an immediate hard drop or you slow burn. You play as quiet as a dormouse until you get to the first realm of Yang, and then you try and find a win there off of picking up purple armor from the Rift Dealers.
Exactly. And that off drop might be over by Twilight's Pass for TE, considering that Skygate's Hope had 4 teams. We're looking at them by themselves, and GG's at Tincture Woods, so if TE wants to just quickly get those troves, those gold troves, and go straight north, they can. They can afford it, as long as it's up to the case scenario that GG did not get the gear difference that makes the difference in that first fight. And YCG, by themselves, they take the chance of Imperial Camp. They can loot down south if they want to, as long as the circle allows for them. We are entering into game 4, though, guys. Severio here alongside with Godmox. We got to look at seeing how these off-drop fights, though, in Arcadia are going to end up, because I saw teams spawning in left and right, and JL are off the rip with flying knives. Zhao Zhao looking for it. We're looking at that price goal for that MVP for this round at 5,100 yuan. And obviously, with Zhao Zhao looking to try to kite back in here, a Viper from OA 2-tick looks to try to pelt this out. A Clink to the next. EP's going to be next. And then for the reset, there's only 1 armor powder, but 1 Fang is down. That means that they are going to have to look for a retreat route. Otherwise, the teams are not going to allow it.
There's so many teams. Zhao Zhao has the F2, utilizes it to put himself onto the roof and try and break away from this massive players converging on this Paw's location. Unfortunately for him, he's only got the flying knives, and 2-tick will be able to track him down with the greater extension reach of that spear coming on through. Action has not halted a single moment, though, as it's going to be another Viper F2 kicking things off. SR's Jun X staggered into position, held for the Tesla ultimate to come on through as Zhao now gets a parry into the follow-up damage, buys himself the spacing to set on up for these focus hits with the Fist Blades, with that combo breaker, but now he's being pushed up into the air by the uppercuts, held into position long enough for that Viper V1 to come down, and synchronized swimming, synchronized spear slamming is what OA have practiced in, and they take the gold medal.
Looking like a mirage there, both of them doing it at the exact same time. And obviously for OA, this is going to be Volpine's ascension if they can try to obtain it. Otherwise, OA has to take the rotation towards Rico to get the elimination and then start this chance, because look at the gold count. Once they get this elimination, they're going to be up towards 20,000 if I'm not mistaken. Rico gets caught. One jump LMB. Nope, there it is. There's the catch. That's going to be the amount of gold that's going to be gained for OA. And look at this. They have the route right now to make this look easy. With the amount of gold they have, they can just kite around the side of Arcadia and then go right down to a shop with the refresh. YZG though, like I said, they're playing not to keeps. With all the gear that they can get from the southern end of the map, no one is out there to try to fight them out. And unless a team that had just already previously that we just saw fight decide to go down south, they're going to be met with no gear to be on the reset for it. And they may know that already. But Wolves finding a move being trying to be purchased. That's what we're going to see in terms of the inventory of the teams. 5 eliminations, ZRG are taking the kill leader position, but for Alliance right now, they're over by what I believe the seed into the Azov Peak and just looting up there. And with Skygaze Cove actually being the spotlight where DRG were, they have gear, and they got gear that's stacked up to purple rarity weapons, and specifically on that Zai.
Well, the question is, can they keep it? Because Wolves are on the prowl. Floating power rotations also going to be coming for in a little bit of time. As Wolves have been able to get purple armor for NiHQ, purple katana for ZK, or rather Hong Sword for ZK, as well as they are going to be going over. Lava Conductor has not currently been procced, so they may well be able to pick up that buff too and start that tick of damage for anyone who goes over the hot area or floor. Also going to be having a look at GG, who did land well. We normally see them in Twilight Pass, but it doesn't look like they were able to win the fight against TE. And TE have been able to get their free eliminations as Alexem just gets a little bit stuck on the tree roots before getting to bypass into the basement level and start looting on up as we head over to Azov and have a look at SS1 potentially taking a fight against Alliance. Although, given the discrepancy in loot, I don't know if SS1 are going to be wanting to commit to this engagement. Then again, it is the Xiphon composition. This is budget. And Zuan is definitely looking like he wants to try and play a little bit more aggressive. There goes that Fry coming on through. Flying Knives and Fan R&B sent out to try and just absolutely shred one of these players from Alliance's end. Alliance going to be returning focus fire though with the Moonbane. And Zuan gets caught on the tail end of it. Has to proc the Zayaf 2 to keep himself out of the fight. Goes for the V2 activation. He's got another Meteor now to try and bail himself into a better position. He's going to utilize it to get out of the way of another of those splash damages, which comes where he was just a couple of moments ago. The stun dazzle tracking from Revenge is strong though, and he gets blasted down.
Now there's going to be a chance for Revenge to catch these dazzles, one to the piece. NY7 goes down. This is the turnaround that I did not expect, but I did at the same time. We noticed how how the Zai gameplay came through from Juan. The Moonbane, though, is still an insurance policy for Revenge. He can go for a kill against water if he can for one cannon shot. He's not going to have the case. The Moonbane, though, is going to give Alliance at least a couple more seconds. I'm not sure if Alliance is actually going to be wanting to go right back into it since there is a Soul Altar. But then again, we know that this is going to be a case where the gear difference is way too high right now. In terms of the average, Alliance is going to have the faltering underside of being able to lose a second time if they decided to salty res. So they'll decide upon respawning later on once we see that their teammate Revenge goes down. But like I was mentioning, crazy work coming out of Sean as the Zai just being able to time out all the attacks at the right moment. We know that the F2 is invulnerable to damage. We know that doesn't cause any sort of issues from there. But the next part was timing that ultimate and knowing that it was going to mitigate an attack from the Zai and then coming back out with an F2 and just retreating out of that area. But now that bout is here, the Viper Witch and Tessa team, they only got one elimination. They got purple armor and they have all their ultimates ready to go here. They don't know whether or not the fights have been already had from SS1 or rather regardless where the Moonbane team might have ended up, but they may or may not figure out that there's going to be one player without an ultimate that they can take advantage of and it might be the right target, or they could be ending up against Yuan, who does have that Matari ult ready to go.
Good musket fire comes in for from SS1, covering their backs before Barda can make that engagement. XEM trying to get into position to use that Viper F2 to kickstart this fight. It's not just SS1 that they're going to try and take a fight against. The Wolves are here to try and scrap off as well. Viper Ultimate and Test Enchantment going to be invested at the same time. Matari Ultimate from SS1 will be able to avoid that CC. ZZT takes a lot of damage, too much damage, loses all of his armor, goes onto the cliffside, buying himself the space to scale rush out, first investing the combo breaker before his Wuchen gets to come through with the Wind Walls to start re-armoring up that blue. So we can have a look and see Wolves at the top of Azov have invested a Moonbane of their own, managing to cut and carve through the two other teams, and they've isolated Baudo around one way, SS1 the other. Wolves have to be careful, though, that they don't bite off too much more than they can chew. As ZK is currently stuck inside this corruption damage. If he stays in here too long, that heal cut effectiveness is going to come through.
Yeah, he's got to be mindful about whether he can find any sort of hiding characters in the zone. They like to take into consideration that players may not be in there, and then all of a sudden can find one without him realizing it. But for LJX getting cornered off here, having that Wuchen port to come through off this end, the Viper Ultimate is a response rate from ZK. ZK gonna have a chance of popping off at least one target for a stun, gets two, and they're all in one line spotlight, and that's gonna be Jiwon going down in a blink. But I tested chance to come in the clutch for just a second longer, but there's NiHQ going down. Parry from ZK connects off against Jiwon, and the Wuchen port to get the team out, allowing for the rest for NiHQ. For Sleepy T, though, we know the scare rush is going to be good for the one jump LMB to the next, the F2 from the Viper Ning. XCM is finding the elimination 4 count for Bauda, putting them up in the leaderboard. But you see Alliance NY7, they're up against ZK. They find these teams are fighting back and forth. The first Moonbane was a sign. The second Moonbane was a guarantee that these fights were continuously happening at the same time. So with Wolves going down here for two teammates with no rebirths left alive, they will have to take the time of resetting slowly but surely.
That is a lot of Viper Tesla Wuchen teams losing some of their major components. RJX does manage potentially to backtrack to his teammates. The corruption tick damage not doing enough to warrant him full rotating out. He might be able to pick them up with those revive taps. On the Kansas, we're going to be looking at the first realm of Yang fight. YZG slow rolled on up. They're going to be matching up against DRG. TXJ already outside of all of his armor, utilizing the F1. The space away from the fight comes on through with the V1 now. Has to use the stun dazzles, though, directly on top of QGG, who is absolutely getting blistered down by DRG, and he's out. The other Syra, the V1 from Kakashi, was stronger. TXJ wasn't able to go aggressive with his, had to play reactionary to peel for his teammate, and DRG got the better end of that ultimate. Now with the proc of the F2 meteor hit onto the Farrier mech, QGG is going to be missing a lot of his health as that goes directly through the mech armor, and TXJ out of the Syra ultimate doesn't have anything to CC stagger out Donkling from sticking the landing of the Zai V2. And CXE, they're not going to take him down. They know that there's a couple of Viper teams on the round. They do not want to exit the Yang portal for as long as they possibly can. TE, no such qualms. They've already taken their realm of Yang fight, and they've won it. And now with the Million Birds Might, they're looking to see if they can add to their tally.
Yeah, absolutely coming stacked out of that Rummy Yang, giving TE the scaling for youth, most likely for the gold weapon. Obviously, coming through up the other Rummy Yang, DRG are on the outskirts of JL. Just hopping around here, go for some pot shots here and there. But obviously, with JL getting their victory, you know, they still only get one purple armor, and that's going to give it towards one Fong. And I think JL weren't actually contested off of that. We have to double check to see about that. No, they were fighting it out. There was one team that was ending up and going to a fight, but Cuckoo having the active Zyra ultimate to come through, looking to try to go for against Alliance, and then making sure they can catch one dazzle to the next. Now, this is that spacing tool that comes from Syra, and using the pillars to the advantage, trying to break line of sight for any sort of F gamers from the Matari or the Zai, and then having to catch the Syra off of a dazzle. That's the biggest kind of play that can happen to deny any sort of hits off of their teammates. Cuckoo, though, spaces out with all the dodges. Now it's up between the Mataris and the Zais to connect against one another. Cuckoo looks against the corner, but you look at the backline, Yuma goes down immediately in the sense, and then looking at this chance for the Zhao Zhao with the Zai, looking for the flop states more primarily, and looking at the armor swap for his teammate to catch. He looks to drop the pick it up back up because he knew the timing wasn't going to be had, but nice uppercut attempt. We get that free R&B off of the 1-2s. Yo, Revenge looking for a parry? Nah, it's going to happen. One F1 is still available for Cuckoo. He could just bait out that 2-1-1. There it is, and catching off the eliminations, giving Alliance a run for the Soul Altar.
See, I think we've only got 2 teams of Yang depletion, though.
Yeah, we do.
Because I'm pretty sure T got those for free.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's only 2 teams, Alliance and YTG. That's also going to impact the amount of uptime that TE has for their Vermilion Birdsmite. You can see it significantly lower than the one that JL and DRG currently have on their persons, as we're going to be following along the soul form of YTG as they scout around the steps of Imperium. They heard the grapples, they know that there were players around, they've been able to spot out a couple of those teams, and they are going to have the confidence of reviving into the spacing. 2.5 minutes left for them, and blue armor is not exactly the greatest. As it does look, yeah, QGG just a little bit later wanted to play off of the information that TXJ was feeding him, since the rest had come through after the team that they were following had dissipated off into a separate building of Imperium. And a separate part of Imperium that is absolutely swarming with players. DRG with Vermilion Birdsmite more than happy to stir the pot. The Sire ultimate kicking things off, forcing all of the teams stacked too close to each other to have to react, disengage, and use an ultimate to try to match, as YZG sliding into the mix, trying to grab the Soul Blooms. DXJ comes under so much pressure, has to immediately proc that Syra V1 because he's about to get hit by that V2 coming on through from SR, backing on off, utilizing that one as an umbrella to carry that team to safety.
And this is a war zone for sure. Looking at how obviously these players are making their rotation pass towards the Syra. Once they know the ultimate ends, it's go time. And we know this is going to be the case. There it is, the blow up. And then it's take on with the F2 with the Soul Bloom pickup. Having the extra elimination up to 6 for once again, they are going to be looking to try to keep on chasing down the remaining players that was from that Syra squad. But you can see QGG is already a mile away. No Soul Blooms yet to be given towards YCG. And this is that lag that we don't like to, we don't like to mention, but it happens. And if it does happen, the bottom 6 teams can just start going through. DRG, burning the Vermilions, are going to be on kiting duty right now for the next Realm Yang, as well as JL. But for YZG, QGG does not want to give any sort of position lead for any of the teams, especially the ones that are chasing them down, who could take more time making their chances of catching them off of the zone. It's just a risk right now for QGG if he wants to keep himself sustained, because he's got 0 grapples to his name. He's got the vitalities for this. He's got the vitalities to last this for another 30 seconds or so.
They got a rebuff charm. I think they're going to be able to buy TXJ back before they all go down to Yang depletion.
Nice.
But that does mean that it's only going to be that Syra.
Yep. TXJ, you got to do it, bro.
Alive. TXJ, he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. If anyone can do it, though, it's that man. As DRG actually going to be staying in soul form for as long as they possibly can. Again, like, there's so many Viper Tesla Wuchen teams. There's also teams currently with Yang depletion still out and about. You don't want to revive into a fight now that you've probably burned all of your ultimates and are trying to play for a better position into that second realm of Yang. So the safer you can play, you can't take damage in soul form. That's exactly what you can take advantage of, as we can have a look and see. DRG, I believe, 16 points away, or rather, not 16 points away, 16 kills needed before they'll be able to hit a match point MVP eligibility. 15 eliminations in a second place, I believe is what that scoreline means, and then 12 kills and a first place position for them to be able to bypass the 63 points necessary for MVP eligibility, as they're going to be taking a little bit of downtime, sitting on that Riftide dealers, picking themselves up some upgrades before they potentially kite on over to that second realm of Yang. Though, with 9 eliminations in the bag, I don't know if you actually risk it, because having Yang depletion is a death sentence in itself. TE not this time gonna get theirs for free. They're gonna have to scrap out against JL.
Yeah, if they take the risk, I don't think they should. But it happens, and SS1's going to be their targets. But we have this fight to think about. TE up against what seems to be with JL. I mean, looking to drop down blue focus, not going to happen. But we know that Jianan is going to be holding down the ground unit format, and of course, looking for parries. Burns his combo breaker. Lion Knight's coming out, then the Tiana Howl. Okay, so now this is going to be an opportunity right now to see whether or not the Syra comes out as a response. And I'm not sure, because I see that the Matari is going to be the first one. F2s are coming out. Xiao Xiao gets caught, and that's exactly what we don't like to see. And that's exactly what's going to eliminate JL Xiao Xiao. No Zai ultimate ultimate, no Zai pressure, more importantly, no burns. And now Xiaonan has the chance to grab another target, One Fong. And looking at the reset, looking at the Kylan, if he can catch it, the dazzle is going to be had for He cannot continuously put the pressure, but One Fong is still living with the sliver of health, gets caught to the grab. Nothing's going to keep him sustained with that Kylan ultimate on standby. JL are getting pelted away piece by piece. And now, I don't know if they're going to delay the buff, but if they decide to go for this immediate elimination, they go straight into ground unit form and start down the hunt process. Oh, nah, they're going to time it out. That's going to be the case. They're also building up that Ruptured Gale Orb that Tianan has in his back pocket, so that's going to be another benefit. But we deal now into the Spirit Well. It's like a town meeting, bro.
DRG won. Big risk. Great value reward. You get a free versus free, a potential free eliminations that you can pick up without having to panic and constantly watch your back for that third party opportunity. Oh my goodness, so many people just got hit by SS1 Viper F2. That knockback meant that the smash and grab went in SS's favor. What a play.
Optimal. I can't believe we had everyone out there in one spot, though. One thing is for certain, we got that replay. This is the one we wanted to see, the DRG fight. How did they get out of this? So Syra response rate coming from SS1, but the Matari on both ends. Now, this is where I'm kind of worried to state, because since both Matari ults are out of here, it means that once Zai is able to use her ultimate, like SS1's Jian, it's going to be as a response later on, as Dongqing still holding on for dear life, having to sustain even with all the dazzles. He's making his approach to try to catch off of the F2. He finds a nice stagger, and then the Kakax looks for a musket shot to connect off from the micro gameplay. The jabbing, or not, rather the blue focus, so Heart's Dragon Slayer could come out after the F2. Dongqing almost died. The Moonshard Storm really just came out last second, huh? I like that. That's a dap me up in my book, because the fact that they didn't reveal it until the last possible moment, position, all clumped together, that's a baseball cap and a half.
Yeah, that's a home run hit right there. Moonshot Storm and Zai V2 just mincing them down. And in the meantime, you've also got Kakashi just jump LMP with the spear, taking full advantage of the fact that when you're hit by Moonshot Storm, your character is like puppeted up and just held on by broken strings. This poor SS1 get absolutely obliterated. Like you said, holding on for the last possible moment. So they didn't think. They didn't believe that Moonshot Storm was in play. They didn't think that they would be punished for grouping on up and trying to blitz down the players of DRG when that Zai was vulnerable in her ultimate state. And it's allowed DRG to hit those 12 eliminations. Remember, 3 more kills. And they just need a good ranking point. And they'll be on MVP eligibility. JL hot on their heels, unfortunately in a hot seat of a position right now. They've got Yang depletion. SR forced into Wuchen teleporting. SS1 not taking any prisoners. They need these fights to finish quickly so that they don't have to worry about the third party opportunities. Imperium is a hotbed of action whenever Yang depletion is in play. Water doing everything that he can to try and peel for his players to make sure that his Zai in this V2 does not evaporate beneath his watch, but it's not to be. They know that he's going to be vulnerable, and SS1 made the tough decision to call the Syra to reposition and live to fight another day. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Water swaps over to that dagger, looking to set up the faster charging skirmishes and try and run for his life, as Bida are able to track down where he goes and even commit the Viper V1 to hold him down.
That's unfortunate. Sleepy T taking the chase down to his own hands, and now 3 targets, SR Wolves. They're making their approach and trying to hunt them down, but Alliance in the distance with DRG, making sure whether or not Zhao can find his backline with JL. This is the chance right now. 2 minutes on the clock for that Realm Yang depletion. 3 eliminations total for this team, and like I said, Realm Yang depletion is in effect second place overall in the standings of the leaderboards. But Alliance, I mean, this is going to be that, I don't know if it's going to be a betrayal arc, but CE's in the bush right now. And since that's a Kylan, this is going to be a dangerous game to play. No team is going to hit that bush, which will be a nice surprise. But, you know, usually that's going to be what's going to occur. 1 cannon shot, 1 pistol shot. Over by Ascension Forum, GG's getting chased down here, at least to the extent of repositioning towards the southern end. We know that SR having the Viper ultimate with V2 means that if they decide to come through and make that calm of lockdown as one person, the F2 is going to be the initiator. The Tesla ultimate is going to be the follow-up. But obviously, once they start doing that, all the teams can make the approach and try to start, picking them off piece by piece. That Moonshard Storm, though, is now known to GG. They see it, they walk away from it. Groupie on one Fong, Starfall as well on Cuckoo. Too fancy left behind on the Jade department, but they still have a chance of just kind of picking off gear off of dead bodies. And now the Draco Storm for the Spirit Well, that's the next objective that they've been holding on for. And if they can try to get the Spirit Well, this would be a straight upgrade for them, but they still need a minute left before that roaming inclusion kicks in.
Yeah, they're gonna try and go for it. Syra V1 gets invested. 3-3-0 gets fried in between 3 different teams. Cuckoo turns that onto the 2 other players from GG, split away from the pack. JL's Wonfong and Cuckoo now full committing on through. They've lost Zhao Zhao, but the Matari with the dashes will be able to follow on up. Cuckoo cancels out of the ultimate to pick up the Soul Bloom, and JL pick up the blooms necessary, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Back over they kite, over the top of Mercury River, back towards the Spirit Well and the bubble of safety that it provides from the ranged attrition fire coming on out onto the Syra. Cuckoo saw the DRG smash the dome, picked up the buff, and does mean that he's able to pick up a purple armor swap right off of the ground that DRG left behind. Really good macro sense from JL so that they can actually live the duration of their ultimates and the consequences that came after when they had to all end that fight.
Now we're getting another elimination for DRG. They're up to 13 right now. They need around 4 more kills in order to come through. Man goes down. That's going to be 14. No, that's actually towards TE. Xiaonan finding the elimination there, going up to 7 for his squad in 8th place overall right now. In the case scenario, DRG still has his Draco Storm active. Will they have any sort of opportunity of trying to lock down one player to the next?
JL?
What's up? Oh, he got the Reaver Charm? Excuse me.
He got the Reaver Charm!
What the?
It's back!
Whoa! Wait. How we get that? I mean, they could purchase it because of the extra shot, but then again, I mean, all that money comes out to this end game. You would expect all the re-returns had been sold out. I guess not. We do have Jaja going down. Now, the moment he came back up, he fell. So otherwise, TE just picked up their other elimination. Now it's going to be where into the next 7 minutes, the next Moonbane to drop is one thing, but the next Spirit Well is to be considered. And since TE, that Con Informer, I don't know, it's looking kind of sus G. If they can go into that Spirit Well and not get any contested Syra ultimate, Zai ultimate, anything really to burn them down, they could slow roll that with the grabs. And if they get White Tiger's prowess, they can definitely line that up for victory.
DRG, Draco Storm, and just a smattering of eliminations away from MVP eligibility before we head into game number 5. However, it's not guaranteed. There is still a horde of Viper teams that are ready to descend on an unfortunate team that oversteps the boundaries. And the only point of time that you realize that you've made a mistake is when you're already dead. Is SR going to be setting up into position? DRG, we saw them gamble into a Ramavang fight. Going big or going home, they would have had such a tough time with recovering if they got hit by Yang depletion. Something that SS1 became terribly acquainted with very, very quickly. And they went for it. So I can absolutely see them trying to go for this next Spirit Well, even if it puts them directly into the crosshairs of every single team. But it looks like the Viper teams have actually pitted every non-Viper team into playing safely around each other. They understand if they take a fight against each other, they allow the third-party opportunity that the Viper teams are frothing at the mouth to take. Bowder, though, gets split, sandwiched in between all of the compositions. They were trying to close up the distance. XEM wanted to try and get close enough to come on through with a Viper F2 execution. Eats a Moonbane to the face because of it, and DRG have not got the Draco Storm lasting any longer, so they cannot try and pick up the Spirit Well as quickly as possible and grab a second lap of Draco Storm. The Moonshard Storm and that Syra ultimate is giving cause for concern for any team that wants to try and contest them into taking it, and it looks like DRG are 2 for 2. Spirit Well confirmed yet again. DRG are looking home run set for an MVP eligibility finish.
Plus, they got Immortal Defiance, so if any of their teammates come down there, that one teammate can still survive in the fight. Kakashi looking for the last hit confirmations. We're looking at DRG Wushu 98 getting a kill against Bowdish Jing, and then looking at that the Matari ultimate to deny the Viper ultimate. This is great work. One Fong finds elimination against LJX in the background. All of these bodies on the ground in the zone. CJS getting eliminated, and then maybe not by DRG, but we're still looking at GG going down here regardless. We're at 16. We need one more point. We have a Syra ultimate, we have a Zai ultimate, and we're fully stocked out here, folks. We still have HP to throw around. Yuma gets elimination against, once again, knocking that team out from this game, and still having yet again was Zhao Zhao in the mix. JL coming back into the mix, all three teammates back up, by the way, and having the chance of making this runabout. And for 0.5 points be earned out, Kakashi finds that last elimination for the team that's necessary to make match point, and now activating that Syra ultimate to keep the team sustained. The Tested Enchant comes off, but we still have enough time. SR getting pelted by one teammate alone from JL from all three, and that's SR going down here for 7th place. And then DRG backing up here, Common Former team going right through Dongqing's path, and Dongqing being the main focus of this is going to be the one target that he wants to try to get locked into the zone, and he can definitely go through unless a dazzle from Kakashi denies him, and in which case that's free tick damage. And for Kakashi, all he's got to do is make sure to kind of keep the backline secure, but he's looking for a repair in the midst of all this action. And while Jianan still hasn't procced that Tiana ultimate, we do see another team go down with 5-2-1 off of JL's hands.
DRG are confirmed MVP eligible. The question now remains, are they going to be joined by JL and Alliance? Both of these teams definitely have the opportunity to grab it, but Alliance losing NI7 is going to hinder their chances. Kakashi getting blitzed down by all of the cannon fire coming on through. His teammates trying to cover him with the commitment of Tempest Kick and a Moonshot Storm, just looking to deny the ranged hits from connecting to the Syra. Kakashi absolutely sent to a sliver of HP in a mere moment, but has the Syra ultimate ready to go to get that additional 1,500 HP. JL now turning onto the players a little bit too close to the edge of that zone. Cuckoo trying to take advantage, using those stun dazzles, turning onto Alliance's revenge, gets the CC, followed up by the RMB on that longsword, and JL go up to 8 eliminations. They are so close, a stone's throw away from MVP eligibility. Alliance reduced to just the one Matari, needing to play out for the kill score multiplier if they want to be able to finish this off above that score mark. And unfortunately, JL are going to be losing Cuckoo. Right now, that Syra, one of their main components to win the heal-off situation, gets taken down. Zhao Zhao has to use that Zai F2 to escape a double grab potential coming up through from T. Xiaonan. Zhao Zhao just drops down with the Zai V2, putting the pressure directly onto the monk's head so that he can't look for that grab the way that we would see Yoto ultimates of old. And Xiaonan now outside of that ultimate is going to be vulnerable. GL still looking for the last eliminations necessary. Zhao Zhao going to be chasing Alliance's Yuma down, spots an isolated target, wants the elimination, but gets interrupted literally by the Kylan ultimate coming on through as TE grief out JL's chance.
Now there's gonna be a chance right now as Jianan has the combo breaker just in case anything in close proximity for the hits. Kakashi gets jumped LMB'd into the RMBs, and obviously all they need to look for is an extended blue focus to a parry, but the Zai ultimate says otherwise. We got the F skill to come back up. We have the ultimate for Tianhai. He's got to use it now, and he gets it just right in time. The burn does not tick fast enough, and now for Jianan looking at DRG, there's gonna be eliminations on the board potentially, but DRG has so much on the board right now. JL has only one teammate to make this happen. He gets grabbed, he gets pelted, he gets eliminated. That's gonna be the elimination that knocks down JL, and only one teammate left alive for DRG, Dongqing, and that's going to be possibly even to fight to TE's victory as MVP. Now, this doesn't mean that DRG are out of the woodworks. They just got match point. They are still the team to be on top. All that matters, though, is for TE to catch his MVP this round and pick up the multiplier points that we have yet to see in such a long time.
DRG, though, they're the only team in MVP eligibility. Both Alliance and JL got grouped so close to that finish line. They're not going to be happy about that one in the slightest. And that paints a target on DRG. Like, if the other two teams had made it, that focus fire would have been split 3 ways. But now, since it's only DRG, that's left 100% fully focused on those 3 players. So, like, their start to this next game is going to come under so much scrutiny from the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, and I know that this is going to be the case for them to kind of sneak their comp in between their phase. to make sure that they don't get fully focus fired for a atypical comp in X phase. But for certainty right now for DRG, and now that they have themselves on match point, their lucrative style of being able to play it out has to be, has to knock it out the park. First set that we're going to go into is that I believe the next map rotation involves us into more style midday, potentially. Or actually, no, Holoroth Sunny is going to be the case scenario. So for Holoroth, they have to play that outright. If they go ahead and start these fights off between a pocketed spawn, I'm just thinking about the fact that YZG still have not gotten, they got lagged again for this round. They had a stutter this round. The points were not as high as we were hopefully expecting. And Alliance are now physically, next round, if they start off with 3 eliminations, they're set to go, nearly to that point.
Yeah, I mean, YZG, there's additional pressure. Like that comes down, like this happens in so many different areas of esports as well, like so many different games titles. When you have that pressure of needing to complete a golden stage, like that's another whole additional weight on top of your shoulders. Like the expectation for TXJ has always been that, right? He's such a staple character in the Nbpl esports scene. But now that there's that expectation of them taking every single bi-weekly final, like that stress is just sometimes a little bit harder to overcome. As we can see our next question of the day, how many players chose Viper in game number 4? Was it A2? Was it B4? Was it C6? Or was it D8? I can't believe, like, off of our performance in regular week, that 8 could be a viable option. But here we go. That is the current meta. And this is the current standings in terms of match point and how close these teams are. DRG already confirmed. They're above the 63-point threshold. JL, 2.4. They got griefed super hard by TE coming in, swinging. Xiaonan with that late minute Tianhai ultimate, and then the Kylan V2 coming through the last possible moment that JL are trying to utilize their own Zai to just use her V2 and scoop up those last eliminations necessary. They're not going to be happy by the ending to that round.
No, absolutely. They're going to look back and be like, oh, I can't believe him, bro. Look, JL actually getting themselves out of the roaming depletion, but also to get everything back up for all their teammates to reapproach it with the rebirth charms. It's crazy. It's crazy. But then again, they kind of have that in the back of their hands. Zhao playing out the Zai tremendously, I think, in terms of it. But one thing is for certain is that once the Tianhai is available in that last endgame circle, once there's at least one Tianhai, he could be all the threat that comes against your team. And that was apparent. TE, 22 eliminations, first place so far in this match. First multiplier that we actually finally gotten in a long time. But then again, DRG was 21.5 points, a 0.5 difference in second place because they had 19 eliminations. If they had one more elimination, they would have surpassed TE in that regard for MVP. But JL, with 11 points in third, still earning themselves out here. Now with less than 3 points for them to earn to match point next round at least, they need to try to get that accrued. And then for Wolves with that 8.5, only comes down to show in terms of that tenacity into the in-game circle, where they kind of survived out. For TE, man, look at that, 8 kills, 20,000 damage, Tianhai gameplay. Most likely looking for the slam downs as a majority of it, since Yanan was able to get a lot of that from it. But obviously skills and ultimates in this case scenario for Tianhai really just comes into connections with the Kylan ultimates and seeing about the reset for destruction, and having that Tianhai to work it out in the endgame circle for the sustain. Not only to that, but to the damage dealt, Aelin comes out to the standings that we have to showcase for that.
Now, speaking of those standings, let's have a look and see how that last game has affected everyone's position, as this one unfortunately not having a good performance at all. Wolves also our current defending world champion team, sitting behind the rest of the pack abnormally low in that 8th position before we head and look into the second half of the standings. Oh, wait, not able to break into the top 6 to join Bauda, YZG, who've had really a significant stall, having seen them play in game number 2 and come through, 14 points game 1, 15 points game 2, and then 4 points in game 3, and then a rough performance and even worse performance in game number 4. TE, Alliance, and JL all within 1 game of distance between landing into that 63-point threshold necessary. But DRG, the only team headed into this next game, as we have discussed, that are going to be painting a very large target on their backs.
Yeah. And they're going into phase 2 in the next following rounds. So seeing how they want to decide between either Ice Cream Comp, if it's available, if they have a Viper Wuchen availability for that, or maybe even just burning points, I think.
They're still phase 3. Remember, it's past game 4, so now the leaderboard in the phases is determined by your standings in the leaderboard. Since they're number 1 in the standings, they're always going to be phase 4. Or phase 3, rather.
Over. We're gonna have to burn 6 points, just like how these highlights and clips been brought to you by China Unicom. We're running it back. Oh, this is the best moment. This is the best moment. Watch this. You know, 3, 2, 1, action, king, and then there it is. SR shot goes down. And it was kind of a blow up from that point on for SR going down. Since OA were tracking down Rico, and at this point, making it their 4th elimination.
Yeah, those Spare Slams doing work, as this is the moment SS1 were able to turn it against Alliance. Alliance, remember, invested in Moonbane, but Zuan doing a very good job of framing for with those Zai abilities so that he doesn't get staggered, leading into more follow-up damage, and potentially follow-up damage with a Moonbane over the top of it. Is DRG putting themselves into the realm of Yangs, this time around taking down YZG. Dunkling doing a very good job before we headed into that next one, as we got to see them hold off on showcasing that win condition, the Moonshot Storm that you're about to see here, setting Kakaishi up to come through with those quick follow-up hits on that spear, the jump LMB, just keeping up the pressure onto water, which when he gets hit by that stagger, leads into another Moonshot Storm turn. Now, so this is the moment that poor JL got griefed out of what would have been a MVP eligibility qualification by TE, who come through with a last-minute Tian Hai and Kylan V2.
Bing. Hey, your order's here. Mate 1 order coming out here. I can't believe it. We have that Tian Hai ult. We got that kill. We got Zhao on the MVP for the first time in this spring season. So look at the cannon. 13,000 damage with the cannon, bro. Blue Jays all across the board. He's my goat. At that point in time, if that's all he's using, that's all that's necessary. Longsword was his melee weapon of choice, and then skills and ultimates with 2,600 damage. I mean, that's like 1 slam down. That's 3 double slam downs if anything. But he's got a lot of single grabs that he made it work for his team. So being the main benefactor for the squad, getting last hit confirmations, at least for the eliminations, coming through for the kills, that's all that's needed, especially for it. But looking at how this is going to be the case, like you mentioned, YZG, last phase from this point, or not YZG, DRG, last phase from this point on, and having that to be considered, I mean, if they want to burn out the chances, the first 2 phases will have to look at them. They'll have to make sure they can find them out. And I don't even know if they're going to be doing a shenanigans comp. Target comp is still on the table for them. If DRG wants to try to bring that out, is that going to be something that's going to be slotted in to mix it up? No, it's just going to be them for having option selection, and then having to burn however which points they have left has to be considered. Since Kylan Former is usually that 3rd phase comp, if teams want to burn that out for them and give them an apparent Viper Wuchen Tessa, I highly doubt it. We've seen Viper Wuchen Tessa take the first 2 phases. Since since day 2. Now we're coming out here for game 5, and game 5 makes it into Holoroth. Now obviously with Holoroth, Ice Cream Comp is also an option right now for DRG if it's still available for them. That way they can have a little bit more success off of it. YZG had Ice Cream Comp down to its teeth. Now we saw last game and they had 0 points earned that round. It's kind of a really unfortunate circumstance that really puts them behind, and now they're literally around that 15 points left before they can enter that match point, and then hopefully to see if they can get that 4P. But it's looking a little bit grim, I'll be honest. Alliance is still right next door, JL's right next door for a match point this next following game. That's where round 5 really is the determination, Moxie, of just how strong can the teams on the lackluster end really just pump out those numbers that need to make it back in.
Yeah, I mean, it was really interesting when we were looking at the Soul Jade layout for that MVP. Damage reduction and health Soul Jades. That was a monk who was packing, prepared for all of the focus fire that would come onto him from those Viper teams. And I mean, that's going to be something that DRG are going to have to take into perspective, because if they do go for a Transformers composition, there's a very high likelihood with so many teams being incredibly close to MVP eligibility. Like Alliance and JL, I don't think they're going to go for a composition which is going to cost them. I think they're just going to go for a composition which allows them to pass the finish line or at least, I guess, past the line that lets you access the finish line, right? You don't want to burn 6 hero points just needing to get 2 eliminations to bypass that 63-point threshold. Especially because hero points are going to become all the more elusive the later on we head into the day, because if you're in the top 4 of the leaderboard, you're never leaving that last phase, so you're always having to play top shelf for those heroes that you're able to slot into your composition. Likewise, I think we're probably going to be seeing a lot of the teams in phase 1 and phase 2 try to go for compositions which are going to be able to stack up kills very, very quickly. Things like the Viper Test of Wuchen definitely still, I think, going to be the premier pick.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about how that off drop is going to be affecting their overall game style. I mean, there's a standard build for everything coming through, and I know that a lot of players would like to just play the slow roll route, and for that, right, that's coming out towards what I mentioned earlier with the Jade off rip. Now they want to go aggressive, right? We're looking at the rage side, and then we're looking at how that starting rage really can come into fruitful efforts, because depending on the character, the chance of being able to go off with 15% starting rage, and then the starting going off means that they can take an off drop fight into another one back and forth, and then allowing to come through with the rage with the tenacity of the 18% after a kill of just over dealing damage. But if they lose out on that early game potential, if they lose out on putting out the fruitful efforts of slow roll it out by first Rama Yang, we've seen YZG get enough gear to last into first Rama Yang with success, in terms of success in the past, but just in natural sense of the word, that they have pretty much the economy in their hands. But if players end up going on the full aggression route, like if DRG decides to do so here, will it be apparent from the teams? It's not like it's the same thing where someone has a Roman Yang depletion and they go all in at a certain point just because. At this case scenario, it has to be, there, but it can't be there too apparent, because once the team starts seeing how aggressive the team wants to go through, it's either because, oh, are they low on the standing board, or oh, are they the ones on the top?
I mean, YZG, they can still definitely make it. Like, we've seen crazier games from them where they've been able to pick up upwards of 25 points in one go. The problem for this team is, like, they're either massively overperforming or they're stagnating, because, like, their win strategy is to slow burn, slow roll up, land somewhere, maybe, like, take one fight off drop, but ideally just loot. Even when we see them in like the early stages of the game, they'll be out in corruption tick damage because they understand like those are places that other teams won't have searched already. Like those will be places that the stashes still have all of the gear and resources. And then they go into the first realm of Yang. But that's what their win condition hinges on. If they win that first realm of Yang, they can start scaling into the second to become an absolute endgame boss monster. If they lose it though, everything falls apart. In fact, it's really interesting because the way that YZG play NARAKA currently isn't like a battle royale. They play it like a MOBA. They farm lane so that they can really like keep building their currency and push up their resources, push up their talent levels, right? And then they try and take Baron, like, which would be obviously the allusion to Realm of Yang. But if they don't manage to get that buff, everything falls apart for this team.
That's crazy. I mean, the analogy, right? We got the jungle farm. We're looking at the buffs off rip for the first minute, and then getting themselves off into the lane. And the lanes that come through is just, the usual suspect of locations to drop through, at least to what they can see on the map for where players are ending up. Forbidden Seals getting activated, Moonbanes being spawned in. That was a main factor in Padoria last round, where we saw when Moonbane number 1 get dropped, Wolves showed up with Moonbane number 2. And then they started going off on this end where they started pelting between piece by piece. But then they lost track of it. They lost track of how the progress was going with that second Moonbane. And with the zone closing in and teams still showing up, they lost that mojo. NiHQ getting eliminated, forcing it out to escape. And they still had a chance of being knocked out by teams piece by piece. So for Wolves, I know we have them in terms of the back of our minds in terms of the performance. I also want to see how they can end up going through this round. Now, their phase goes into phase 1, which means they give themselves the Viper Witch and Tessa option. And like I said, they're still making it out of the depths of the scoreboard leaderboard. Looking at YZG, though, or he's looking at TXJ. He's looking at the form, man. And he's looking, okay. Let's think about this real quick. If we do this strat coming into this round, then maybe we'll be good to go in terms of getting 15 kills. And all right, let's go. And the one problem that comes out from TXJ, there's a lot of pressure on him. Right? He comes from a world championship team. He was able to kind of work himself out, with JL, and then having to make it to YZG this time. It's just like the lead, the lead position, having this mindset, being one of the few to ever get it done, being one of the legends on the board of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League players list, and still having the chance of just being able to hold that position with fruitful effort to make it look easy. But when you start going off, you start lagging off, or rather you start going into a position of going strong first and then crumbling second. I'm just hoping to see that turnaround and where they bandage that.
Yeah, I mean, heavy as the head that wears the crown, and TXJ, like I said, it's been a staple of the NARAKA scene for so long. If you have that reputation posited to you and like always second nature of your character, if it ever starts to blemish, this is something that both Mike and Spider have experienced on the solo side. Like, questions get raised much quicker than they would against players who are maybe performing worse. Like that sudden jump of like, oh, maybe this is the moment, Maybe they were so dominant that now that reign of dominance is over. So you really can tell, like, looking at TXJ, looking at how he's really like focusing on that paper, he understands that there's a lot at stake for him here currently. As it is going to be the first phases. We've got one Viper Tesla Wu Chen composition locked in. ASR though, Cat Amongst the Pigeons, going to be going for the Siphon composition. GG! Sand Siphon! No, not Sand Siphon. Double Pocket Takeda composition coming through from them. YZG unfortunately experiencing the fall from grace pushes them into phase number 2 as Bowder. We're getting something new!
Yo, is this V3 Akos? I wonder. I'm actually wondering if it's V3 Akos. I'm like, ooh, he's winking at me. It's not winking at me, man. I'm looking at this Akos.
You're not locked in here with me. You're locked in here with my Tian Hai and Sire, who just perma CC stun dazzle you.
Man, no, because if he's like, hey, how's it going? Throw him in the corner, and then that cage comes out right there. They're locked in. There's nothing. I think the timing is enough for him to throw Slam Down and then to the wall grab. Well, we'll have to see.
Oh, hold on a minute. This is not as expensive as it could have been. We've seen so many different compositions. Viper Tesla Wu Chen's been left up for grabs for everyone in phase 3.
This is that surprise. And this is the thing, right? We were mentioning about how we want to force you into a certain comp, and phase 3 gamers seeing that there's no +1s on any of those 3 means like, okay, then we'll take it. It's like an echo chamber for them. So they're all taking a chance of being able to pick out Viper Wu Chen Tessa. Luckily, none of them wavered away. That means that there's 4 teams total playing the comp, DRG being one of them. Potentially
5, I believe. There was one team in phase 1 that locked up.
In phase 1? Let's check that out. Because the thing is that even with 5 going through, is that I'm thinking about the fact that I'm thinking about whether or not they're all going to be running the V2s. At least, because in that case scenario, the V1s are going to be more of a profitable option, but some of them want to go full, W key mode, and the V2 is going to be their option to go through with F2.
Yeah, I feel like Alliance and JL are going to be going for the V2, just so that they can get that, like, F2, V2, so that they can confirm those kills as quickly as possible and have the Viper helping on out for damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5 Viper teams coming on through. Bowder going to be, it's not V3 ACOS. I would have loved it to be V3 ACOS. Going for the V1. We haven't seen ACOS and Cheer since DRG actually tried engineering it into a cannonball composition all the way back last year. Didn't work out all that great for them, but it did still manage to keep them competitive while not burning all of their hero points. So, very excited to see how Bowder are going to pilot this.
Have the option select right here. F2, V2 for DRG. That was going to be one of 2, I believe, in terms of seeing about Juan on that V1 for the Viper. Still looking at with TE Jianan, that's going to be that V2. So we're going to have a majority of the V2 Vipers in the lobby. And looking at the other skill selections, nothing really changes out from the ordinary. Seeing a V1 from Akos, though, definitely going to be, I'm curious. I'm really curious. We have a chance right now for the spawns to be made. Bowder is actually provide med top with 3 other players. Salvation, Podium, Ember Hawk, SS1 is taking the drop right then and there to try to see about getting the loot. GG's over by Imperial Village by themselves. 5-2-1 Alliance, JL, once again, they are all in City of Tong looking to loot up this spot. 4 teams on one area. Not a joke, nothing to joke around with. This is going to be an onslaught off rip here for sure.
Yeah.
Medtop has Bowder, Wolves, DRG. all in one of this area, the fights are going to be had, Moxie, and I'm just excited to see if DRG can just come through with that victory.
See, it's so interesting because all of the teams that are on Viper Test Chen have gone for drop locations where they know they can third party. DRG opt from the top because that's where Bowder and Wolves like to drop. Alliance and JL, City of Time, because that's where a lot of teams love to drop because of the loot that you can find in these positions. And the slaps already are out on the field. Kuku, one of the only players in the mix who's been able to get his hands on a weapon, throws out the RMVs on this longsword, gets slapped though into the stagger by 5-2 and Pampy, which allows the kill to come on through. Jail have been able to find one elimination in the midst, but they do lose a lot of their players in the meantime, as OA coming into that fight a little bit later to sit at the table, interrupting with that hit of damage coming in from the Zayev, and so many of them stacked one on top of the other, and it's OA that are going to be eating all of the eliminations in the City of Town courtyard here, as Alliance wanting to come through with the timing attack have not been able to find anything of them. The 2 eliminations to NY7's name, currently looking for a third, managing to find the isolation onto OA's 2-tick. They're going to be all inning with this Viper V1. Revenge is going to go lower and lower, but they're not going to be able to fully commit to this Wu Chen because of the zoning that Viper ultimate provides. And Alliance now just need a couple more eliminations before they've closed off 63 points.
Now we're switching to DRG. They're going crazy. We find in the parries and the purple flying knives in Dongqing's hands, and he's making quick work of ZK's HP bar. But with the Kylan ultimate coming out, we find one connection against ZK. He is not having a good day. He gets a parry though in the backline, which gives him the full benefit for it. And getting enchanted with the Kylan ultimate means that the Kylan can just go ahead and just shunt him away to LIHQ, making it happen. But with one blue focus, that's all necessary. The shotgun blast comes out. ZK goes down. Has Kakashi picks up the kill. He's at 1 HP himself, and Dongqing trying to catch up to the teammates, making sure that the Kakashi doesn't go down. Double parry comes out. We eliminate XCM as a result. 2v1 situation. Now HQ looking for those blue nunnies and making sure he can go pick up the flying knife as Dongqing charges up. Parry baits, allowing for stagger. Nice uppercut attempt. Nice F2 jump. That's elimination 3, and Wushin 98 actually in soul form currently. Kind of the case scenario where he spawns in, he can regroup, and they can pick up all this loot. Look at the elimination gold count that they have. 21,000 Dark-type coins going in here. They could still have this Moonbane purchase had if they can save the money for purple armor later on. Either way, they are making the bank count.
4 eliminations already on the line for DRG. Remember, they're the only team with MVP eligibility. Do we see the day closed off? Or YZG denied the golden stage? Does it rust away because of DRG taking that first place position this early in the day? The Viper Test Chen composition has looked golden so far, as we're going to be following TE currently, trying to figure out if there's any teams taking fights as they look to loot on through. ESA were able to get their hands on a Salvation Podium, and they've been able to grab on up that legendary set of dual blades over to that Matari, not onto the Zai. Very interesting that Zhao isn't the one currently carrying that one to scale up his ultimate.
I'm going to assume is that way if he does get caught out, he can escape outwards. But at the same time, there is a secondary purple weapon maybe towards the Zai to have it. We do need to know and see how that one is the mindset for them. But for DRG, Moonbane, purchase, boom. 3 minutes and 20 seconds until it expires. But we see them to have that on hand over by Jin Army. GG working themselves into the northern end. We've seen this happen time and time again. This is their looting path. They'll have this to be made known and necessarily, feared, as players really don't have a chance of really wanting to contest it, just like how we see them in the Firefly Cave in the past. But for YZG, they are over by the Misty Forest. Having the looting over here means that there's a lot of troves to be opened up towards in terms of northwest. And then if they make their way even further northwest, Boomerang Cliff could allow them for us a little bit of that macro opportunity. But for Alliance, we're switching over to Santa Barbara Valley. We have a couple of minutes before that Romy Yang starts to really pile into position. This Viper Wuchen tested team coming out from Alliance at 4 eliminations. Like we said, they still need a little bit more points in order to get into that match point threshold. As long as DRG doesn't MVP this round, they still have another chance, another round to make it happen in order for them to make that match point and allowing for themselves to obtain victory. We do see this fight though, or at least the attempt, once again, up against 5-2-1. 5-2-1 is actually having Pampy in the front lines in this fight as a Justina.
Ooh, Pampy going lower and lower. Does get the V2 mech drop from Ivan. And that's going to be enough to spook OA away from just keeping themselves taking that fight. They put enough token pressure to force out that Farrier V2 before they can back away, potentially take the portal to go up towards Yushan Ruins. They are going to commit to it, ring the bell too, to make sure getting information of whether or not there's a team that's beating them to it, but also denying the information, the intel gathering opportunity, in case they get followed by the ice cream composition, as Alliance going to be chasing SR, who are chasing JL currently. I wonder if we actually see the Viper teams commit to fighting each other, given the fact that they all understand they've got access to this composition, and they're all the highest point teams in the lobby, and yet there it is! JL need the eliminations! They'll take a fight every opportunity they possibly can get. Moonbane has been invested from Alliance's end, though, so a lot of these teams going to be splitting away from that direction as quick as they possibly can. They do not want to get drawn into a fight where too many teams showing up, drawn in like moths to the flame because of that Moonbane, as Xiao is getting chased further and further away. Does only have that grey staff, so he's not going to be the loot pinata that Alliance are hoping to be able to shake out of him, but it is going to be the Viper V1 proccing on. Viper V2 also going to be invested. It means that LA7 doesn't get cancelled out of his CC duration, and SR lose Xiao JL teleporting out over towards that Forbidden Seal, proccing the no-ult zone, wanting to potentially continue this fight in the neutral, hoping to isolate some of these players from Alliance into a 2 versus 1, with Xiao getting to play on the outskirts with those flying knife engagements from the RMB.
Now they have an opportunity right now, JL making that blueberry available in the field for everyone to see, the first ones on the scene. And they want to make this approach very cautiously, at least. We hope to see how DRG wants to handle this. They're in the middle of all this. The Moonbane charm is about to expire, having to motion out towards the north. Not an option right now. They already took the initiative of making it down south, and that Realm Yang is going to be something that they can want to try to attest to. Bowda, though, I think they're on reset value right now. Yes, they are. At least they lost their first set of fights. I do want to see what happened with the Zoctos gameplay, but we'll have to yet to see. Fortress of Kaviani is that reset route they could take with alongside the gold gain. Looking at the overall map value, next 60 seconds, that's when the Realm Yang opens up. Looking at towards Medicore Arena, that has been Moonbane for now, at least, from most likely DRG. But we look at JL taking their chances at the Tank Courtyard, but Fortress of Kaviani looks to be that compressed space and time, right? We know every single one of these players are making their way towards this one spot. Whether regardless, how many teams are going to end up being here, that contesting fight potential for any Viper Witch contested teams could be made, especially against Alliance, and it's going to be a con versus con violence on the same deal.
Funirola is in play, hanging like a guillotine of all of the proceedings. DRG, like, they've been given a breadcrumb. They're essentially getting to just follow through the forest, Hansel and Gretel style. Just coming on through, getting to see, oh, Moonbane here, Forbidden Seal there. Gee, I wonder where everyone in this lobby could potentially be. And it does lead them directly to the action. Who is going to be able to cleanly get into these Realm of Yang's Bowda? Definitely playing for one of them. Oh, what is this Akos composition? Going to match up against 2025 Transformers. Kylan, Zip, Tianhai versus Tianhai, Akos, Syra. This is going to be a fight for the ages. As we can have a look and see, Bowda still in those recovery stakes, though. Not great in terms of overall loot. Both of the Tianhais going to utilize their ultimate immediately. ZZT already losing all of his health, but I mean, it's LJX who's able to find the better opening, gets the grab immediately, doesn't manage to commit the slam, has to go for the jump stomp onto ZZT, and it's going to be Axiom coming on through with the Akos looking to stagger all of these players into the follow-up stun dazzle coming on through from Jing. They've already been able to force the Zip ultimate. He's getting to utilize the jumps from this Akos to dance around the Tianhai so that he doesn't get scooped out. And now it's going to be a 1 versus 2. The F1 knockback does come through, but he doesn't have a combo break. He's getting put into the extension from the uppercut. His TI has to peel back for him to be able to keep the Akos alive, and now the pressure falls onto the Syra.
And looking for the parries is not going to be happening. XCM looking for a drop down blue focus, but Sleepy T is down. No opportunity right now for a blue focus. And for XCM, he gets a parry right there though, and he gets knocked back with a con. That's going to happen. And that F1 combo breaker pushes them by. And looking for a TOD, not going to happen here. That's XCM getting his 50% mitigation, sure, but he's getting 1 HP in a dream. And that's going to be Bao actually going down. Wolves, potentially, if they can catch him, will get the elimination as soon as possible. They need to work outside of the zone exceptionally well. But with this Rami Yang victory, they get the loot on top of it. Gold weapon aside, looking at the other Rami Yang, GG actually winning it out. And then looking at the gold greatsword and purple greatsword, we do have a shallow staff to be picked up in the buff to most likely be a Vermilions. And now we're rush downing. And YZG is actually still taking their fight up against OA in that Rami Yang. Ate that 2 down, and I think YCG actually get themselves a victory, at least if they're kiting for buff, that is. That's going to be the only notion. Otherwise, Wolves outside the realm, up against GG. Both realm winners, by the way, making their approach, and they're looking at this like, wait a second, what is this happening?
No, HQ tries to come in through with that focus slide. The Cyrus sees it, doesn't want any part of it, commits the F1 to just back off. LGX now gets a grab onto what? Oh my goodness. The follow-up damage onto CJS. The second he's slammed down. Wolves absolutely on point with just absolutely shredding down CJS. Takes him down with the bow shot to end it all. And now LGX outside of his ultimate can continue to put on the pressure. Both of these teams more than happy to continue this fight. Both of them have the Million Birds Might buff. And it is going to be a Kurumi ultimate now coming in through. LGX even committing the LMB on the Hong, so that's not something we typically tend to see as the Kylan ultimate gets invested from NiHQ, looking to stagger up some of these players, trying to just create a little bubble of safety for LJX to potentially be able to recover from. But the Xiphon composition comes in a little bit later. Kylan not going to have his ultimate any longer. It's up to LJX with the F1 on this Tian High to protect Nbpl for his players. But 2-6v2 lasts longer. The Tian High back against the wall, backs into a corner, doesn't have the stamina to be able to dodge out of the cone. And that is OA cleaning things off nicely. One soul bloom picked on up. PP gets stun dazzled out from picking up the second though. As YZG with their Vermilion Birds might show up late to the party and turn things into a ballroom blitz.
This is going to be the chance right now with YZG if they can try to not get losing out on the TXJ. He procs ultimate. We know that OA can get inside the building as soon as possible, as well as GG. But the one thing is for certain is that they can catch one target. That's an elimination they can take into the mustard sim of this fight. Now, of course, if Mon gets caught by this one stagger from CXZ, this would be the case, but the Matari is a slippery slope. She can go up, down, left, right in any direction and locking herself down. It's going to be a case if they can catch her at the very end, but LXM having Sire Ultimate not available, going to be an immediate kill elimination off that grab. 6 eliminations right now for YZG, and we're looking at Mong actually going right into the thick of action. Unsure as to why, but we see the Zai looking to make this happen. The Vermilions for another 50 seconds, and having this activation for the Kurumi means that the cleanses are going to be fast up in time. We get a double dash roll. We're looking for a horizontal hold check. Not going to release it. QGG making that fire circle. Nicely done for TDXJ to get one heal off. And looking at how the value of those HP Jades are really diminishing his heal, he's still going to have a chance of locking down Flying Knife Strikes. The Zai ultimate's out. The F2 Comet goes to the sky. And for TXJ, had chilling a plan with staggers left and right. He might be pulling out the TE Wufang tech of the LMB, but then again, TXJ having his chance of looking for the uppercut. He will get eliminated by the backdown from GAG.
The GG are hit with the 4th and 5th party. And OA not going to invite themselves to that fight just yet. GG managing to get the last eliminations onto YTG, who are going to go down with the Million Birds Might still intact, so they will be able to recover. As we're going to have a look and see, poor 521 still afflicted with Yang Depletion, or rather, poor SR still afflicted. Whole team with Yang Depletion. No one near Barda's players either, so they're going to have to take this fight and all in. Up against 521, Forbidden Seal comes into play. Xiao not going to have access to that Zai V2 any further. They have to be so careful though, because that is ding ding dinner bell. And if these two teams take a little bit too long to finish off the fight, both of them are going to be lunch. Focus Light comes into play. Pampy having to utilize the combo break of that Justina F2 turns around trying to find this opportunity with the focus light hit into horizontal follow-up from that pulsar, just knocking, displacing all of the players from Essa so they can't possibly peel the low HP Xiao. And 521 have been able to divide and conquer, grabbing themselves up those legendary Hallies. But they've got to displace themselves from the scene of the crime pretty quickly. Otherwise, they're about to get followed onto by a team that rolls up to the mix late and with all of their resources still intact.
All you need is a little toy mustache. Like, yeah, he went that way. I don't know what you're talking about. Everything makes 5-2-1, though, apparent is that they just took out one of the teams that have been really knocking it out. It's SR, not so far this round. So getting them eliminated is going to be one step closer to the top position. Seeing about an advanced heal on towards one of the hands of the YZG members, as well as a jabbing. There's going to be a chance right now for TXJ to catch it. Obviously, there's going to be CJS looking to try to backdodge it to the F. Wait a second, F2, I forget. Wait, this is going to be a surprise. F2 in the hands of the Takeda means that that's going to be a case for where TXJ procs out his ultimate. For the Tian Hai, we still don't have QGG to lock down a target just yet. He is still on overheated state, so looking for the lockdown is going to be a must, and CJS will have the defensive measure of the Fear and Blast to be pushing back his target, who is going to be pushing the front line. LXM, though, having the chance of having that Sire ultimate held out until the last possible second means that once this Tian Hai ultimate ends, it's going to only be a matter of time before it's going to be a pressure holder with a Flamebringer coming out and cooking him up.
Yeah, no Tucker ultimate necessary when you've got a Flamebringer in the back pocket. GG, though, have got the double pocket Takeda composition. How do you kill through a Sire ultimate and a Kirby ultimate? The answer is you don't. CJS, safe as houses until he gets knocked out of the circle with that Nessus cleave, displacing him from the area of heal. Now it is going to be a 3 versus 2. YCG already down one of their players, TXJ falling lower and lower. Now will fall finally. And GG, I mean, you couldn't kill that Takeda. His health bar just did not diminish.
Hey, he was the 100 health, he went to 2,000 real quick. Nice, open to midair parry. Yo, we're clean with this. LMB to the RMB coming up in the slide LMB. Now HQ making it look flawless. That was a flawless parry in midair. We have that clipped. We do have a gold weapon, and it's going to be gold nunnies, so that's going to be a strong point. Soul Slash going to be picked up, Switch Dazzle, and we don't really like to look at it, but we have to pick it up regardless because it's mitigation. This buff, though, is going to be a good question. What is NiHQ going to be looking it up? A Mystic Might, a vision and the vision and conquer aspect, knowing what's behind you, what's around you, but also taking less damage in case any of the team blow you up. And for NiHQ, this is huge because in terms of the Kylan ultimate, even though he has zipping to heal up if they had White Tigers, if they had Draco Storm, mitigation aside is that he's already going to be a target to lock down. We're looking at the shop. We got Focus Slide to be picked up. We're looking at Jades. They're picking up Martial Art Will Form Hook. They're getting a Benthic Descent. So this means that they really have this loot gain. They can lock one target at a time.
Yeah, GG though, not letting them get it for free. YCG also going to be floating around Soul Form. Both of our two teams who have Yang Depletion not going to be committing to a Soul to just yet. They're going to be sticking around a little bit longer, waiting to see if GG and Wolves are actually going to descend into a all-out fight. As we can see, everyone really is consolidating into very little space that is left in this map. DRG quiet after those first couple of eliminations that they picked up from Drop, not wanting to paint a target onto their back, are probably going to be playing in the hopes that the Viper Tesla Wuchang compositions make it to the end game so they can start picking apart off of all of the CC that composition lends to when we get those last two Spirit Wells. Wolves, though, going to be going a little bit too far forward into the ballista damage coming on through. Ooh, TE is peak, he's accurate with it. Wolves very happy for the fact that they picked up Mystic Might. That damage reduction is potentially the only reason that NiHQ is currently alive. The other reason is going to be the Kylan V2, which is coming into play. The Keelan God is not going to keep yourselves alive for that pure amount of focus fire. 3 Viper F2s we saw in the last Holorough that cost GG. This time around it's 4.
And that Forbidden Seal stopped that Viper V2 and it tracks from the case. And for DRG, luckily they didn't proc it. Look at the gear though, we still got blue armors. And this is the point where teams starting getting stacked over and over. And as much as we see the bunny ears on Wushu 98, he's better hop away from that tower because everybody's gonna be looking at that line of sight. Even with the range shots, they can try to potentially just invest into an instigation. TXJ a gold weapon for the Fawn, and we know there's going to be 2.5 minutes for that roaming depletion that they still need to get rid of the fights. And it's crazy. You saw how Wolves was getting that rotation, Zhao and Act, going through, and or rather, I should say, even when IHQ having his ultimate active, all the teams made sure that Kylan had no survivability whatsoever. Even after the Keelan guard, they made sure that pop was going to happen. Now knowing that one of the remaining teams lost a teammate, they can keep that understanding to themselves. Oh, once again, getting a bounty on the TE in the distance. TXJ repositioning against with 521. Now, 521 has some pretty solid start fights, especially up against Star that we saw previously to rid themselves of the Yang depletion. Now it's up to YZG and 521 again in realm Yang depletion to get rid of it. This fight honestly would have ended up going through where Syra has to proc ultimate as an emergent status, but then there's TXJ ready to go with his TNI as both Transformers on both sides proc it out.
Well, you can't cancel the Fairy on Mac. Ivan wisely uses one of those boosts to escape a potential grab coming from the Tian High. TXJ now actually going to be toppling the Fairy from her high ground perch with that jump. Another booster is still going to be in hand though for Ivan to try and run away. They know that YZG, this is a team with a talker. It's very easy to spot out that this is the team with Yang depletion because you saw it in the kill feed. You just have to survive the next 1 minute, but YZG are not going to make it easy. That Justina dash, though, freezes QGG in his place. He was trying to proc that fire elemental circle for his Kurumi, which made his movement just a little bit too predictable. The Justina dashes are finding their targets that they're looking for, but so too is QGG's elbows into the kick follow through. And Pampy is sent packing into that zone damage. Fireball is going to be able to chase him down. The Sand Cognac, no! Obscures vision! And QGG loses sight of the target that he was looking at. They've still been able to find the elimination, though. And this far away, they will not have to worry about another player scooping that Soul Bloom up. YZG will be able to recover, wisely not proccing that Forbidden Seal either, because that is going to be a signal flare into the night sky that there is a team in that position that do not have their resources and do not want to take a fight.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, y'all, but if you guys look at the leaderboard right now and you look at JL, if you can understand the values that are adding up, they are 0.4 points away from match point if this goes into game six. And for right now, that means that one teammate has to just survive for a 0.5 placement. At the end of the day, is it possible? Yeah, I mean, yes, but if someone gets caught out, it's over.
Not probable.
It's over.
I mean, where even is that Tesla? Like, there's Moonbane currently going into space. Okay, I saw someone come through on the kill feed. It's fine. It's not JL's Tesla. It's this 5-2 Lintian, unfortunately, who I believe goes down to Yang depletion. As Moonbane is gonna make all of these teams have to split away. So too is the understanding that TE grabbed that Spirit Well and have their hands on Mystic Might in a double ultimate cycle. So everybody breaks away. Still very wary in case someone takes their chances on Ballista. Although this late in the game, that corruption damage is no joke. QGG definitely taking a couple of hits, having to go out potentially for a Riptide visit. Might have gone to the dealers because his shield was intact. It was only his health, so that was corruption damage that he was taking. YZG, full rotation, just managing to dodge. TXJ not getting hit by that Tesla ultimate that TE tried to throw on the disengaging Tianhai. All of these players stuck inside this tent, not gonna have a fun trip to the circus. Peak with that cannon outside is gonna be raining fire on all of those players trying to live therein.
And this tent is going to have a lot of spacing to kind of break away, but then if you get caught onto the rooftop, then everyone can see you. Now for TXJ, just moving around with blue armor still, just giving his teammates enough survivability with their purple armors and being the main part. Like, you know, and that's the thing, right? We know that scaling for Tianhai's HP for his ultimate depends on his armor, but since it's giving him enough sustain by proccing it, he's giving it to his teammates instead who don't have that necessary luxury. But looking at DRG, going violent into the night, into this alleyway corridor. Of course, for Dongqing to charge up this R&B. I don't even know if Kakashi got stunned, but I am not seeing him getting himself pelted away. The Wu-Chen port was great from Wu-Chen 98. I'm not sure that any of the teams want to go into the zone for that, but GGCGS is also going to have to be in the Warrior Ward state. We know that the GG actually have a Mortal Defiance. It is proc, it is gone. And now they still have a Moon Shard store to be worked out here for some of the other teams. One of them was able to pick it up. For LXM, looking to try to keep himself alive. Still has Cyro, still has Combo Breaker to reposition. And with this Moonbane kind of susceptibly putting everyone in one corner, this also forces this compact aggression from these tent sides. If they can find a target that's low, they will make sure that that target goes down. Now we have a chance. TXJ still with a blue armor. I'm not even sure it's going to happen. But with them being that the Kylan former or the Tarka former squad, this is going to be a dangerous game to play, especially when the TNI has to be forced an ultimate.
Yeah, they're gonna try. You can see all of these teams are just trying to put the pressure onto YZG so they can force those ultimates and then reposition. Something to note, by the way, JL got the score that they needed. 60.6 plus 2.5. They've eclipsed 63 points. If they lose that Tessa, it's okay. The job has been done. They've got match point eligibility. Alliance also going to be needing to get a couple more eliminations before they guarantee that. Elimination onto LXM is definitely going to be able to be closing that one up. As YZG have done the only thing that they really could do, coming under that much focus from all of the teams in the area. They put themselves into Spirit Well. TXJ with the Kurumi Teva will be able to go outside of the bubble and try to just keep up the pressure that no one is close enough to actually contest. Gets the grab onto DRG, sets up the fireball follow through, and that is going to be enough of an offering. They're not on the Spirit Well though. I'm about to take it over. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it this whole time. Like, there's no way. But V1 is still active in usage. There's XEM getting a little bit of hits, a little bit of health back. He cancels it. Okay, and fair enough. But we know that XEM has the Spirit Well for the Draco Storm. They only got one elimination on the board. And we're still looking at the elimination spread that YZG is still able to obtain, and yet still no blue or, purple gray armor for the boys. But for Sleepy T, all it needs is just one good grab against one of these targets, and then everything else will be following suit. DRG still cutting around here. Sleepy T getting caught for the enchant, and no one's gonna be focusing out. LJX on active Tianhai Vajra state with the gold weaponry. So if he finds a nice grab, he'll find a nice smack, and there's gonna be double grab. Nice. And it's gonna be YZG. Wait, this is gonna be the chance right now for the elimination immediately off of the hands. CXZ is immediately killed as a result, and the Vipers are out to pop. There goes the Weasel. There's the R&B. Blow him up if you can. But NY7 almost made a misstep on the haystack. He comes right back in for the elimination for 7 on Alliance.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for YZG. The person who gets grabbed out from that composition is the Kurumi. You didn't have the damage reduction. And so the double grab damage is more than enough to take her down. Now without that major component to keep the Taka composition in play, no element circle is going to be in the mix. Wolves, though, losing their zipping is reduced now to just the Tianhai, and Wolves and YZG are the two teams who are currently on the highest eliminations. DRG are making their play. They've gone from having very little eliminations to almost doubling up the kills that they had just off of this circle alone. Wait, YZG? They picked up CXZ?
Yep, I was about to mention that, bro. I was like, wait, where's the Kurumi?
Oh my goodness, the Kurumi is back in the mix. They had to actually go to the body to do that too, because they lost the Kurumi. They lost the ability to tether as Alliance. Oh no! Tragedy! They would teleport back into the zone. Deja vu, we've been here before. This time around, it's not a phony roll of punishment. It's a Taco Fireball ready to meet them the second that they pop back into that place of safety. Quite literally, out of the frying pan into the Fireball. They will be able to live the relocation though, as it's DRG who take the brunt of damage. They're playing on the lower side of that zone though, making themselves as innocuous a target as they possibly can, and their health bars have recovered. DRG could very well MVP.
players have to be very, very aware about this Tianhai ultimate, though. They cannot be inebriated in his action of where the action is coming from, because once he grabs one teammate, that could be it. And that's all that's going to be necessary for TXJ. He finds Wuchen 98. He finds the one person that can counter him. He gets counter smash with the Tessa enchant, which then TXJ can get immediately blown up here. The players need to focus this Tianhai down, at least to the marksmanship of their range shot. TXJ, though, he's still at 2 bars. That's still enough time, though. One knockback from the Tessas come through. Wuchen 98 still getting that reset off, still having a chance with Kakashi getting caught. The F2 just at the right amount of time with the enchant popping off, but one Palm Lightning to the next, one missed F2 to the front. That's Revenge getting the elimination, and that's a Wuchen no chance to get out of this Viper ultimate. But with all this consideration for the R&B, so focus lies from QGG. Look at this man with the target plays. He is just floating around here like a butterfly and a bumblebee at the same exact time. Wuchen 98 having 1 HP in a dream. Sleepy T looking for a double grab potentially, and into those last minute Moxie. This is going to be the nastiest state of plays if teams can come out on top.
Oh, WX98 tried to go for the hero play with the Wuchen teleport, but he gets spotted on out, isn't able to bring his teammates back, and he is taken down. DRG denied MVP. We're guaranteed to go another game. Alliance will be joining them, as will JL. Cat YZG, 62.2 points. Down Ataka, still got a Tianhai, still got a Kurumi, still could win the heal-off situation. DXJ has fallen, though. Now it's just the Kurumi. Viper V1 comes on through. NY7 looking to stagger on up. CXC is the target of focus. No! The Kurumi is down! And YZG 62.7 points of denied MVP eligibility as we go to the healer situation. Always PP outside of his Syra ultimate has to space away from the follow-up damage from that pressure coming on through from the Viper. Utilizes the Syra F1 to get himself out of the fight. And we have no one winning the healer situation, but it's Alliance who win the MVP.
Outstanding performance coming through. I know one thing is for certain, though, is that YSG is going to look at the scoreline, see where they are, and just be in the spare moment. Points, decimal points, and it wasn't going to come through. We now go from 1 match point team to, I believe, 4 on the board. So now having 4 match points, I mean, match point gamers, that means they're all in one phase, they're all consolidated. That's now going to the round 6. Now it's in the case scenario. Will the players really give them the available option of a certain comp to just try to lock them down because they know that they're going to play one exact comp, or are we going to play with Noctos? I'm just saying. Bowda playing that out, though, at the end as well, trying to survive as long as they did. Not really having much of a consideration, considering that once that chance of the Tianhai and the Akos go down, that's going to be nearly it. And then having all the moments at Alliance almost getting grief in the zone with the Wuchen port. All I'm thinking about was that fireball. But yo, is that fireball gonna hit here from QGG? And luckily it didn't, but the shield walls, they just come in clutch. I think it was actually, we had an interview about how the fact that they were, one of the players were actually wanting to remove the Wuchen. They wanted to ban him. And I'm like, take him out the game? Fundamentally?
I mean, I can see it. Wuchen does stop like so much that you want to be able to do. Stops the ranged projectiles, stops the monk grabs. So like, it's not just the Viper that you have to worry about if you're a Tianhai. It's a support as well. A lot of the time too, you know, you've got someone grabbed on up in your hand, you're getting ready to slam them, and then boom, Wuchen teleport, and you're like, but my grab,
Yeah,
my heal potential.
A figment of your imagination. What are you talking about, man? There's no one next to you.
It's like quite literally, to be or not to be, to not be, if Wuchen has anything to say about it.
Well, this is going to be the question, y'all. How many teams scored above the match point? We just talked about this. What's your memory bank looking like right now? 0 in the deposit. We have A2, B3, C4, D5 Twitch chat. You know what to do. You got to message that out. Be fast, be quick, and be accurate with your answer. Like I said, Twitch chat, I know YouTube chat's out there and looking at you guys. But this is going to be actually 3 match point gamers. Like I was thinking 4, but that's just my imagination because YZG was 0.3 away from it. Unfortunate case scenario. This still, though, means that we have 3 players in phase 3. Now giving Alliance, giving DRG and JL a target on their back for the heroes, at least to the comp selections, which everyone else will try to make through. If we go on for game 7, though, though, that's going to be a close position right now for TE. But also, since YGG just need 0.5 points, that's just an elimination or just a placement of 2 to make it past that point. Alliance, you know, having the highest score though, they just got to keep that going. If we end up going the full route, if none of these teams end up going match point, sooner or later, whoever has the highest points will succeed at matching out for victory.
Okay, are we about to see the first hardie of the spring season? Because I mean, YGG need 1 elimination, but because they are now within the top 4 teams, they're now stuck in last phase again. So they're now in the most expensive phase again. Like, if they want the fight for Tesla OHN, it's going to be pricey, and even then, it doesn't matter how many points they get. It doesn't matter if they MVP in this next game. They have to do it again. It doesn't count unless you're already ahead of that 63-point threshold. And oh, they're going to be kicking themselves, because there was like that one moment, that one thing that could have influenced them from actually getting that last elimination. Spiritwell. Remember, they were setting up for Spiritwell, and then Bio just swoop in and grab it because TXJ is trying to get the grab onto DRG.
It was kind of tough too, because Bauda, like the ultimate from the Tianhai off the initial end meant that then Bauda would have to just wait this out, and then they were continuously capturing it. Ironically, that comp specifically that they were running, but Alliance running the key ones here. 9 eliminations for NY7 was 17,000 damage, 17,000 damage on the Viper. Obviously, the F2 is going to be making its work out here. This average damage, though, coming through from all of these players, a little bit on like, you know, the median side. It's just kind of the case scenario where once you start getting the last hit confirmations, it's all yours, bro. You take that. And I know for the fact that NY7 grabbing this MVP, it must have been something where he was able to kind of work off of just looking for the snipes and then looking past it. Like we said, shotgun blast, F2, hello. Standings, though, keep ups going through for the bottom 6. SS1, 27 points, 521 at 34.8, 42.3 for SR, GG at 46.7, 51.6 for Bauda, and Wolves at 54.8. You know, just having at least under 8.2 points to make to match point. Then again, that's going to be a consideration if we even go to round 7 at this stage, or even more so, and seeing if it goes up to upwards of round 8 if they don't make it within the next section. Now, our top 6 to 3 match point gamers. We know that the cases for the bottom of the 3 is that next round is just going to be a go mode. With this round going into, you know, I mean, I was gonna say, like, if we go into this round with like the factor in for once again for TE and YCG, that they have this in terms of phase 1. I think YCG gets phase 1, no? So they have something to upset the phases on below, because now that JL, DRG, and Alliance are going downwards and below with 63.6 for JL, DRG was 73.5 and 75.8 for Alliance. All that's going to be necessary is just painting, you know, the board. Like, they have it in their hands to paint the picture for them. It's just up to for them to just blot in and enter the color. Like, oh yeah, put blue here, put green there, and put yellow there, and then that's all that's going to be necessary.
Paint by numbers, definitely when we head into our next game. But let's take a look back and see the tragedy that befell some of these teams and the victory that befell others. Oh my goodness, the triple charge grades. We got to see it number 1, we get to see it again. It's brilliant when you drop down from a rooftop on an unsuspecting player with that one.
I know that goal weapon pickup was a yoink and a half, man. You must be like, okay, we got it here. Goal store, man. And that's going to be enough for them to want to take. Like, that was victory enough for it is. And then they still have the chances right now to pick up the loot. Blue Shark Storm picked up earlier, as mentioned, and they were kind of the ones who beat the threats in the lobby for the classic confirmations. They're calling it out every time he gets one connection. He calls it out for his teammates to look at something. This is the range thing I was talking about, right? Whoever's the marksman is able to kind of capitalize onto the hit, especially if it's on teammates. And the parries coming through here from Yuma, really smart coming through where he doesn't even want to see the attack. Straight away and throws out another blue card into the side.
Oh, the verticality of this weapon, the verticality of this soldier. Managing to catch the players mid-air when they have absolutely no chance. Being able to recover, just sets one full up into that mid-air extension. This is the moment too where he gets to come in for Yuma with his Tesla ulti, catching onto so many of those players, forcing the combo breaker out, allowing the Viper to come through with that later ultimate as well. Really good stuff coming on from Alliance. It's going to be NY7's first MVP with the F2V1 loadout, one of the only Vipers that we've really seen keep running that V1 over that V2. 10,000 damage, the majority of it done by that F2, goes to show why we've seen an entire absence of F1 for the entire duration of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, F1 not being here, it's kind of a feels like weird moment, but at the same time, even with the silence and consideration, locking out abilities, if you're able to blow if you're able to blow down the HP threshold, like you just take the DPS option. It's also really great for that on drop. You don't have to really work on top of, you know, the extra factor of finding a weapon. If you have the skill available for you to just deal out 400 damage off rip, when there's just an armor bar to work now you are able to just push the pressure. If your teammates finds, for instance, if they find a weapon, you having a goal focused knockback gives them the opportunity to follow up with, and then having that even later into the end game, that really propels itself. Once we saw, you know, Cab Blooms be picked up, Moonshard Storm, one knockback allowing for your Tessa then to confirm it, and then if anything comes out for the knockback, that's also a guarantee hit for Tessa to look for the ultimates. And the comms, man, the comms, bro, the comms went crazy. Even with everything considering in the first part, I got jump scared for a second there. There's a ding, you know, go the low 3 great sword swing. But just like how we're gonna swing right into a break, we'll be back after this one for round 6 and seeing how this may conclude. Don't go away.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to what could be the last game of the Nbpl Spring 2025 regular season, Serve. Last bi-weekly final, potentially last game of the last bi-weekly final before we head next week into LCQs and the pre-release finals as well. And now it's all on the line. We've got 3 teams, DRG, JL, and who was our previous leader, Alliance, all vying toe to toe. Got some teams just on the outside, so hoping that we go to game number 7. YTG 0.3. That's one of the most heartbreaking game scores I've seen of the season so far.
Yeah, 0.3, man, 0.3. And I was worried that JL wasn't going to make it. They had one teammate left alive. They were 0.5 away. It was looking a little dicey. 521 Lipa with 521 Yin going down though, gave them the opportunity just for one player to get that placement multiplier. It's a placement point in general. And then seeing now that 3 teams are making their approach here, a lot of motions to come out into Morris Isle, more specifically into 6th round, to kind of work against him. And obviously, when you start getting higher into the leaderboard, the moment you hit that threshold, you're now at the bottom. And now for every single one of those players looking at that stage, that's the one that's going to have the limelight. And especially coming off from this point, right, we still have the teams keeping in the back of their head about the factoring this notion that what if this isn't the last round? We can't just go ahead and ball out with our 9 points and just start turning those away. We still have to keep that insurance policy for the future for another comp, whether we want to play out a 4th or 5th comp, just because we start throwing things in there to be used, like an Akko. So I'm looking at you about it. We're bringing out options here on the table that make it so that we have an additional points to be used. I mean, bringing in Knockos means that you potentially save 3 points if you're bringing out Kyle Informer at that point in time, or even to that case, since they have a Kurumi, they were able to save out for that Tarka pick and then allowing for him not to cost as much into the end circles, but into the end points of the rounds, I should say. Having that option on the table really goes to show that they are preparing themselves for something if this leads on for 8 rounds.
I want to see what YZG pick. 0.3 points, just 1 elimination. That's all you need. The thing is, it's not all they need. They also need to group fight the 3 other teams that are in the phase with them. So I could actually see them going for the same composition as everyone else and then betraying. So like going for the costume change and then just immediately turning and driving the knife in the spine in the least anticipated moment, because you understand, like, these are teams that you can't allow to get the win.
Yeah, and then knowing how the other teams are going to want to respond with it. We saw that with the Viper Wish and Tessas. Obviously, in the first couple of rounds, you know, they were playing the convoy track in the back of their head, working with one another. But at the same time, Dire Straits, you see one comp left alone, and you saw that comp either A, die earlier in a roaming, or B, you know that this comp had died just previously, going through, and then you see Soul go from 3-2-1, and then they're right in front of you. So looking at that, you see a player cheering on. What is that, 5-2-1 cheering in the background? I see you, my boy. Listen, everything comes out. They're excited. Even though they're at the bottom of the leaderboard, I won't count them out, because like I said, anything can happen. One pop-off game to the next, and they can end up with 25 points plus.
I mean, we saw it in the regular week. YZG, they were tail end of the standings and immediately just bounced back. Heck, Wolves had 1 game in the regular week where they scored higher than their entire performance in their first day of play. So it is very much all to play for, especially because, the ball is in the court of the teams in phase 1 and phase 2. They're the ones who get to determine how expensive those compositions are. Everyone in that 3rd phase needs an MVP to finish off the day, but are they going to have the access to the premier compositions that they want? They're playing reactionary, so what everyone else has done before them.
Yeah. And having to play reactionary is like, it's like the creme de la creme for these teams, because when it comes down to seeing what's going to be the approach off of that end, that's something to consider for when we go into the pre-finals. That's something for what we consider for the last chance qualifiers, really, to see what's going to happen for the 6 rounds. Because once we hit the grand finals, you're going to be thinking about, every single opportunity comes through for grand finals, and then having to see what cards are going to be dealt. As a result, are they going to be pushing into the corner and cower, or are they going to just fight back? And all the fighting back potential that comes out can come out strong. I know a lot of teams kind of want to work out in one micro sense, like I mentioned before, but when we had that chance of talking to TXJ earlier this past week, he was able to kind of mention about how strong it is to have basic understanding to be at its utmost importance. Like anything to happen on a standpoint of when one thing happens, how do you react? He's still saying that his team is looking to approach that at its utmost best and keep on practicing there on their form.
I mean, YZG, like, they are probably the best team at being able to spot those niche situations. We've had a couple of teams in the past who were able to do this. XEG was one of them. Old school TE as well, before we saw like the roster rivalry between themselves and FPX. Back when that team first started getting into the mix in 2022, I want to say. And then we also had, JL was sort of the kings of endgame. And then GG took that crown as well in 2024. Now it feels like it's YZG. Like, they're so good at spotting those moments and going like, okay, we have to do this, we have to do that. This team's trying to all in on us here, so we have to go to this location. There's so many compositions around here. We're on a composition which is standing out like a sore thumb because we have a Tarka composition. So if we're getting chased, we have to try and kite over towards that spirit well and utilize just like the dome. And then they also go for like the 50-50 where they go for the Tianhai ultimate, which like gives that signal flare to all of the other Transformers teams that they're making a play for the spirit well so that the other Tianhais then come through and they can try and chain the Tianhai ultimates to keep the Viper compositions at bay, which YZG, even if they don't pick up that spirit well buff, they can still use it to buy themselves safety. Because if another Tianhai composition is there, then they've got cover. They've got a giant body shield covering for all of their players.
Yeah, and that's all the time it takes that you're really going through. 30 seconds in that Vajra state buys a lot of time in terms of just resource management to kind of work out. And in this case, it'll be skill management. For this phase, though, oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. YZG in the last phase. Unfortunate for them, but at the same time, this means that they're color coding with their comp selections to be matching to their same grouping. First phase has 521 SR and GG and SS1, while phase 2 brings out Bauda, Wolves, 08, and TE. And I'm looking at this Morzalman Day round, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, we got points. We got options on the table. If we like decide upon burning everything going through for those phase 3 gamers, you know, but it's like solos, right? Even if it's available, we're still looking to pick out 7 rounds of a single use of hero and then bring out 8 rounds for a double pick potentially. These guys are the same deal. They will, some of them will burn their points, like SS1, they're at 0 points right now. Or we look to save our points later going through SR, for example, playing out the Thailand former and the Tarka former, I should say. And we have no plus 1 point bans, Mox.
Oh, phase 2. Are they going to make any composition pricey? No. It's going to be Kylan Transformers, Ice Cream composition for Wolves, Sand Siphon with Syra variant for OA. So the Zip, the Kylan, the Tianhai, and the Syra are all made much more expensive. Viper Tesla, which ends up for grabs again. TJ's like, wait, what?
Yo, I can't believe they didn't choose them. They didn't. Okay, fine.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, insta-lock. The second that we saw his face, his reaction to like the heroes that were more expensive, it was like, okay, sweet. But this is where we get a little bit of a revolt coming through. Because YZG are the only ones on Viper Tesla Wuchan.
I don't know what to say, but you played yourself a little bit, but that's okay. They can still pop through. It's just now everyone knows that there's only one. They're going to feel though only one Viper Wuchan Tesla team come out. They can take, and it might take them out. It might have been a reverse psychology.
I think it might have been. Because, like, here's the thing. YZG probably thought that other people would play Viper Tesla Wuchan, like that everybody else in that third phase, the way we saw them previously, would play the Viper Tesla Wuchan. And I think the other 3 teams banked on it because YZG have given away the team the composition that they're going to be playing. Everyone in phase 1 and phase 2 saw that Viper Tesla Wuchan wasn't made more expensive, therefore it wasn't picked by other compositions in the lobby. It would have been a composition that people in phase 3 would have had access to. And YZG, when they have MVP'd with their bi-weekly final wins, has been on the Tesla Viper Wuchan composition. Of course it's their comfort pick. But now they don't have 3 other Tesla Viper Wuchans to disappear amongst.
You fell in right into my trap, says the first 2 phases, man. That's crazy. I can't believe it, because now that the case scenario is that the teams that are going to be in phase 3 are going to stay in phase 3 for the next 2 rounds. And that's just for potential. I am seeing Alliance with a V3 Tumult. Okay. Okay. You know, the reason I say that is because I'm thinking about the case of whether, you know, the other Tumult is also running V3. But we'll have to see. We have to look at
they changed it. Remember, Temi V3 doesn't refresh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The enemy window.
It doesn't refresh. So I'm like, if they go V1, if OA goes for V1, they're just going to have the longer ultimate duration at that
true.
point. So that's it. I'm looking at V3. Excuse me. We're doing it again. All right, we're bringing it back. I've seen this coming out from 521, or no, I saw this from BBE last, where it was just them using V3, but the teams were using V1 or V2 predominantly, and it's just been in this cycle back and forth. Ironically, the same thing with Viper and seeing V1, V2, but in this case, V3 wants to be more offensive. We can be more offensive. I'm looking at the top spawn right now, and Moxie, that's a little bit too pocketed for my taste.
Yeah, GG, not in Secret Tunnel. The path is clear. They're going to be landing over towards Sunwing alongside, I believe that is way behind them, an Alliance. So we can have a look. JL are going to be landing on top of SS1. DRG entirely isolated. Shadow Jade Mines is also going to be seeing a cluster of teams. SRTE and Wolves all going to be dropping down over there. And 521 and Bad are going to be dropping near to Waterfall. So a couple of clustered fights coming on through. With a lot of teams landing into the north. Oh, YZG are in the mix there as well. So that is going to be a hive of action. But for YZG, they've got to hope that this game continues. If they want this golden stage, it's not up to them now. It's up to the 3 other teams that can end the day early instead.
Ooh. And we're starting hard, harsh into the spotlight because Annihilate created 10,000 yuan on the line right now for the MVP for this game to be increased after each round. Water finds Halberds, he's spamming it. Zhao Zhao Liu is going to have himself with the F1 combo breaker from Black Island with purple nunnies. The scaling is immaculate. He gets parried. Water does not get struck. He gets ignored, and that allows for SS1 Xuan to go down. One Fong finds the parry coming out here. The connections are so many parries in this short amount of time. The drop down blue focus comes out, and One Fong doesn't have the Matari to worry about. The zipping sustained in this early on, though, definitely gives JL that benefit, and so many parries. I'm hearing 5 parries in the last 5 seconds, and it feels like it's just not stopping.
Oh man, yeah, the omnidirectional power, we see so much more power. It's starting to feel like a little bit like solos, where everyone's on the Liam with their F1 and just greeting for the focuser because they can recover unpunished. As we can have a look and see another parry comes on through. This time on the wrong end of Alliance. Yuma's able to come through with the LMB on that dagger, though. Another parry from NI7 leads into the uppercut confirmation. We're just full committed to the focus hit. CJS in the back on the flank with the RMB from the fan. Fates fishes for the parry, is able to find it. NI7 now is going to try and get a trade onto one of those low players from GG. 330 was trying to disengage the fight, does not manage to break away, and actually goes down, providing that Soul Bloom heal opportunity for Alliance. And now it's up to LXM to just be as inconvenient as possible for these Alliance players to take down, in the hopes of just spanning out that timer and stopping Yuma from potentially being picked up. But no, the parry is found from Alliance yet again, and they will be able to pick up that Takeda.
Some wild haymaker blues, bro. Even drop down blue after you got parried the first time. Crazy. But it is an attempt, and the Alliance now picking up 3 eliminations, and picking up the Dark Tide coins, going straight to Sunwing's Rest to hopefully get to the shop in time. Over by the Sigma mine, we do have DRG on this value of just having a purple armor on set already, having 1 elimination already earned, and still having enough space going through the Shadow Jade mine and doing quest lines as it stands. But then we switch over to YZG, right? We know that YZG have a chance here. They lost DXC, they lost DXJ. A little bit of a scary moment, right? Like I said, they only need 1.3, with 0.3 points, and that's all I'm looking for them. But they're over all the way to the west side. Wolves finds that purchase for the Moonbane Charm, so they're going to have that on standby. JL still over by the vicinity of the Sunwing's Rest, making their approach towards Alliance. And I think right now, fact-checking Yuma, looking at the common armor, they see it, and they sense weakness. The Takeda ult, I should say, is ready to go. So is the TNI for One Fong. So we're going to the Skull of Sunwing right now, and now with the F1 coming out for Yuma, no blue focus can be thrown out. The focus slide from One Fong into the Tumult Circle with the poison splash, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, Alliance's revenge is going to be committing that Sire ultimate here, trying to capitalize off of anyone who was stuck inside the Temi ultimate. So it's getting to utilize those stun dazzles once the Temi ultimate is finished to keep that CC pressure chain onto these players from JL. JL, though, took downtime to set up a Moonbane, and Alliance, out of their ultimates, have to try and kite the fight out. Revenge kites into one of the poison mushrooms, immediately starts losing a lot of his health bar. If he's not able to find a heal, unfortunately for him, he's going to have to keep himself mobile with the skirmishes from this fan coming on through. But that's left his players behind vulnerable. And Yuma is going to go down. YGG, 62.7 points. They lost the hot drop fight, though. Yeah, if they go out of this round with another duck egg, they're up the river without a paddle.
I don't want to think about it. I'm looking at this like I'm looking at it as a good ending. Good ending is that they just hold out until 9th place. But DRG are all the way down southeast, and they are making their way from the Shadow Jade mine, knee deep, by the way, doing quest lines, getting all the stash or the prayer, shrines to get done. Wearing a baseball cap. I really want that baseball cap on global. We'll find out if that happens because it looks too clean for it. I'm a cosmetic guy, and I see that happen. I'm like, yeah, it fits really well. Now we look at the shop. The purple armor is purchased. SR junks over by what I believe is the horseshoe area northeast of the map, and this is where SR are looking to get these drops for money right now. What are you dropping pockets of 10K? Looking to make this purchase. It's about to come up in 5 seconds. I'm looking at the shop. 3, 2, 1. All right, we didn't get a chance of seeing it, but that's okay. we know that GG though. Looking at the secret cave. At the end of the day, return, dread from it, run away from it. You know the rest.
They're like homing pigeons. No matter when you release them, they'll always return at some point on Morris Isle, the secret tunnel. As we can see, TE were able to get their hands on purple armor, whether that was from stash pickup on the map or a rift dealers, we will not know. As Bada also going to have a purple spear on that. Kyla, no purple armor on the Transformers composition. However, as it does look like we've got 2 players in soul form, Alliance actually, down currently, that's Syra and that's Takeda, off of that fight that we saw go down in Sunwing. They haven't revived up. Now they're going to choose to revive on up, but they are really far behind in terms of tempo and opportunity to pick up some of those loots to scale into that first realm of Yang. That is not how you want an MVP round to go for, as we can see. YZT, yeah, they're just playing for the long haul right now.
Oh, yeah.
Way over on the left side of the map, just hoping not to get noticed. They're away from a realm of Yang. They're away from a spirit well. They probably were at a rift dealers to see if they could get their hands on one of the purple armor that went up for grabs. Don't know if they were successful though.
The whole map is cooties for them, bro. They don't want to approach it. Approach it with caution. Now, Alliance actually taking the late drop off of the temple into Eventai Temple. If Eventai Temple was semi-unlooted, then this gives Alliance at least a little bit more chance now. They're going south. They're going towards Sunvale Dwelling. They still have Servants Grounds to look into seeing if there's any scraps left behind for them. Realm Yang's now spawned in. That means that Servants Grounds is definitely a must area pull. And we're looking at this movement just being dropped in here. Wolves just throwing it out there at the Soul Altar, making it happen. Separating actually the shop if anyone wants to take the potential option, the shop purchase over there. But over by the Gamma Mine, we know DRG having the scaling that they've had really strong scaling coming through. I want to see what Jades they have, but we can't. Oh, thank you for that. We got a Jabbing for Kakaxi, we got a Switch Dazzle for Dongqing, and a Tai Chi fan for Wushu 98, which he is dropping currently and giving to Dongqing. Now, I like seeing the Tai Chi fan. I like seeing fans in general coming out for trios. When we saw Yoda Human be more predominant, the fan was actually really strong for going for uppercuts and then catching for free. Now, one Fong has Focus Slide and an advanced Yon Cuckoo with the Hex of Harmony Spear. So, I mean, he's having Flying Eyes on standby, but if he does have a Spear on going through, he will definitely take the option to extend out the stagger and the knockback.
Oh, Focus Slide. Such a fun soldier to have equipped, such a horrible soldier to fight against. Just like permanently play on the pillars in Realm of Yang. That's my go-to strategy in case there's a Focus Slide in play. I'm like, they can't slide into me as long as I have the high ground. If I'm on the low ground, I'm toast. But that's definitely going to be making it somewhat consequential if we do see that free versus free of being on the Tian High to utilize sliding, breaking those ankles quite literally once that V2 transformative state has been expended. JL, not able to slide into the Realm of Yang entrances fast enough. That is the fastest we saw those portals close all day.
Yeah, no one contested it probably down south. They said, all right, mutual agreement. Now the fights begin. SR Zhao on active, Tian Hai off rip, and Kakaxi is making his appearance very well known. Even with the target in the background right now for Junks, he hasn't procced it just yet. We're finding a nice Fairy Shen shots that are coming through here from Dongqing. But as long as he's getting freezes from his fellow Wushu 98 on Justina, all it's going to be is a matter of time. Dongqing out of the Fairy Shen ultimate, now getting fully contested to be chased down. Jabbing coming up from Kakaxi, as mentioned before. Sire ultimate still available. We get the nice combo breaker. We get the nice freeze, more importantly. And we get a lot of damage coming out here for the Karumi ultimate. Now to give Zhao a little bit more time on the offensive.
Yeah, Karumi ultimate comes into play. Tianhai F1 being used to cover for his teammates. There's the Talker running in, proccing that elemental circle. Coming on through, but Kakashi is still inside the Syra V1. Is still stun dazzle, splitting all of the players from SR's side. Junex now is going to try and turn onto the Syra, but Kakashi's got another cast of that F1! No! He backs into the Talker ultimate! Jun doing such a good job of seeing that F1, understanding the momentum that the Syra would be carried with, and tracking her location down to come through just at the end of that ultimate to claim that elimination. Really good stuff coming on through from the Talker Formers team. The fact that none of them went down as well, like they staged their ultimates perfectly. The Kurumi having a steel will to not burn that ultimate early, to try and peel for the Tien high, given the fact that he was getting hit with the freezes into the jabbing. But just holding on to have that Tucker ultimate into the second swing stage of that fight is now we get to see two Transformers teams go head-to-head. Xiao not finding the scoop onto TE's Peak. Kurumi ultimate coming on for a Peak. Does get grabbed up this time around. He's not able to find the slam. The really good interruption stomp comes on through from Xiaonan. This time around, no interruption. TE's Peak will get the wings plucked off of his back. Xiao outside of ultimate comes on for the RMB. Back-to-back cast of the fist blades. Gets held up by the Temu Wisp though. And OA come through with the late hit onto the two Transformers and potentially get the elimination onto both of them.
I'm not gonna lie, I had a little bit of a moment there like Charlie at the Willy Wonka. Having seen two targets with F1s and going with the R&B everywhere. And this is now GG's game of picking up the scraps. Now, obviously, since both teams have Vermilions, there's not really gear to be picked up. Only Soul Blooms, but at the same time, GG know this approach is going to be forcing the team to just really back off. And now they're both, flying around the map, hoping to find the next spot to spawn in. DRG, Noble Cave. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock for them to get rid of that Realm Yang depletion. Still having at least one purple armor on their Wushu 98 for Justina, but not having a chance of finding any takeaway teams, especially any teams that are on the back line, on the back burner. This is going to be the problem, and this is going to only be a matter of time before they really just take an investment of a fight against a team, regardless if they're stacked or not. Wool JX though finding a kill against Yuan, and this is going to be Wolves versus SS1. Water already an active Opal with no armor whatsoever, so using it in a defensive manner was the case. And for SS1, it's not having a great day today coming through. They lost their Zai, so there's going to be one chance. If Wolves gets pressured enough, 5-2-1 could invade, Alliance could invade. They can
20 seconds left
and make it happen.
Die fast. Wolves need to die fast. All A and SS1 both wanting the eliminations. Wolves, 15 seconds left. Okay, LGX is gonna fall. One of their players is still currently alive. And that Vermilion Birdsmite is getting closer and closer to fully timing on out. Oh, no, it's done. If Wolves' last player gets caught out mid-rotation, they lose them and have to buy them back. By the way, YZG still not past that 63 match point threshold. They didn't even go for the Spirit Wall. Like, they're just playing all the way out. They might as well be on a different map currently, with how far away from the action they're playing. As we can see, all of these players with Yang depletion forced into taking a fight. DRG, 1 minute left. They cannot afford for these other teams to slip away quietly into the night, but they also don't want to give away the panic that they're going to be under, the pressure that they have to all-in commit a fight. They turn on to JL. Kakashi with the Syra ultimate is going to try and find the cover to stop these players from recovering. But SR with the flamer from the rooftop is just making it so hard for DRG to keep themselves taking that fight with all of the players clumped on up. And Kakashi gets just punted all around the place by the Kylan stagger from the V2, and he's gone.
Whoa. Yikers. Yikers. Look, the R&B spam comes out from both sides. You can't really do anything about it. Now everyone's going to want to fiend for SR, and SR Junks goes down in a flick of a minute. And now with level 2 Takeda, if we see Takeda forced out, that's going to be the case. But Dongqing9 is the last remaining teammate. He gets 2 parries, count it out. But he's going to have 3, 2, 1, and he's gone. He is eliminated. JL's one pong finds elimination, quick yoink, and we're backing off. We have 6 eliminations between 2 match point gamers, Alliance and JL. Tied in here with Wolves with 6, but looking at SR, right, with 7 eliminations and playing out the Takeda or the Tarka comp with the Tianhai, this is where, this is dire straits. We still have Romy Yang 2 to look towards. And for this team not having a Tianhai ult off rip, I'm curious. I'm really curious. If they want to take a fight into Romy Yang without a Tianhai ultimate, anyone who's seen this team knows that this Tarka team specifically might be one of the few, but they know if it's going to be one of the few, that they'll know that Tianhai has nothing in his back pocket except a combo breaker.
Well, we get to see GG taking a fight against 521. They also ported themselves in. Let's see if SR are going to be joining into the mix, or if they're prioritizing surviving because they don't have that Tianhai ultimate. Two-hand CJS is the POV that we're going to get to see. The Justina still not having ulted. Free-Frio already in that mech. Pampy with the transformation for this Tianhai V2 tries to go for the high ground contest. Doesn't manage to find it. Really good mid-air cannon shot, denying the Tianhai that angle. And now Pampy has to go for a grab onto the Justina behind that pillar. Will be able to find it. The Flying Knife's looking for the follow-through, but the Syra ultimate is on the field as we have a look at JL versus OA. JL, legendary armor, hyper-scaled up for that Kylan. Wonfong does have the transformation, is going to proc it immediately. Zhao not going to be mirroring with his Kylan V2. There goes the Temi ultimate from OA, looking to use the wind wall to put between themselves and the monk so that the grabs cannot connect. Cuckoo is getting focus fired by the entire Sand Siphon composition, but the zip is not going to go down. The ultimate will get burned out, however, and now Zhao, once this Tianhai ultimate is done, can look to try to put the pressure onto everybody, but Tutek has the Fury and shoves to line the eliminations up. Out goes the zip. Who's going to get the next shove? He's not able to find the target because the Kylan is doing such a good job of keeping this Takeda having to keep moving.
Yeah, Monk finds a blistering edge strike right in the back pocket. Jaja looking to try to get as many slashes, and this Tumult is doing work with this F1 Wiz. I like seeing Meng doing this work, but it's crazy enough to see how this fight kind of turned around in his favor. I saw that what Wonfong was trying to get accomplished was he's playing a facade where he just threw a media blue focus and then straight into the Tianhai ult. Problem is that Tianhai's already there to kind of work it out. And even though it's 12-second duration, he just had enough time to kind of space his team away where there wasn't much of a threat. Now we're switching on over. We do have the GG has this Mystic Might on standby, and they're making purchases to be made. They're stacked out. Purple armor is minimum on the team with 1 gold armor on standby. Now for JL, I mean, going to the spawn point over here only requires for them to have tenacity to make the fight happen. Because otherwise, in the next 5 minutes, they still have to find that soul bloom to be earned. And if not, they might have to go through this pressure cooker path of having to worry if it's going to be necessary to get them past this round for match point or not. Otherwise, Alliance is still without Romy Yang depletion. YZG got the placement. That means they get themselves into match point. Finally.
Yeah, YZG can play the round without having to worry about getting eliminated before they hit match point threshold. I do like the rotation that JL actually did in Soul Form because they kited to the shop that was closest to the realm of Gang Portal, which meant that they got to see where the teams with buff had ended on up, so that now they can take a path furthest away from the teams coming on through with Mystic Might. Ideally, they find the same Soul Altar that the other team with Yang Depletion decides to path on over towards, as we can have a look and see the overhead of the map. Where exactly, yeah, YZG, yet again, absolutely nowhere near another team. Already having rotated to where the next part of the map is going to be based upon, so that they don't get spotted mid-rotation. They're already in position, already hidden away, and they'll be the ones getting to see the other teams come past them, getting the information of, okay, this team ran off to this location, this team ran off to this location, potentially hidden, getting to see some of the ultimates getting exchanged as well, because, I mean, information is the ultimate currency this late into the game, as we can have a look and see the information of where JL are going to actually choose to revive directly on the heads of 521, who are not in the greatest of positions with armor loadouts currently.
Yeah, and now for Zhao, he's going to be that first contender to take that first line of fire. But Ballista, I'm looking at it. Alliance, you better not, because now it's going to be the case right now. If they can wait this one out and they start hearing sounds here and there, ultimate procs, they can just switch on over and get into the top floor. But for 521, as mentioned, I mean, if they want to take this fight, they can. They still have Roman Yang depletion active still. So between both of these teams, whether they regardless of not know that either or has lost to Roman Yang, if they remembered looking at the kill feed, the only thing
Same
that's next,
comp though.
same comp. That's what I'm saying. Like the extended family is so only to a certain extent. And Zhao Zhao said, nah, I've never seen you before in my life. We're going to go all in and allow him for this action. And he gets a nice parry against Kylan.
Relatives twice removed, apparently, for jail in 5-2-1. Now we get to see if they can find twice the grabs. Pampy's already been able to find one. Hasn't been able to find the slam down. Wonfeng doesn't make the mistake. He immediately gets the grab, gets the slam. He's not looking for the double. He's not trying to min-max and potentially go down because of it. Pampy wasn't able to find a single slam to translate into a heal. And he is in danger of getting eliminated. But Wonfeng was the one who stayed in that monk state just a little bit too long. And when the other teams roll up into the mix, see the fight going down, he's the one they instantly target onto instead. Now it's up to the Kylans for both of these teams to utilize the V2s and peel for their players. But so far, not a single elimination has been found. And with more teams rolling up to the mix and the third party getting even stronger, I don't know if either of them get to recover.
I'm scared. You know why I'm scared? I need to go home. Junks has engraving and he's a Tarka. So this is one of the movesets in the game that really make it difficult to get out of. And since Junks is playing just for keeps, he is going hyper mode right now, off into the zone, and he's going to be allowed that. 5-2-1's Yin goes down. Jasha looking for the soul bloom. He's out of it. So is Cuckoo's the next one to get the soul bloom if he can, but he's getting eliminated. Bowders Jing finding the elimination there, and now obviously it's going to be a motion for Jasha to play for placement like Bryce G is, hiding out in hopes of victory for placement. But knowing how these teams are around here, NY7 specifically, he got to Ultra West ready to go. He throws it, forcing out Jaja into the corner. They have a cannon, they can just go ahead and proc shots in between. But knowing how they can hear all the sounds coming from inside this building, Jaja still is going to be having eyes on one R&B to the next. One stacker is all that's needed to lock this Kylan away from this match. And he's only got 2 grapples to his name. So like I said, only a certain amount of distance that he can cover without being able to get away from his victors or his enemies.
Yeah, and Alliance are gonna just be waiting on the outsides. They know that there are teams still in that zone. They're more than happy to wait for them to have to come on out, especially since they're on that Sand Siphon composition. They're gonna be able to see those low health bars. If they really want to, they can commit the semi-ultimate to instantly lock someone down and not have to worry about getting third-party stolen kill away from them. So we can have a look. Alliance still not wanting to invest the ultimate. I think they know that there's so many teams around them. If they do burn the semi-ultimate on just a 1 elimination, they open themselves up once the V3 has finished as Ivan. Oh, who gets the elimination onto the Kylan? Alliance! They committed! Yuma activated the Takeda ultimate, the Furin shoves, to be able to set up that elimination and bag it away for the Sand Siphon's composition. There's now that Takeda, they can potentially turn into some of those other players who were stacked one on top of the other, trying to catch the Kylan at the same time. JL not in a good position to take MVP on this round, but Alliance with 7 eliminations, only 3 away from the kill leaders so far, with SR on double digits.
This is going to be a spotlight right now for GG. Obviously, with Mystic Might, they have vision, they have mitigation. They can look to throw out one blue focus to the next, but LXM really wants to make it known that they can focus target into one point at this, at this stage. And we have 7 minutes left, right? So this is going to fly by in a blink of an eye. With the second movement to be dropped down here in just a few moments, we still have the motion about these players taking to these buildings and hoping to kind of protect themselves. Away, for instance, they are closing in terms of match point. They still need a couple of points, but JO, they got Reaper Charms. They got it going. They can make this attempt to go ahead for res number 3 for Cuckoo. He's going to have to be that last line of sight for them in order for him to survive, but that's only there's Reaper Charms left to go, and it makes sense that they are making that quest line to make its worthwhile effort to get either gear or for supplies. But going into that, going to have to reset and seeing how these players want to make this last minute count for this Mystic Might, for specifically GG. Otherwise, they're just going to see everyone getting pelted and it's going to be ignoring it while SR is burning this through. And I'm looking at this, Tarka MVP potentially coming out here. If SR can catch that momentum, they'll definitely keep it.
We almost saw it in the first game of the day when YZG were on it. However, they aren't on Tarka Fireball. So it'll be a little bit harder to be able to confirm those eliminations. Because, it's really good. Don't get me wrong, in the isolated, the 3v3, where your Tarka can essentially CC with the grabs. the way that we saw the old school Balder Tianhai composition that GG engineered last year back in 2024. But it doesn't have the best follow-up when someone's in the Tianhai's hand. Then again, when Flying Knives is in the game, you don't really need an ultimate committed to be able to do that, which is another like benefit for the Kylans, because now they can overhold that V2 without having to all in it when the Tianhai ults and overextend that burst cycle that the composition has access to. Yes, Draco Storm is going to be the buff that one lucky team is going to have access to, if we even see it picked up at all, because there's 23 players in this lobby, and every single one of them is going to fight tooth and claw to deny that buff. Every single one of them, except JL, who are going to be able to get their hands on another rebuff charm. Xiao Xiao, oh, we've got to use the Kylan ultimate. The 4 seconds of immortality granted to us with the Keeling Guard will allow Xiao Xiao to bypass that corruption tick damage long enough to pick up a rebuff charm from a shop and get themselves potentially to a soul altar when everyone is disengaging SR, who just got their hands on Draco Storm. And this Tarkaformer's composition is looking red hot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're looking at the cast iron pan. We got this cooking on here. Hopefully to see no skillet play action. But if Xiao Xiao gets his chance here to not get fully pelted out, I mean, the other teams have to just farm him for rage at that point. Now for one Fong, haven't seen in just a moment. We know the Viper ultimate from YCG coming at the last possible. This is finally the fight we've been waiting for, right? YCG, and we're in the zone. Okay, listen, I know this is gonna be the case for a drop down R&B from TXJ, but he gets counter grappled, so this is gonna deny that. He still has F2. He is still getting pelted. The players do not care. They are making their approach and making sure this Viper has nowhere left to stand, and CJS is going to be the benefactor of that, finding the freeze and the elimination going to SR. That Soul Bloom is going to be given towards Junk so he can extend his ultimate and keep going into play with V2, even with the extended rage, giving him an extended ult duration. He can essentially make this last for as long as he wants to. But for the players in the active ultimates, he's got to be mindful, especially considering that some of them are Takedas and the Tianhais are out, and the Fairy Shens are in active usage from LJX to Xiaonan, who finds a grab against QGG. QGG goes right back towards the buildings and just trying to find some refuge there. And as Alliance's Revenge finds himself in the spot right now, Rico gets caught. That's going to be a nice whisk. That's going to be a lot of damage coming out for Rico, and he's gone. That musket shot from 330 confirms the kill elimination, and Alliance are going to have to back off at this point. 3 minutes left on the clock. Draco Storm still for another minute, and for SR is looking to be a piece-by-piece layer by layer.
JL? They used the rebuff charm. One of them went into the zone. Oh my goodness. One thing went into the zone, uses the Tianhai V2 to reset his health bar, and makes himself a bigger target for GG.
Can't believe it.
To snipe down with the musket. Oh, that's unfortunate. JL, though, were able to get that zipping back into the mix. They're going to trade it, though, for a Tianhai. Not quite sure if that's the currency exchange rate that I would be happy to take, given the fact that Tianhai is much stronger in the heal-off situation than the zip. And unfortunately, it does look like by painting a target, by revealing their hand with that Tianhai ultimate, they drew the attention onto their zip, who wasn't able to recover and went down very shortly afterwards. GG now looking to come and through these eliminations, doing as much as they possibly can before Free is outside of that Farrier mech. SR down to just the Taka. 11 eliminations. It's going to be a knife's edge finish between who walks away with MVP, but Alliance, all of their players still intact. Only got the Temi ultimate, though, to work with currently. Have to invest it now. Walking through the window with the Tesla enchantment into the jabbing forward throw at the tail end. But here comes Yuma with his Furin shoves. Gets one to set up the kill onto SR's Jun. Revenge coming on through, putting the aggression forward before Alliance, having carved themselves out of space, turned the attention onto the other teams around them, disengaged back to the safety behind the building, and wait for the next ultimate cycle to get the last laugh as JL Xiao Xiao is trying to make magic happen with this Kylan ultimate.
This is going to be Zhao Nan looking for some grabs, trying to deny this. He finds NiHQ, gets frozen. Due to that, LJX will get knocked into a flop state, and Peak is going to be that one Zipping that could have made this all happen, but since they are down, no sustain from it. It's Zhao Nan's out on the floor. Revenge on's active Syra ult duty, looking to try to catch any sort of last hit confirmations here. LJX does get the dash and gets that mitigation that he needed to keep himself alive. We're seeing another player going down here. NY7 from the meters of the bottom floor gets deleted, but LJX one hit, one stagger. That's all Revenge needed to go ahead for that 10th elimination, but we're still looking at whether or not Revenge can survive with half HP bar in play. The only match point player left alive into this team. He's only got one chance to look for a reset while all the players are preoccupied, and then the Soul Bloom gets picked up, and then this Molt ultimate comes out, and now it's OA's turn to turn this fight around in their position. They're getting themselves all the Flamebringer hits. Mon getting an elimination against 3-3-0 and putting up to the sky bound. We know that Zhao Nan looking for some heals. LXM getting to the sky. Alliance goes down. Revenge last one to make it through. Match point gamers for OA, meaning that they can go ahead, not going to go ahead and worry about this round, but they know this MVP is going to be a crucial point considering that they just hit match point, and making it through. TE goes down. LXM still alive. Somehow, some way, he's kiting around, but they are not going to see him. They're going to go ahead and get the last hit confirmation, and OA with a victory insurmountable with the multiplier points.
Oh my goodness, we've got so many teams on match point eligibility off of that game. YZG, very happy, because like that came incredibly close.
Yeah.
Incredibly close. If Alliance hadn't been hit by that Tessa ultimate, and they'd been able to sit on the Tamiel, because like the Tamiel gave away the fact that there was a Sand Siphon composition in there, and they didn't have a good ultimate to be able to pure the focus fire coming out once it elapsed. So they had to get aggressive and try and turn the attention onto another team, essentially offering up a sacrifice, be like, hey look, this team is super low. Go for those eliminations. The fight will finish faster. You don't want to target us because it will be a mutually assured destruction point. But unfortunately for Alliance, they do lose the key components. They lose the Takeda, they lose the Tammy. Then it's just Revenge having to try and live as long as possible, but he is forced into burning that Syra ultimate much earlier than he desires, which gives away the fact that there's a Syra in play. And the second he drops outside of that V1, we get to follow his POV. We see the grapples come through, making sure that he doesn't get to go all the way up into that skybox off of the F1 commitment. And he just gets taken out of the lobby as quick as he possibly can have. As OA, in the meantime, were also a Sand Siphon composition, but didn't give away the fact that they were still in the mix, and then get to just massively dump their ultimates in once everyone's burned out of their resources, and we get to see just like the lion's share of Soul Jades. The follow-up that you would want in your wildest dreams. It was like jabbing, blistering edge, all just dumped into whoever was unlucky enough to be caught on the wrong side of the wind wall.
Yeah, and then having the opportunity to just getting that Flamebringer to work at full extent, you know, having the pole sword on action, finding those 1.0s, yikers. It did a lot of damage coming through here. And I know that in that final circle, the building really came to clutch for a lot of players to kind of kite around here, and having that tree to give them a little bit of space. Alliance Revenge being the last teammate left alive, of course, it all comes down to whether or not it's going to be enough time. Syra was still on standby for OA, and then they ended up getting that point into the lead. Now, obviously, as mentioned, our match point gamers are increasing by the minute. We went from 3 to 7 in this round. So now a 0.9 difference for GG. That's tough, I'll be honest, but we still have Hollow Starry Night to make it happen. Otherwise, 7 teams to make it to match point. Reminded me of Solo's week 1 finals. We had, like, you know, we went through all 8 rounds and we still had 9 match point gamers coming out to round 8. Now for trios, this is the most I've seen so far, and we could still have round 8 to be a potential.
I mean, yeah, GG could make it, Bida could make it, SR could make it. 5-1, it would be a reach.
Yeah. I mean,
but they could, it's still possible. I mean, OEG did have a lobby where they got upwards of 30 eliminations, so we have seen it occur. It would be improbable, but it is still potentially possible. But no, we have 7 teams now, all coming through on match point, and that's gonna split the focus between them even more. We went from 1 to 3 to 7, and we got to see the impact coming on through. Like, all 3 of those teams who were on match point eligibility in the round before all got griefed on their drop location fights. Now that there's 7 out of 12 teams, there's only 5 teams in the lobby that aren't MVP eligible. you've got to ask yourselves, is it better to try and grief them, or is it better for yourself to try and set yourself up to have the eliminations needed to win? But you at home can be asking yourself, how many players chose Tian Hai in game number 6? Do you think it was A3? Do you think it was B5? Was it C7? Or maybe it was D9? that would be a lobby of old. That would be a significant throwback. Like, OGs will remember when we had 16 teams in the lobby and we had 16 Transformer teams come through. Oh, the nostalgia is strong with that one.
Never forget the Weishan gamers out there, man. And that's a character that we could also potentially see today because, like I said, 8 games potentially. I don't know if any team wants to bring out the Tianhai or the Weishan, that'll be a crazy play. But we still have a chance of looking at the stats line for OA and having 2-tick being at 10 eliminations. Even though with 18k damage, he's still going to be the one that comes out on top of this MVP, most likely indefinitely. But for Mong doing the Tumulch things, doing the V3 Tumulch things in trios, especially having 27,000 damage, it really just came down from landing those wisps and then launching out the range shots, which then gets a connection off of PP2. Even with 1 elimination, 12 assists, that means that there was the most skill participation between every, going through of just making sure the teammates were able to get those eliminations. Forcing into the bottom 6, though, we do have to keep in mind, right, that GG is 0.9 points away, Bauda just 3.9 points, and then having the chance opportunity to catch into match point could potentially happen for SR if they end up getting the 9 points necessary and plus. Then again, TE, they are under the board now for top 7, and so is Wolves in 6 with 63.8, YCG with 65.2, 71.6 for DL, DRG with 75.5, and 81.8 for OA, and Alliance with 85.8. Now, we're a little bit in a Warrior Word state whether or not the 4P could happen, but now that TCG was, YCG I should say, were able to just pitter patter across the floor with the 0.5 points, we see them cross the line and earn themselves a match point just enough just to make sure they can just ball out for game 7 and in Hollow Rock no less, still having Sandsife and Syra as an option pick for them. And considering that they do have the opportunity of being actually in phase 2, so the opportunity there is provided that they can choose that character instead of being locked into phase 3.
Yeah, I mean, the Tortoise and the Tortoise does cross the finish line first. And I mean, like you said, YCG, it's actually kind of smart the way that they did it. They didn't try and go for more eliminations, because if they had picked up more eliminations, if they had picked up a higher scoring round, they would have overtaken JL and they would have been back in phase 3. Now in phase 2, the hero points that is going to cost them for a premier composition are going to be much, much lower in comparison to what it would have been. As we can have a look at our highlights brought to you by China Unicom. This was 5 parries in the space of 10 seconds. Absolute insane focus strike commitments coming through from either end of both of those teams. As we can have a look at the moment that Alliance are able to turn things against GG, taking advantage of GG splitting off one of their players, trying to disengage from the fight a little bit too far away from the flock to be able to heal from a low health bar, as Jin comes on through with the Taka Greatsword that we absolutely adore to see finally finding a place in Nbpl and trios.
And then seeing about this endgame circle, I mean, listen, even with the Justina, 2-tick had the dodge necessary to make it happen, and Syra just knocked her on behind with the Syra, eliminating them all. Even with Mon going down, that's still always victory, that's still always MVP. And now going off of this stage, right? Still have to consider okay, listen, we have all these situations coming through here. Takeda V2 never gonna see the light of day, but at the same time, it's pretty cool. It's cool animation. I love seeing it. Takeda though has his opportunity to be in the MVP, and this is where it really just came down to the last hit confirmations for kills, and this is gonna be given towards 2-tick. Mortal Defiance still on standby. I mean, even if that Justina went crazy, she still had to work against the blow up of the Mortal Defiance. Unfortunate that came down to that. It didn't. Jabbing was in the mix though. Flying Knives was used primarily with the Palm Lightning, and the Musket was used with that slow shot and a summoning shot. And if anything came down, group heal was on standby for him. And the thing about it, Takeda being on group heal, it's a really good option, because even if a Tumulch were to have the group heal instead, right, he still kind of keeps himself in the forefront. If anyone sees a Takeda in active ult, I mean, approaching him is a dire circumstance that you'll find yourself in. You get a blue focus to the face as a result, but he can still then keep the sustain going. He's a safety net for that. And considering that since Syra is going to be an ult, she can't do any heals. She can, be the jack of all trades, but she can't use any health items on hand. Similar to Hadi, rest in peace, in ultimate flight stasis. But then again, players knowing this is going to be making that decision on the fly. We saw how the rotation came through, like you mentioned, how JL offered that chance of seeing about players at the shop. They made a really good notion about where they're really spaced out. Whether we can see them get that victory in round 7, we'll see in a moment, guys. We're going to take a quick break before we enter into Hollow Starry Night. Don't miss it. Stay tuned. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Week 4 Finals for trios. My name is Severio alongside with Got Moxie. We do have this round to enter into the, you know, the funky rounds, right? The round 7, round 8, the things that are additionalized on our regular 6-round format, which then gives the players something to look forward to, whether, you know, intentionally or unintentionally. And this is where we're entering into the mishap of the first time of the match points, gamers making it through first, 1 match point from DRG, 3 match point winners, and then now up to 7. We have 7 match point teams, meaning that any of these teams, if they MVP, which means if they get the highest point going through in this round, they win the day. And that's over half the lobby right now, Mox.
I mean, points aren't the only thing that's going to be mattering in terms of that leaderboard. Hero points are also going to start to come into play because those are potentially in a state of economic crisis. Pretty sure OA are like 0 points currently. And given that performance that they had in the last round, they're going to be pretty high up in terms of those phases. Something to note, by the way, they had 2 group heals. When we looked at the MVP, you could actually see that Temi had done 26,000 healing. So not only did that Takeda have group heal, that Temi probably had group heal advanced heal as a wombo combo too. The only person who probably did less healing, ironically, was the Syra, who was getting played as that stand-in position too.
You know, Syra is there, man. She's everything. She's all you want, you know, all you need, damage, healing, CCT control, you name it. She can fly in the air. But for Tumulch, having that group heal, yeah, I miscalculated that. I was looking at the damage, man. I was like, yo, he's probably most likely getting Westeros into crossbow bolt headshots. But then again, having OA deciding upon having 2 group heals at least to the minimum, that's just out sustaining everything that comes down their way. And especially considering that Takeda also got that buff towards his healing for that V3. So then he's getting a little bit more sustained that way. In the midst of all that, just keeping the team alive. But Starry Night, Holoroth. Salvation podium. One thing is I like to see in the sky and I like seeing it with the stars, but once into the fray, if you guys have not kept track with the intensity of the music, 7 teams, not players, 7 teams are entering match point. And this is that round where it's like, okay, YZG's in the mix right now. They got the match point. They're the team right now you see in the towers. They are the ones who have won every single previous bi-weekly final. We still have this round to make it apparent. And even so, OA did something phenomenal last round. And it's just like you said, hero points. What do we got in the tank? If it's empty, the fumes can only last us for so long.
We might get to see the hottie. I mean, I feel like that would be scraping the very bottom of the barrel. We would see Valder and Uation before we got to see a hottie composition come on for. But I mean, YZG, yes, they have the means to be able to do it. All they need to is to MVP this round. But I don't know whether they're in the correct state to do it, because like they started off really, really strong. And then they hit a slump. And then last game, they had to play for survivability for the ranking points, right? So essentially, they played the entire game without taking a fight, which is really, really bad. A lot of people will tell you, like, when you compete in gaming, you want to stay as warm as possible. If you have like downtime, you start losing a lot of that focus, and when you go into your next game, there's a potential that it takes a little bit longer for you to be able to warm up back into it. So if they have to take a fight right off the rip, I do worry with just like the lack of momentum that got drained out entirely by just having to play for full survivability rather than just taking a fight, getting the one elimination. I'm not sure if they would come out on top.
It's like, and that's a good point, because it's like, if you take into consideration that, you know, you going into these rounds and trying to get like a little to as most points as possible, they went for the minimum. I mean, the activity in which they take the fights only comes down to how honest they want to take it. I mean, the last position that we saw them in that final circle was that, yeah, they were Viper, which is the only one in the team comp selections, but also that invasion comp strategy can only work so far if you have the necessary loot. And they have loot, but not the extreme loot, not purple and greater and on average. But we're looking at the phases. Since they are in 5th place, I just realized, I was mentioning to myself, I was like, wait a second. They are going to be in the final phase still, because they're still on the bottom floor. But then again, looking at the top 3 in terms of phase 2, that's going to be Alliance, it's going to be OA, and that's going to be DRG. So they got phase 2 to kind of work off of Sandscypher and Syra, if it's not banned prior to where the YCG can't utilize those points, just in hopes of round 8 potential. Of course, SS1, 521, SR and Battle, they got first phase selection down to a T. And since this is going to be that second to last round potentially, or even the final one, all the points could be earned, all the points could be saved. If players are left, or teams are left with 9 points still, like SR, this would be a crazy circumstance. But no, they're going to be burning out the 3 points. And I believe going in here from Syra. And the common former from SS1, 521 for the target former with it. And seeing if Bauno wants to play some shenanigans out here. I'm looking at you, CPT. Yeah, sniff a little bit. We got a target for. Okay, we got 2 in 1 match. I like seeing this.
I mean, 5-2 are down to 1 hero point. Tianhai is going to be made more expensive, so the Taka and the Transformers with the Kylan is going to be the most expensive composition currently on the board. OA and GG going to be sidestepping that one immediately. Sand Siphon composition coming on through for OA. GG double pocket Takeda full support composition for them, and I mean that's costing them big time too. They're on 1 hero point. If we go to game number 8, we're gonna start seeing some really weird compositions, sir, because if you bypass those hero points, you get nothing. You want to talk about Charlie in the Chocolate Factory moments? That, good sir, is why you get nothing at all.
Etc. etc. Good day. Okay, listen. Shayo could be showing up next round. That's all I'm gonna say. And then I'll be like, okay, now we're really cooking. Zyformer though from Wolves. Oh yeah, this is the comp you've been looking forward to. You've been looking over towards seeing Wolves trying to bring out this comp, and they're bringing it out for that last phase. Sandsipe and Syra. YZG just burned 5 points just like that. 5 points just gone. And now it's going to be a ice cream comp for both TE and JL. So we got variety here, folks. We're talking all the flavors at the ice cream parlor.
No Viper.
No Viper though.
Not a single Viper to be seen, except well, the one here.
was too blind.
That's interesting. No, I got the score review and unlocked it. Fine. This would be like when I would expect the Viper to come through, but I think like YCG, they know if they go for the Viper composition, one, super expensive, two, again, they're gonna be the only one in the lobby on it. It's Starry Night Holoroth. That means increased fireflies. The meteor showers are gonna have the comets where you can interact with the baubles and get your ultimates back. That's like prime real estate for the Tessa. And they don't want to go because it's too much of a tell. They've got to play with a poker face.
Oh man, I'm looking at those builds. I'm looking at these skills. F2 from GG. I see you, CGS. You ain't gonna sneak away from me again. I saw the F2 last time. We're gonna have that bringing out the healer comp coming out here. I know this is gonna be that one play of, you know, we're gonna make it happen, but I don't know if the teams are gonna reconcile seeing both a Syra and a Kurumi. If they know exactly who it is, they're gonna find out it's gonna be an F2, preemptive at least. Skill selections have both Fireball and F1, or for F1 stands for XEM, at least for Bowda for the Tarkas. So that's going to be the only distinguishment between the two teams, and everyone else is kind of standardized in terms of that pick selections for those skills. And I'm hoping to see whether or not, in terms of these drops, Mox, that if anything happens, it's like a 4-man drop at certain points. I'm looking over here in the glide overview, and it looks to be pocketed 2-man drops or 2 team drops at least, and SR have Salvation podium to their own. And it's spread out thin over by the Imperial Village between GG, TE.
I mean, yeah, Alliance, TE, both going north and south ends of Imperial. This is where everybody knows that GG likes to land. But both of those teams definitely looking to loot on up and then meet in the middle to be able to go for a timing attack. JL anticipating being able to come through with a timing attack onto City of Tang. Nothing to actually timing attack into. They're the only ones there. Fighter and 5-2 just a little bit north ahead of them. As Matab is also going to be seeing a couple of teams. Wolf's going to be dropping Jin's Armory before they head over to that location. YZG, and I believe that's OA behind them, gonna be scrapping it out too. The control of the the left side of that map as we head into game number 7. YZG are the team that we follow along. No one around them on the mini map though, so I have a feeling we're going to be pivoting POV over to DRG, who are already taking a fight up against SS1. Kakaishi looking for a potential drop down from top ropes, and Zulan is isolated and sent packing.
Yeah, Skyline Ultimate though from Juan is going to be the next to hopefully launch them back and forth, and Xuan is going to be having those slashes to be made very, very potent until Water gets caught out, and then by that point Water won't have much to go for it. And hoping to see if this is going to be delayed a long time. No, it's not. Even with that elimination, it's still going to be another team to show up here, and this is not the case scenario that we would like to see, but it is going to happen regardless. Wolves making their approach out here, Dongqing having ultimate ready to go and just launching it past these Tianhai and getting a nice kill from DRG Wushu 98. Obviously, Flying Knights can have the range for it, but the amount of damage in the early game is susceptible to death sentenceville. And then again, looking at having a Kailan on active ultimate, especially in the early game, means that only a matter of time before it's over.
Yeah, and I mean, it's up against the Kurumi team too, so all you can do is try and keep the tether for as long as you possibly can. Dongqing now out of that ultimate is going to be susceptible to the Zai V2 coming on for, goes for the drop down with the LMB, trying to catch on to these players, just keeping themselves in that position long enough for the double grab to come on out. This late in the game, well, this early in the game, the health bars being that low when the double slam is admitted, it is going to be able to be enough to scoop the kills onto both ZK and Nike HQ. And DRG, 5 eliminations already. JL also 5 eliminations. Remember, both of those teams MVP eligible currently. If either of them MVP, we don't go a game further.
Exactly. And that was the thing I was wondering is, man, JL just got 5 eliminations as well. Crazy. YZG, though, opting in here for the Misty Forest again and again. This is going to be their spotlight, and they're going to be making their way straight past the Feather Lake. For the moments, we know that the Alliance has themselves over to the north. They are going to be potentially making their way towards Aishar Lake. Otherwise, Yushan Ruins. And I know Yushan Ruins is where we saw YZG start off So having a chance there to kind of work into seeing where the teams that are really a potential threat into the end game lobby, it's going to be made with an engagement like this. GG, an early Palm Lightning on LXM. Kind of a dangerous situation, but this is gear that they can really take advantage of and try to earn that themselves. Another Palm Lightning means that if they get both Palm Lightnings, oh, we're cooking. And this is going to be the case right now. We're going to see whether or not NY7 can catch a parry, can catch a clink, anything to stop them in their tracks to allow his teammates to follow up. Otherwise, all of them have their abilities ready to go in terms of their ultimates in case things need to be used.
LXM is trying to find that hit of Palm Lightning. Has to be careful that he doesn't overextend, but they've been able to kite the Kylan into a situation of 2 versus 1. That's going to force the ultimate. Zip ultimate is also going to come into the mix so that the Cullen can keep getting that heal, keep those dashes coming for as much as possible. NY7 also shutting it down, that possible disengagement angle from GG. All of them are stuck inside that building, stuck into the Kylan dashes, or else they get grabbed and out by this Tianhai. CJS is going to try and get the tether onto one of his players, but now he's not gonna have it up for any longer. Snaps it for the damage reduction to come on through and try and keep Peripheral intact as that slam comes on out. The Karumi recast circle has also come into the mix. GG on the composition designed to last. All of the focus coming on out from Alliance. Syra and Karumi, this Takeda is still intact. Palm Lightning from LXM comes out into the mix. CJS plays in the pocket, using that staff to set the stagger up so that LXM can get the commitment of the Soul Jade. And GG managed to survive every single ultimate that Alliance put into their way.
Yeah, the sustain is necessary in the early game, but in the end, to the mid to late game, it's going to be a questionable end take. We're going to have to see, though, another fight between JL and Bauda. Sleepy T getting caught. Hopefully, with an 1 R&B, they can get the elimination, and it may not be even happening in this case. Cuckoo, though, finding out whether or not the Dragon Slayer is going to be made. It's going to be had, but the combo breaker is met with Sleepy T from the Tianhai, and having to use his own combo breaker to escape, still has not enough time to back off. But DRG making their approach over to this area. They can try to look for a clean sweep, but Kylan ultimate, early investment from Dongqing, looking to try to find that low health target, that Kurumi specifically, but with the Tianhai from Sleepy T available to go through, he's got to play a little bit more cautiously. His teammates are there to look for some staggers, and they're finding them. XCM gets caught to the grab, though, from Kakaxi, looks for a double grab attempt from Dowda's Jing, doesn't get it, so he decides to go for the single slam down, and I am still thinking of whether or not the zipping ult is going to come out very late or very too late. And then looking at these grabs right now between both of these, there's one slam down, there's XCM going down, the Solo can pick it up for himself, but Sleepy T is also the next target on the list, and we're looking at 6 eliminations going up to 7 for DRG, making them predominantly the kill leader in the lobby.
WX98 still gets to hold on to that Zip ultimate as well. Really good coming on through from DRG. They understand, like, the restraint is there. They saw that there was another fight that went down into the mix. There was another team when they started rolling up to that fight that was actually watching in soul form to see if it was worth salty rezzing back into the mixes. YZG currently inside this Temi ultimate, trying to play it safe, having to concern themselves with a Syra ultimate that PP is using to just disable all of that potential positioning. The Stun Dazzle does come through from YTG's end this time around, catching on to Tutek, who loses all of his armor. The LMB from those flying knives is going to set up the activation of that Cicada ultimate. The stagger into the Furin shove into the follow-up RMB from these daggers. Unfortunately, it's not enough to peel for TXJ. Both the Syra and the Temi are taken down. And now it is just the lone Cicada, the last stand for YZG. And he is not going to be long. He's going to be held in position for that Temi Wisp to come on through. The elevated stance mean that he doesn't hit the ground. And Owe will be able to keep him juggled up there until he gets taken to the Soul Altar.
Yep, and then switching over to the City of Tong, we see JL up against ZRG. 2 competitive teams coming out here. Nice parry from Zhao Zhao, though. He finds it off the Kylan, and he picks up the weapon. But with this purple fan, there's going to be enough spam. Cuckoo can look for the R&B. Chol, there it is, going to be released, and nice parry from Jing. Now, he was thinking about committing towards the parry. I saw it. He decided to go ahead and do so, and this is actually locking him into a corner with Kylan, who still has an ultimate coming back up. reposition was not had, and the parries are coming through. Xiao Xiao looking to try to reposition that one and locking in with those RMBs. Obviously, this fight is consolidated. No one's in this vicinity, so this is between this team and their own, and looking at whether or not the Syra, or rather, for us to say, the Tianhai is going to be necessary. Once it comes out here, Xiao Xiao gets flopped. He still has a dash. He gets a refresh because he hit 2 targets, and this is going to be that succession line that we like to see from Justina. So they can catch this much pressure, this many staggers in a short amount of time. They can really disrupt the duration from an opponent's ultimate like that Kylan.
Yeah, DRG splitting themselves up so that the dash doesn't hit the targets to be able to get that refresh. DRG 8 eliminations already, by the way. Waited out the entire duration of that Justina V1. And Kakashi now does not have to worry about getting extend frozen as a transformer. Unfortunately, they've lost their Kylan. And now it's just going to be a matter of the Zip and Tianhai trying to survive. They're going to be able to find one grab onto Xiao Xiao, but Kakashi continues to get knocked back by the Farrier mech. The cannon shots coming on through, not allowing him to find the stun. Hold on a minute. Salty run back? Dong Quing comes back into the play, and Kakashi with the first stage RMB pulse on slam down finds the elimination, and DRG turned the fight.
And they knocked down JL from the lobby, bro. Unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. We still got fights ahead. Wolves versus OA, and OA are stacked after the victory against YZG in the Misty Forest. They have the gold, they have the armor, they have the gear. And looking at PP getting caught into the first grab, the Tumult is there to try to deny the regrab, but LJX doesn't care. He pushed himself to the side. Syra effing back into the circle means that there is protection for a couple of seconds. Then we see Mange grabbed, and now it's going to be whether or not the Syra ultimate is going to come out, and that indeed is going to be the case to try to keep him sustained. And with the Kurumi ultimate in standby, Night HQ is getting melted by the Takeda on ground level duty. And then looking at the PP, who's looking for those level 2 staggers. He gets caught to the grab. This is enough time right now for those 1-2-3s, but the Tumult Twist is just enough. Like I mentioned, Takeda Tumult, they will put Zai down, and they are making sure that she has no valuation for this fight. And as long as LJX is on ground unit duty, he won't be the only pro to come through. There is Night HQ going down, and there's going to be one parry from the next. The turnaround could be had, but no blue focuses can even be spammed. Now that the Takeda F1 is out, 2-tick is the threat for LJX, where he cannot hold and release. This is where OA are really making this match their own, and this first Roman Yang allowing for the snowball now to be accrued with victory.
We'll have to see whether or not Alliance are going to be able to also cement a run of Yang Win as we cut over to look at them playing up against 5-2-1. Does look like they've been able to do enough. The Taka trying to find an opening, not able to do so. 3 versus 1, he is taken down. Alliance and OA and SR all gonna be able to get their hands on a Vermilion Bird's Might, which is a really good beginning to the round. Coming on for teams on match point eligibility. That's gonna be another 3 eliminations picked up for Alliance, taking them to 4. OA 6, but DRG 11. The difference is DRG didn't take a round of Yang fight, so now they have to hide. They've got to play a little bit of hooky when it comes to the rest of this lobby, in the hopes of not getting spotted out by a team that either has the buff and wants to play aggressive and take a fight when they've got the better loot scaling, and also if they lose it, they're still going to be able to continue in the lobby, or not get scouted on out by the teams that have Yang depletion. As it does seem like DRG are going to be taking a little bit of a tea break and hiding inside one of those purple bushes to wait for the danger to pass. As Alliance head over towards a cave and pick themselves up yet more loot. Yuma is absolutely stacked right now on this island.
Yeah, I saw Phoenix Blast on the hands of Yuma, and I believe with Revenge, Palm Lightning involved. Man's backing it up here. Obviously, right now, the other teams are making their approach. SR, I believe they just saw an engraving, have the Ballista in range, and now NY7 is on Panic Tianhai old duty. Now, he's looking for grabs that they try to scatter away, but one grab to the next, it's going to be a notion of whether or not one of the teammates can catch them before the grab is needed. And then with Junks getting a scare rush, Ballista shots are pelting. Look at this HP bar. This man is not, you're not surviving this, my friend. He's got one chance right now with the Ballista shots, with them getting repaired, that once he gets spaced off, another shot can come in here from last second ditch effort, and with the F-Bell to save him, a kind of ult into an LMB, the zipping ult to sustain this out straight up. NY7 still has a Blitz on his back.
Yeah, Wolves are gonna be the ones piloting it, but not for long. We play musical chairs. And Wolves now, of course, out of that position. 5-2-1's Pampy is going to be occupying it instead. ZK closing up the distance, getting personal so he can get on top of those bodies and look for those soul blooms. Has that Kurumi ultimate to be able to drop as well to make sure that all of his players have the confidence of keeping themselves in this fight. It's go big or go out of this lobby right now for 5-2-1 as LGX are in the same predicament. Wolves not able to pick... Oh wait, they have been able to pick up the soul blooms, managing to cleanse themselves. Question is, can they survive the disengagement? Night HQ gets taken down. The Ballista is still in play from 5-2-1's members. And unfortunately, the Zai gets left behind.
Well, 5-2-1. 3 eliminations and still looking for a way out here for this target comp. But then they look back and they see DRG, and DRG are ready to go here. Another Blister shot coming out here. Wusha 98's HP just went down to nothingness, at least for the armor bar. But obviously taking the time to reset here is going to be made, and it looks like it's going to be a case to switch up OA YZG. Wait a second, hold on a second. This is a rematch of the century, considering what happened earlier this round. TXJ, an active Syra ultimate, gets caught to the dazzle from PP, and having to burn through the HP shield is not going to be an issue, at least if he decides to want to pursue his pursuer. And SS1, they're right there in the vicinity. Purple armors. Now, like I said, SS1, there's this day today. It's been so-so. You know, we were mentioning about how they can have a pop-off. They have purple gear, and they're not being even looked at here from YZG. But we're switching back over where we saw the fights prior, over by the trenches. 5-2-1 on a point with DRG, finding a grab. Toxie trying to look off of Yin, but a target play coming out here from 5-2-1's IP gets immediately grabbed as a result, and trying to deny the slam down. I'm not even sure it's going to be happening, folks, but because Kakaxi is typically hopping around, fireballs come out. Kurumi circle is in play. If we can get that, we can cleanse these burns that are happening. Obviously, not going to be the case, but Kakashi gets that F1 from the zipping, which is enough to keep him in the fight.
Yeah, Kakashi not quite getting to play hot potato with Ivan on this Taka, but does still get the sustain coming in from his zip to keep himself up and alive and recover as he drops out of that ultimate. Ballista is still in play. DLG yet again holding court in that space. And 5-2-1 get baseball bat lobbied out. Unfortunately, it looks like Yin is going to be joining his teammates. Yang depletion and the state of panic that it sets these teams into claims yet another elimination. Speaking about eliminations, JL fully eliminated. Wolves fully eliminated. We had 7 teams walk into this lobby, walk into game number 7 on match point eligibility, and we've already lost 2 of them as Alliance versus SR. Both of these teams scaled and stacked to the sky. SR a little bit ahead with 2 sets of legendary weapons though, as NY7 takes the air, looks for the drop down RMB, doesn't manage to find it, immediately goes for the Tianhai ultimate. That's going to force out the Temi ult in response to stop those potential grabs from coming on through. Yuma's also gone for his ult immediately. Very aggressive plays coming on through from Alliance. Every single ult that they have currently synced, and Revenge is down. And I7 yet to be able to find the grab that he's looking for. Rika doing a really good job of keeping the continuous pressure of the Syra, getting the stun dazzles onto the Kylan to stop Yuma from getting the dash daggers to set up for a single grab.
I can't believe that Junks is getting the engravings of a lifetime, and he's eliminating the HP bar for NY7 as a result. And that's Alliance actually potentially going down to being kited for buff. SS1 in their fight against YZG. Like I said, this is going to be the case scenario. YZG can come out on top against SS1. And of course, Gold Fan in play right now for TXJ. And looking trying to go for the damage spike. He gets caught to the 1-2 in the backline. You can see how that Kylan is actually melting QG because of the gear difference right now. And that's going to be where SS1 deleting off YZG for their second Rummy Yang. This is going to be a tough time. We have to get that Rummy Yang depletion rid of. Otherwise, the teams know exactly which comp went through. Phoenix Blast is picked up, Flying Knives, a gold rarity. Shaolin Staff going to be going through, and having that gold great sword switched over to a pole sword, most definitely, potentially. We will have to see if the Jades are going to be aligning the stars. Otherwise, OA on towards the Spiral at the Frigid Ice Pools. This looks to be something that's not going to be contested. I don't see anyone out here, so they can guide this buff for as long. And with 6 eliminations, if this buff is going to be something that can take into to the next area, the Mystic Might gamers out of the Rummy Yangs are going to be hunted for sure. The DRG still having the most kills in the lobby, at least with 11 eliminations, and they still have 2 blue armors.
Let's see this replay coming in for YTG versus SS1. What a goes for that Tianhai ultimate, looks for any grab opportunity. YGG puts themselves behind the ball, but no! CXE peeks just a little bit too far out, gets grabbed, and immediately the follow-up is there. Zuan so good at tracking that player with the Kylan V2 dashes coming on through. Water now getting boiled, microwave down by that Syro beam, but it's not going to be enough to deter him from finding the grab and the slam to get all of his health bar fully replenished as he drops out of this ultimate. Now goes for the uppercut connection, keeps up the pressure onto YZG's QGG before turning now onto TXJ to make sure that the Syro does not get to go for a flank R&B with the fan in the back of one of SS1's players. And YZG afflicted now with Yang depletion. Alliance also, the current team leading the overall standings, going to be saddled with that one. As we can see, they get to spot out that YZG decided to pick this Soul Altar to go for that revive. Do Alliance decide to take this fight right here, right now? They're going to reveal themselves. CXZ getting a little bit cheeky with it in terms of those LMVs from the Flying Knives, hoping maybe to get to chunk some of this armor down that Alliance are going to be spawning one up with before the fight properly kicks off between the two of them. This is a very rough predicament for these two teams to be able to recover from. More so for Alliance, they want to keep this position in number one. If we go into Game 8 and none of the MVP eligible teams actually find that win, it goes to the highest score posted in total for the day. If Alliance go out now, they risk losing that position to another team and getting overtaken at the most crucial moment.
Yep, and now the SR with that Mystic Might are getting vision, but not engaging. They want to just see what these teams are going to want to, they want to reveal what their next step is. If they want to take a fight off it, they know exactly what's going to be, what that means. But since YZG knows the positioning is not to their favor, at least the cumbersome position, they have to just keep going past these buildings and more into an open area. For obvious reasons, though, we switch on over. Alliance, 2.5 minutes. Now, may not have the highest kill count in this lobby, like we've seen, but they do have the position of being at the top of the leaderboard for 4 eliminations right now. I mean, whether or not they can end up going ahead and engaging its DRG here in a moment at the trenches, all the things considered, Revenge does get grappled out here. SR making their approach and trying to ambush this team and make it into the back line. Gold pole swords in hand, gold dual blades in the and on Rico's sidelines. For Revenge, though, they still make their way escape, at least for a moment. A little tense engagement, meaning that its resources burned, and that's exactly what they were looking to see about what was going to happen. No abilities, no nothing, but most importantly, we know that these teams are running out of supplies, so on thereafter. And YZG, they're right behind. They know exactly where they can lead out into, and I see a tuna coming in from TXJ, so that's a little bit of a nifty situation. He can find himself with that 15 heal proc, but when we come out of the Grizzly Rise, all we need to know is that the Kings at the top of the leaderboard, DRG at 11, they are the ones that are going to be the dictation for this match, as being not only the match point gamers, but the ones on top.
Yeah, DRG playing very, very safe into both the first and second realm of Yang. Not going to be forced to take a fight. They are going to take one now, though, against Alliance. Kakaishi throwing hands at NY7, then jumping onto his position to force the Tianhai to have to relocate. Palm Lightning does come in from Revenge, revealed, making sure that DRG don't commit to frying the Tianhai's feet. Boy also going to be playing atop that roof. Not wanting to create too much of a noise, not wanting to give that position away. Once the TNI ultimates are done, that's where we're potentially going to see the commitment coming through. Dongqing goes on out with the Kyle ultimate, looking to interrupt his mirror from Alliances, and the dashes are there, but it's YZG who's picking up the eliminations. DRG went from playing so safely to taking a fight which revealed a little bit too much, and YZG have to find the eliminations here and now. They're out of time. 27 seconds left. 2 have come on through. 1 Soul Bloom left to get grabbed for TXJ. With 20 seconds left, he's still got half of the Cyril to be able to do so. But now he's going to have to space all the way out. Since outside of that ultimate, he's going to be giving his position out, and I believe that's DRG down to just 1 player.
No, they start going out here with 9 eliminations, and it's crazy how Junks took the opportunity of denying QGG for that Soul Bloom in terms of it locking him away. But like we saw from time and time again in the past, Rebirth Charms could be potentially purchased, question mark. We'll have to see. Alliance still goes down completely in terms of leaderboard right now, and now it's all into the case scenario between 4 match point teams, OA, DRG, TE, and YZG, who are on 2 count for the player base. This Spirit Well, though, is being contested out here for TE. Now for the consideration, if they can get this Spirit Well, this would be a great chance right now to kind of skate throughout the matchup. The Blistering Edge gets mitigated, thankfully, with PP being mindful on reacting, or rather predicting, into using the Syra ultimate. But this is the problem right now. Syra ultimate early, TE peak using his late, which means that the Syra versus Syra fight isn't going to be contention. In 5 seconds, PP's ult's going to be done, and all that's going to be needed is TE to land those dazzles and making sure she gets locked down in place.
Oh, he gets the locked in onto always PP. Gets the triple charge laser too. And PP gets prioritized over TE, picking up that buff. Manages to track the Syra down, doesn't pick up the legendary weapon. Okay, potentially TE wanting to just have enough bodies on that point to make sure that they don't get ousted away from it. YZG, in the meantime, were able to pick up their Syra. I think there was a little bit of an armor swap there going on down to make sure that he would survive. Revisiting that Soul Altar as OA are losing players left and right. TE with a double ultimate cycle because of this Mystic Might are getting to just control the tempo of this lobby, and Peak does not miss when his targets are that nearby.
You know, what's crazy too is that Fairy Shen is still ready to go for Xiaonan at any point in time right now. But for TXJ, he's making his approach onto the sidelines now. This is that ambush method that can go off on. They see DRG Kakaxi, they see him by himself nearby. No Kylan yet, but Dongqing on active usage of his ultimate. Now is going to be where the lobby can understand that this Kylan, he ain't gonna have a lot left after this one, and he knows this because with the blue armor check, they can check that armor, and Kakaxi in the backline. Dongqing can't reach his teammate in time, I believe so. Counter grapple to deny his helping of a hand, and Xiaonan finds the elimination. This is 11 eliminations right now for DRG, but they are getting tied up with TE at 11, who are doing phenomenal work, by the way. Boombane, cool guys don't look like explosions. Dongqing is making sure to kite away from this as fast as he can. Otherwise, any other teams could see this Kylan and make a mistake. Otherwise, they could just go ahead and just allow him, roam free inside of the wilderness. Because SR, they've been the griefers of the lobby, and they're not even match point yet.
Oh my goodness, Venom Tip. I mean, Dongqing will be able to find the parry, but that's gonna force this location. He had no choice. He was alone Kylan against the rest of the lobby. He had to just try and surf through that Moonbane a little bit longer. He might have griefed YZG though, because TXA is gonna lose all of his armor. SR actually lost that Temi, and the stuns onto June X. Rico is just having to commit bauble after bauble, and the Syra ultimate looking to keep his Takeda up. Oh no! SR overstayed that welcome inside that Moonbane, trying to pick up that Temi, who went down with his ultimate, and now Rico is on the back foot. SR, by trying to pick up that Temi, might have just left the lobby.
Ironically, YZG being the people who did that to them is exactly what we saw in Holleroth early on today. So this is kind of like poetic. It really is. We got a Spirit Well coming on board. White Tiger's prowess. Now look at the player count, 9 players. YZG has 6 eliminations, TE at 11, and they have this down to a T, and no pun intended because of the name. They still have a chance of potentially getting lobbied out if SS1 is not continuing focus firing YZG. I mean, there's a mutual enemy here, and the White Tiger's prowess definitely makes that apparent. But for this, 9 teams, YZG needs pretty much 9 kills first place and knocking on TE for 3rd place. And otherwise, SS1, if they end up getting MVP because of this round, we're going for round 8. And this means that we still have a chance of seeing these players go off on towards the next following round. But listen, Castle Curse aside, I don't know. TE has this kiting going well. They got Razor Swift, Repair Roll, Starfall. If they decide to use it, they got Cyan Fang. But the most important part is that that advanced heal is in play right now for TE too. So if he backs off, dashes away, gets 1 heal, he can go right back in without the threat of the lobby. Phoenix Blast and I believe with Skyforce coming out here for QGG. So if he decides to get anything going on, he could definitely make it happen. Tuna is still in the play. Palm Lightning, double Palm Lightning, by the way, on YZG. And if they decide to drop that, that's going to be the way.
Do they decide to contest the Spirit? Oh yeah, they absolutely do. They're waiting for the last possible moment. SS1 are going to be also looking to drop down with a potential scale rush into RMB hit. assassination if they see one of these players get a little bit too low. TXJ gets hit by the stun dazzle into Syra being follow through, and that stun was enough for TE to buy themselves the space. He is sent into the Temi ultimate, YZG consolidating themselves into that spacing. So, QGG also going to be burning that Takeda ultimate with the Fury Shoves to potentially peel for his players, trying to put the pressure onto these players from TE, forcing those ultimates on out, as it is going to be both the Farrier mech invested as well as that Justina V1 coming on for but T with the White Tiger's press. We'll have another ultimate cycle before this game is finished, as SS1 and YGG are both going to try and play for safety away from the team with 2 ultimate cycles. Do we see the betrayal, or are they content to just keep themselves behind this fencing? It's better for YGG. I think they've got a tuna currently in play, but they hold themselves on that verticality a little bit too long. They're really close to the edge of that zone, and T getting to come on through with the Soul Jades as well as that cannon pressure are going to do everything that they can to force them off of that spacing so that TE can now occupy this area, swap over to the cannons, and start rebuilding some of those old cycles.
They're impervious in terms of the range, but nothing is going to be necessary if that Palm Lightning starts getting spammed and getting parried at the same time. For Xiaonan, he is going to keep his sustain going. YZG, they're keeping the fence line posted, and this is the last 2 minutes in this round, folks. We have a chance right now for SS1 to kind of keep that pressure going off of those hits with the cannon shots. I see twin shot from Xion, but Xion is going to be looking towards it and trying to pick up supplies. Like I said, TE still have the center of that spear well available for any of that loot. Besides that, though, one thing is making its rounds, and that's those cannon shots off the top of this hillside. At minute 50, just like that. We have TXJ, though, hiding around here for Flamebreaker strikes, and the Roar Burst for SS1 is also in the hands. Forgot to mention, this is going to be something that sets up SS1 in a predominant factor. If they can get the Roar Burst off of his target, silence it, that's going to be connections between Xion as well as Water. And since that Tianhai is still in the game, that's a threat in the game altogether. You know, something to keep your eyes about. CXC has his F1. I think he's trying to look for a wild Haymaker West throw into hits, especially. He walks right in front of the field of danger, but with 20 seconds until the next minute mark, we still have a spotlight for the shadow to start collapsing, and this fence post won't be enough to save TE in the mix-up. The Palm Lightning gets spammed. TE's peak has his ultimate still. Cannon shotting TXJ through the wall. Doesn't care. He scare rushes away, and this is going to be where TE's peak looking to try to go off of this, and for the cannon shots to try to get the proximity shots, switching back and forth between his weapons, and having SS1 to decide upon using a Roar Burst to deny range weapons is definitely the optimal option. It's just whether a matter of choice comes into play right now. Listen, we got 2 minutes, we have 50 seconds left on the clock, and CXZ is going right onto defensive Mox.
We potentially go all the way to the heal-off situation. I mean, all of these teams do have the opportunity, like SS1, Kylan, and Tianhai. They're more than happy waiting for that heal-off situation. T also going to be sitting on that Syra V1, but they don't want to use it in their rotation. They have to wait for the zone to fully close on first. They can live the heal situation. The zone starts to close. The ultimates come into the mix. SS1 with the Aurora Burst getting the silence effect. So many of these players getting caught up in that area of effect. T are going to lose one of their players. You've going lower and lower. Peak is able to claim a kill into QGG. SS1 get 2 off of the back, though, and it comes down to a heal-off. 4 players alive. T's Syra versus all of SS1. Who is going to be able to come out into the mix? TXJ Syra is going to be able to live, and it's a tie. Both Syras live, but I think one team did just enough. TE deny YZG the golden stage and walk away the MVP.
伴随着第7局精彩的对决，让我们恭喜第4双周3排周决冠军 TE。
They are TE.
有请 TE 来到我们的台前，有请。
Please, all the players of TE, please come to the front of the stage.
第4双周7剑下情山，在第7局7支队伍共同开启了对冠军的角逐，最终。 这个赛季，一支全新的队伍捧得了这一次的周决赛的冠军。我相信啊，这个冠军也是对于全部团队，包括是教练员的一个肯定。先问一下教练吧，好久没有站到这个舞台上了，回到这个舞台上，并且获得了这个冠军，可以看见其实眼含泪光了。有什么话？
I believe there must be a really long time you haven't stand on the stage. What do you want to say to your teammates?
不光证明他们的努力啊，有什么话想对自己说？
I think your you
我想
guys
说，也感谢自己
try really
重
hard
新回
for
到这个场
this
上吧，
week's
也算给自己今年的上半
competition.
年
I
先给
think
一
you
个
worth it.
期中考试的答卷吧。
Also,
给了
I
一个
think
期中考试的
today's
好的答
champion
卷。
is a
那么接
really
下来这位
good
老将站在
result
这个舞台上，
for
并
the
且在
whole
今天这个
season.
特殊的日子里，我们用工作给自己的母亲送上了一份贺礼。
And
有
today
什
is
么
the
话想对
Mother's
自己的妈妈对着镜头
What do
说
you want to say to your mother,
希望
Shannon?
我母亲身体越来越好吧。完了，我这边打好成绩，回报她。
打好成绩回
I
报。
hope
接
she
下
can
来
have a good
该你
health.
了，子龙有
And
什么
also,
话
I
当着
think
镜头先送
I
给妈
have
妈一
really
个
good
节日的祝
result
福？
today. I think she will be proud of me.
有你这个祝福。 非
What do
常
you want
棒
to say to
那
your
么
mother?
同样的话也非常接地气。接下来问到皮哥吧，皮哥刚才其实最后结束的时候，
Also,
我看你一直在说着
in
什
the
么
end
振
of
臂
the
高呼的一些语
competition,
气，当时你在
I
怎么
saw
样跟
you
队员们交
maybe
流的
say
啊？
something
就是决赛圈的时候，我要了
in front of the
小
camera.
南的
What did
机
you
甲
say?
我说南哥，你相信我，你只要机甲给我就惯了。
机甲给我就惯了。
I
那么
said
同
to
样的
my
话，其实
teammate,
刚才
give
前
me
面的
the
队友
very
们都送
ultimate,
了
then
祝
we
福。
can be the
面对
champion.
镜头，其实之前啊，家人也是在总决赛的现场为你加油打气过。面对镜头，有什么话在母亲节这个特殊的日子里送上去祝福？
Also, I know your mother
祝
came
妈妈
to
身
see
体健
your
康，
competition
然后
before.
也感
What do
谢
you want to say
一
to
路
your
一路
mother?
以来他们对我的支持。
I
我
really
相信
want to
这也
thank
是
my
作
mother's
为
support.
所有的
And
电竞
also,
职
I
业选
hope
手
she
在
can
这
have a
个
good
特殊的
health.
日子里，为自己的家人、为自己最亲爱的妈妈送上的最棒的一份贺礼和祝福。那么同样的话，我
I
相信啊，
believe
这个
this
赛季的
champion
体
is a
育
really good blessing to your
大家
mothers.
都有一个目标，就是往更好的成绩发起前进。问一下
Also,
几
I
个
know
吧，其实
everyone
也经过了一些
has
队伍的调
the
整、
same
人员的
target
变
for
动。这个
this
赛季来到了
spring
T1，有老大哥，
Also, I
有
believe
小老
that
弟，
you did
并且
a
有经
lot
验
of
老道的教练
adjustment.。
感觉这
this
支队伍
time
给你带来了怎么样一个全新不同的活力？
How do you think about like
我
after
感
you
觉
came
有
to
无穷的
TE?
上
What
限，
any new
但是
things
我们也在慢慢进步中。
you learned?
就是其实这一次周冠只是一个阶段性的，我们还会继续努力。
就
I
刚
think
才
I
好
improved a
像
lot
是
in
期中
TE.
考试
Also, I
的
believe
满意
this
答卷
champion
一
is
样。
only
接下来期末
a
考试，
small
希望你们可以取得
result
更好的
for
成绩。好的，
this
接下来我们派一个代表
we will
去盖
do
上属于
better.
你们的冠军印章吧。有请我们的工作人员送上我们的冠军卷轴以及冠军烛龙印，有请。
Okay, now let TE to print the logo on the champions
第
board
四双
for
周的刚
themselves.
才的对决，那么今天也是在第7场比赛为我们送上了精彩的博弈。7剑下天山，最终在第7局通过自己的努力 ，TE 站到了舞台的
Today for the
颁奖的
biweekly
制高
final
点。
of
接
pros,
下
we
来我们
had
派出我们
7
的新
games.
人选手，
But TE, they tried
拿
really
起属
hard
于
in the
周决
competition,
冠军的
and
朱龙
at
印
the end, they got the
先对着
champion.
镜头展示一下，再对着镜头展示一下。
So first,
好的，
let's
接下来
show
盖
the
上属
logo
于
of
你的
TE
冠
to the
军印
camera
章
and。then print it on the scroll.
好，请归还烛龙印。来，有请我们所有的教练员和选手来到我们的冠军卷轴
Also,
面前，
please
共同
everyone
合影
stand
留念
in，the
让我们
middle
用镜头记录下这值得纪念的时刻。
of the
我相信啊，
stage.
通过他们的努力，在这个期中考试交出了满意的答卷。那么第4双周的冠军就属于 TE。
Even I think this is just a mid-examination for this spring split. But we still have to say congratulations to TE.
好的，接下来让我们所有的选手来到我们的舞台前，有请。哇，这个赛季啊，我相信，尤其是进入到了第4个双周之后，整个的节奏、整个的选择、不同的阵容、多变的一个搭配，成为了一个主旋律。
I
皮克
believe
怎么看待
in
现在来
this
到这个版本
season,
之后，包括是上星期的
we
今天
saw
所
a
有
lot
的
of
对手们的表现
combinations, and we try a
感
lot
觉今天
different
的比
combo
赛
in
节
the
奏比较
competition.
吃
How
同
do
阵
you
容
think
之
about
间
this season?
能拿多少分。如果在同阵容环境好的情况下，你能拿更多的分，那你就是领先于其他人。所以说要更重要的就是把握好每一把，不管你是
I think
这把阵容
you
优势
have
还是劣
to
势，都要尽可能去
get
夺得更多
any
的分数。
point
好的，
as
话
long
筒传
as
递。
you can,
新人来到舞台上，
especially if you
现在
use
感
the
觉
same
怎么样？
combinations with
此时此刻
others.
获得了这个小小的周决冠军。
Just catch any
除
opportunity
此
you
之外呢，
can.
有什么话想对身边的这些老
What
大
do you
哥
want to
们
say
说
to
点？
your teammates for this
两个
champion?
队友牛
I
逼
think all
啊，
my
这教练
teammates they
就
are
有点
really
不太行。
excellent
哎
today.
自己来到这个舞台上是出于怎么样一个考虑去披上 T1的战袍，在舞台上披荆斩棘呢？
梦想，
梦想。
So
那
why
你
did
的
you
最终的梦想是什么？
come to TE
捷杯冠
in
军，
this
春节
season?
先要不要无所谓。
I think it's because of
真的是吗？
my dream.
真的是特别可爱的一个小兄弟。接下来给到南哥。
Even I
其实
only have this
在赛季初的时候，南哥还在
biweekly
想
champion
到
so
底
far,
要不要回到
but
这个赛场上，因为那
I'm
个时候
really
大家知道，其实在
satisfied
短视
with
频这个赛
myself.
道，包括解说这个赛道，南哥现在都是翘楚啊。最后怎么样的一个选择，还是回到了这个舞台上继续打了。
So we all know 小南 took a really long rest
啊这在
before.
现场
Why
试
you
试
came
找到两
to
个好
this
队友
stage
还有
again?
一个教练，感觉有机会能搏一把。
今天在这个周决的舞台上，其实还是有一个特殊的意
I
义
really
的。
want to
这个赛
fight
季终于拿到一次
on the
MVP
stage.
南哥。
I have
那么我相信
kind
一
of
次
esport
MVP 就可以
dream
获得一个周决的一个冠军。
in
接下来的
NBPL.
话，怎么看待
my
春
dream come
决
true.
在上海的这个争冠之路啊？
Also, we're gonna
努
move
力吧，
on
我
to
们
the
回去
finals.
如果说中间他们
What
打
do
复
you
赛，我们也
did
会
you
努力
do
训练自
any
己的细
preparation
节什么
for
的，
the
把这些
finals?
失误啥的、之前犯的毛病啥的都改一改，尽量在
I
世界
think
杯
I
赛
would do
保持一个
any
好的状态，拿
all
好
the
成绩吧。
details
最后给到我们的教
in the
练。
finals and
刚才
just
说过，
try
期中考试
really
是
hard
获得了一个
for
比
the
较不
finals
错的
this
满
time.
意的一个答卷。那么其实，在你个人整个的一个赛季年，包括是春决、秋决以及捷杯，自己有怎么样的一个规划？回到这个。
Also, we're gonna ask to the
虽然
coach
今天
what's
我
your
们拿
plan
了周
for
冠
the
嘛，但是
whole
毕竟
year?
我们还有很多不足的地方，所以接下来的赛季，包括说后面的比赛，就尽力的去提升自己吧。不管打得好
Although we
坏，
got
都
this
是一个提升自己的
champion,
过
but
程。
I know it's
同样
just
面对
a
镜头，我相信此时
biweekly
此刻，另
champion,
外
so
一
we still
位
have a lot of
自
things
己
to
的爱将
improve.
也正在
We
收
will
看，
just
他也在
like
这
do
个赛
better
季
in the
站到了这
following
个舞
games
台上
and。try
我相信
hard.
这也是对于我们教练员的最高的一个执教战术的一个认可。有什么话对大西瓜讲点什么啊？
Also, we
加油，你
know
答应带我当
Wufeng
满的。
got the champion
好
before.
的，那么让我们
what
再
do you want
次
to
恭
say to
喜
Wufeng?
第4
I
双
think
周的
you were
3
really
排的
excellent
周决
and,
冠军呢，就属于 TE 战
good
队
luck to you
接下来
in the，
让我们
finals.
所有的教练员和选手们享受这个舞台的荣耀时刻。
Okay,
再
just
次
let
恭喜
everyone enjoy
TE。
the champion stage. Congratulations to TE again to be the 4th biweekly champion of Trolls.
And there we have it. So ends the regular season of spring 2025. TE, not YZG, will be the ones walking away with that last MVP for the bi-weekly finals. But they came so close. Like, you could see YZG on one side, SS on the other. YZG doing everything they could in their power to try and get SS1 to turn onto TE, and SS1 just standing there going to be like, it's fine. We've got 2 heroes who can win heal situation. We've got an Aurora Burst. We can wait until zone collapses, and then we'll hit you all with silence.
Yeah, and it was kind of tough seeing the Kylan in the background as SS1 water was burning the Keelan guard, and then just shunting himself right into the mix of all the action, right? And then all the last hit confirmations really just came down to the Cyro ultimates at the end of the day. And it's TE, they had it in the pocket. Their ambush coming out into the frigid ice pools really just worked in their favor though too, especially considering that Spirit Well really just came to where the first and second Spirit Well, the last Spirit Well I should say, gave them the benefit for the action, gave them the benefit of locking away piece by piece of the gear that's on hand, and then just being able to space out. SS1 played it out to make it happen, but there was 2 match point teams, and they are the third other team that if they were ending up to play a little bit more of that, let's poke this team out more, like with the other team, that would have changed the fate of the course of history for TE. But in this case, we went down the one line of paths, and we entered into where TE earned themselves that 4th weekly MVP as the finals winner. Now it comes to Notion. We reached the final of the weeks. We need to know where these teams stand for who is making it to pre-finals into grand finals and who is stuck into last chance qualifiers, a designated area that regardless of who you may believe is one of the better teams, if they end up in there, that is the last chance of whether they deserve to make it to the pre-finals to grand finals. Top 6 only to earn themselves a spotlight for today from the ranking points across the 4 weeks. And then afterwards, time will tell who can make it to grand finals the following week.
Yeah, well, we know YGG are definitely secured in that position. The question that becomes, has today's event really had like major ramifications because a lot of the teams that we would see traditionally in the bi-weekly finals didn't make it, like OUG being absent. That was a huge shake-up and surprise. But then again, I think they were like very high up in the standings because of the amount of times that they've placed high in the bi-weekly finals. So I think they're okay. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure we'll be getting a graphic at some point of the teams that are going to be participating in the LCQs, given the fact that it's next week. Can you believe it, Serve? We've already done our regular season, and next week we go into the last chance qualifiers and then the pre-finals on that same weekend. So NARAKA action does not stop here, but the stress, the pressure levels, ooh, it only dials up further.
Yeah, especially considering that any sort of adjustments from this point on has to be made for the teams that have to qualify throughout the last chance qualifiers. Of course, looking at how that ends up going through, the teams would have to bring out, all the pushes and needles, and they have to make that sewing pattern correct, because otherwise it's going to be a mismatch and they end up not making it through. And then obviously that's another thing that sets them up for summer split. And summer split is something that's around the horizon, right? We just went through 8 weeks, y'all. I'm not sure if anyone else is keeping track. 8 weeks has passed by for the bi-weeklies, and we still have 3 weeks left in terms of total for the season. But for summer split, there's a lot of changes that can end up going through. We'll enter into a whole new season with season 17 later on, but we still have to think about what we're currently at. And now it's coming down towards the positions of what the teams are seeing as being more optimal than others. Having the target team coming through here with a Tianhai has a success. YZG were the first to kind of want to bring it out today, and then afterwards we saw SR doing preposterous work with it, I'll be honest. And even into the Morris Isle Day match that we had that going through, still seeing OA taking Sansai and Sire to a whole new level of success and allowing for that MVP. And just talking about the MVP, that's where we're going to actually look at the score lines. TE 16.5 points, guarantee them that MVP position for this round, putting out DRG to second place with 12.5, and then with SR with 10.5, and then SS1, right? Finally, the game that really put them out of the woodworks with 10 points, and then YZG just trying to catch it up with 9.5. OWA with 7 and a 6 shorts JL, and Alliance with 5 with a 3.5 triple pick from 521 Wolves and GG in a battle with 3 points. So no teams with donuts, thankfully. Thankfully, but at the same time, this was the match to make it happen, especially for those match point squads.
Yeah, DRG, they came so close as well. Like they played the beginning off of this game perfectly. I'm sure we'll get to see. Yeah, here you go. Replay is brought to you by China Unicom. It's starting off with DRG. This was them getting to come on through and clear through 2 teams. Really good usage of that Kylon ultimate, being able to catch them on out. And then as well, Kakaishi able to come in through with the double grab, just holding them for as long as possible for the flying knives to just get the health bars low enough that the double slam would be able to do them in. Before we got to head over to this fight right here, managing to win the Monk versus Monk Ditto, keeping ZZT constantly on the back foot so that he doesn't find the grab, getting to just come on through with this really clean fight as well into City of Tang, where we actually even saw Dongqing investing his rebirth so that he could run back in and help out his teammates, and it went really, really well. First Spirit World they didn't have to go into, second Spirit World they didn't have to go into. Where fellow part for DRG was they took a fight against another Transformers team and they got inted into, because there were teams with buff and there were teams with debuff that needed the kills.
Yeah, and then TE having this free chance to go ahead, lock on his final circle. Last 30 seconds with the comp to the players. You see the intensity coming out here, and there's the beacon drop coming through. Syra, he's getting these chances to walk in. He said, yo, pass me the beacon, I'll use it. He said it in an interview, bro. He said, give it to me, I know what to do here. And the positioning right now means that he can sustain himself with the pressure and then having Syra ultimate. Essentially using the Fairy Sin beacon as a blockade of damage and burning out that shield so that way he can keep himself delayed as long as possible within that Fairy Shen ult to then proc the Syra ult. In a tight position, all that's needed, we got the Windows key coming out here, and that's the victory that we needed to see from TE, because they earned that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, really good usage as well, just coming out of that ultimate of the F1 to displace himself so that he dropped onto a body and could immediately get the Soul Bloom to win the heal-off situation too, or potentially draw it on out. As we can have a look and see the overall ranking points coming on through for today's games. This is not all of the bi-weekly finals tallied on up. This is today's bi-weekly finals. Wolves, unfortunately, not having the same performance. GG also a little bit lackluster this season. But TE, for the first time in 2025, walking away with a bi-weekly finals win as we head into those pre-finals next week. Like, this is probably the best week to take the MVP finals because you have so much momentum and confidence headed on through. You've been able to see yourself atop of the new meta that has been established, and there's a new status quo, there's a new expectation. As for the first time in a long time, we don't see YZG purely dominating with first, second, and third positions overall of total kills and damage done throughout the day. It's split. Kakaishi, Tutik, and Yuma will be the ones claiming it. One player from DRG, one player from OA, and one player from Alliance. And like, the really interesting thing about that is that not a single one of them plays for TE.
Literally. every road in the squad, you know, participation effort. And looking at how that's ended up, even JL got the 4th. Jaja Leo is going to have the 1 going through, and Alliance jumps for 5th, and then NY 7th. So Alliance coming out actually here in the top 6 as being one of the higher scoring, you know, points of damage as well as eliminations. So seeing Alliance having this much effort to be put in, I mean, it really does showcase itself for the value of how much participation they had. But TE champions for this week. Love to see it. At least seeing another team. I know a lot of players are like, yo, 4P. No, don't let it happen. But at the same time, you know, history can be made at any which point in time where 4 weeks dominated by a single team is nothing that really comes out to, you know, to show for the effort that the team had put in the first place. And I know TE had to really try to take the time out here to try to work it off in this round. And in terms of today, good job. I'm pointing, you know how they pointed it at the end, you know, like all 4 of them pointing.
I'll do the thumbs up and you do the thumbs to the side. No, like you really can tell, like the hard work for TE did pay off, as well as the fact that like they stayed so strong mentally, because it took them a lot longer than it did some of those other teams to reach the MVP eligibility. And you really could see like the stagnation that came through for some of those teams that did reach the top echelons and then just stopped. Like, there was a full stutter moment for a lot of those teams at the top, and it really did impact a lot of the momentum that they had and the fights that they would take. Like, it feels like this is the most that we've seen YZG lose Realm of Yang fights today that we saw in comparison to the entirety of the rest of the season.
No, big time. Yeah, and now something actually I wanted to mention, like having the adjustment in terms of the start and then having losing even the Roaming to SS1. And that difference is that SS1 having the purple weaponry, they just didn't have that much chances of actually catching as much victories that we'd hope for. But I'm looking at this, man, looking at YZG TXJ, 105 total kills, 4 average kills per match, and 422,000 damage and 69. Nice. Yeah, man's cooking. Yo, TXJ, the Enforcer. What do they call it? The Electric Enforcer. Yes, sir. I got my references on standby. Making a dent for the betterment of the Nbpl trio squads, at least in terms of the roster for the players. So having the Electric Enforcer be the one on top is kind of a consideration. I need to look at this. Yeah, I need to look at these standings. So bottom 6, included with Baudo, WBG, FPX, 521, WZ, and BBE. These teams are all contesting out here for Last Chance qualifiers. And Moxie, middle 6, I'm gonna leave it to you in terms of seeing who that might be.
Oh, it's gonna be the heartbreaking moments. DRG, JL, ASE, Alliance, Wolves, and SS1 all failing to make the cut. SS1, 17 total points picked up. Oh, 19 was the difference. 2 points between themselves and TE. And TE, with that win for today, have been able to confirm themselves into those top 6 positions alongside OUG, SR, GG, OA, and surprise, YZG. Yes, they didn't win today, but they're still going to be headed into the pre-finals, leading the charge. 32.5 points, almost 10 points. Fully ahead of the team in second position. Insane stuff coming through for this team.
First place. That's a first place for a bi-weekly final difference. So 9 points to make it through, and they still have money to spare pretty much. Going in that direction. like we mentioned. Stop seeing those middle six teams come through. TE's victory, though, did secure them that 2-point difference to make them go above. And even with OUG missing out, 19.5 is a 0.5 difference between knocking down to 6th place. But looking at the golden diamonds, we see YCG with 3, and then we end up seeing TE with 1. So off of that end, that's where we're going to have the victory. This is all the teams that actually were able to participate inside of bi-weekly finals with the red diamonds. Anything that's grayed out means they weren't able to participate, right? Wolves wasn't able to participate the first week, but then they were able to get the second, third, and fourth week. WBG only had 1 week to participate, which was week 1. And then seeing about WZ and the WBE not able to participate whatsoever. And WZ coming through here from former EWG squad mates, coming through with involving with Cookie in terms of the trios, and then with Arano in terms of solos. But for trios, at least these guys still have to make these marks happen between now into this upcoming Friday for the pre-final, or for the last year's qualifiers, I should say.
I mean, the good news for the last chance qualifiers, though, is that a lot of those teams who are lower down the list, now that everything has been reset, they did start heating up into the second half of the season. Like Wolves did much better second half. Alliance, much better second half. WBG almost made it in to the bi-weekly finals this week. Unfortunately, didn't quite manage to make it, as we can have a look and see how exactly the spring 2025 season has gone through. Always Edward was the first player in solos to pick up the title. YZG, for the first time out of 3, picked up the trios crown before TE's Wufong was able to grab the second bi-weekly for solos. YZG picking up their second out of 3 before T225 and YZG's trio team were able to find the back-to-back, the double org pickup in bi-weekly 3. Where those shades of blue differed, though, was bi-weekly 4. OUG's Mike picked up the last of the solos before TE took game number 7 and the MVP alongside it to put themselves onto that stage as we head into, we said it, next week. Solos last chance qualifiers will begin on the 15th of June. There will be 1 day of play, 6 games for solos on the 15th, 6 games with trios on the 16th for those teams to get into the top 6 positions and lock up a position in the pre-finals that will be occurring on the 17th and 18th. And after that, we have just a little bit of downtime to, build up the anticipation before we head into the grand finals to end the season on the 31st and the 1st of June.
Yeah. Now our map selections for solos standardized. Midori Midnight being the first round, into Hollow Sun, into Morris Out Midday. So notice for round 2s and 3s being sunny time, and then Midori for round 4 being another sunny time map. But Hollow Dusk, Morris Out Night, the aggressiveness for rounds 5 and 6 just really comes out the showcase, and that's literally the last 2 rounds for certain players to make it happen. Otherwise, this is going to be where we can see which solos gamers can make it through for those LCQs. But as mentioned, right, going into this play, this upcoming week, gonna be the final week before we enter into that week break, and then falling into that for grand finals. And grand finals, I like seeing pre-finals though. I think that's my favorite time, just because seeing about pre-finals means that you really get a chance to see about these players playing off, where the only risk is, not getting proposed points. And for some of these teams, proposed points is just a luxury. But for some, it's just a good time to try to test things out. And that's really where the contestment of pre-finals at the end of the season, it's the only time you can start testing things out without the value of potentially losing complete and utter control of the situations of, making it as a week, as a titled winner versus having to just qualify in general. You're already there, you're already qualified, right? It's like you're playing your second day and you have 172 points in trios. You can start doing whatever you want. No one's gonna matter what you're rolling with. You can test out whatever you feel is necessary, and the teams have that available for them. Now, of course, proposed points going into grand finals, definitely going to have more of a weighted control unit, because since it is going to mean that if you win grand finals, you win the entire season. You have the bragging rights and you earn yourself that value. But enough really kind of going off of here, Moxie. It's really a pleasure kind of going through here and actually just seeing trios at its finale before we enter those pre-finals.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many different compositions coming on for Viper Tesla Wuchen, definitely in the strongest state that it's been so far, but that looks like it's just in the regular week when we have those top-heavy Viper Tesla Wuchen teams where there's just 9 of them in the lobby, and it's better to be part of the hood than an isolated target that gets preyed upon. However, when we head into those bi-weekly finals and when we head into those grand finals and those hero points yet again are diminished in the opening rounds, I don't think we're going to see as dominant a performance from the Viper Tessa Wu Chans, which leaves a couple of compositions in play. You know, Xiphon still going strong. We've got Sand Siphon making a comeback as well. For the first time, really, this season, we're getting to see it finding its footing yet again into the meta. And then, oh, the bread and butter of trios, Transformers, Tian Hai, whatever you want to put alongside him. He's always an absolute pleasure of a composition to play, to watch, and to cast.
And I'm really hoping to see what ends up going through, if any sort of switch ups, any sort of priority comes through, because we're going to prioritize ourselves to the end. It's been a pleasure being able to cast within the bi-weekly 4 finals, and especially with God Moxie as going through. But my name is Severio. We are going to head out. We are going to see you guys later on. Have a wonderful one. Stay safe, and good night, gamers.